They found the void demons and swiftly began to hunt them. These demons were extremely tricky to handle within their realm, considered to be very powerful creatures that even the dragon clan could only just contend with. They were killing with gusto, when suddenly, a loud roar erupted from among the void demons, the sound reverberating through the air. Lin Baichuan sensed something but was fearless. Squinting his eyes, he looked on as the ground suddenly started trembling, and out of the holes in the far-off ground, a large number of void demons emerged. Their bodies resembled reptiles, bathed in a deep blue with flashes of lightning. Hundreds and thousands gathered and approached. Not good, it's a void tide. Chu Hanwai's face changed slightly. Overwhelming numbers won't work here. Another Saint Heir sneered confidently. Just then, the lightning on the bodies of those void demons began to converge with each other, and suddenly, a turbulent blue light burst forth, striking the surroundings. That Saint Heir couldn't avoid it in time and was struck, his body bursting with blood as his skin was torn to shreds, void power eroding and tearing through his flesh. "Save me!" he screamed out desperately. But his face split open, his body shattered. If not for his secret technique barely keeping him alive, he would have perished on the spot. Corridor of Marvel's technique. Lin Baichuan's expression changed, and he suddenly deployed a top-tier divine skill to reverse the void power inside the other's body, relocating it to the outside. The saved man hurriedly used unwithering strength to heal himself and quickly dodged away. Run fast, there are too many of them, they will join forces to release the void tide. Once touched, it's either death or injury. Chu Hanwai evidently had experience and urgently warned. They quickly soared into the sky, using returning ruin instantaneous movement to rapidly dodge to another location. The many void demons, unable to find their figures, let out furious roars but suddenly charged off into the distance. Lin Baichuan and the others appeared in the high skies elsewhere, watching the ground shake and the swarm of void demons running far away. They couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. They hadn't expected that these demons, when gathered together, would be so formidable. "Many thanks, Brother Lin," the previously saved Saint Heir couldn't help but say to Lin Baichuan. Lin Baichuan shook his head and looked at the cave where the demons had emerged, saying, "These demons have crawled out, we can't tell what's inside. Who dares to go look with me?" Hearing his words, several people showed hesitation. Although they were heavenly prides, they were not recklessly brave. They were confident, but having just experienced danger, this demon worm cave was bound to be perilous. "Wait, that group of void demons seems to be running towards Lihei Valley." Chu Hanwai stared at the far-off void demons, her expression changing slightly. Lin Baichuan and the others were momentarily stunned, showing little reaction, but Lin Baichuan understood what Chu Hanwai meant, his expression shifting as he looked intently and said, "That kid should have gone elsewhere by now, there's no way he's still there. It's been so long, that person must have gone to search elsewhere." The others caught on and immediately nodded. Chu Hanwai heard them and breathed a sigh of relief, thinking to herself that they were right. After so much time, even if the other party was walking, they would have left Lihei Valley by now. "Let's not worry about that place. Who wants to come down to this cave with me?" Lin Baichuan withdrew his gaze and said to the few. Chu Hanwai said, "I'll go with you to take a look." "Good." Lin Baichuan smiled. Seeing the two of them going, the others felt a bit helpless but could only accompany them, with a flicker of intrigue in their hearts. As they were headed for the Void Worm Cave, atop the peak of Lihei Valley, Li Hao, who had been pondering his next move in the chess box, suddenly felt the seat underneath him vibrate. He came to his senses and looked into the distance, only to see a horde of demons charging towards him. Hong Yue also saw them, her face immediately turning pale. "Young master," she called out urgently. Li Hao glanced at the approaching swarm of demons, noting their significant numbers and that they were all beings of the Tao comprehension realm. He was inwardly surprised. The cultivation of the demons in the All Heavens battlefield was remarkably high. Was it because of the harsh conditions here? Li Hao didn't think further. Seeing Hong Yue panic, he quickly reassured her, "Don't worry, don't lose your train of thought." Hong Yue was speechless upon seeing that Li Hao was still worried her chess playing might be affected. But what followed was a shocking sight. The chess piece that the young man was twirling in his hand, on which he had been pondering where to place, suddenly burst into light and flew out, turning into a streak of radiance. The piece darted through the void like a glimmer of firefly light, plunging into the mass of demons, and like threading a needle, it weaved through the bodies of the demons. Bang, bang, bang. All of the demons' bodies exploded, The spots the piece traveled through shattered as if hammered, booming with bursts. The will of the only me swordsmanship imbued in the piece effortlessly cut through the Tao domains of those demons, severing the void laws they had condensed, wreaking slaughter. With the chess piece gone from his hand, Li Hao picked up another from the chess box, finally following his prior line of thought, placing it at the tail end of his opponent's white dragon piece. "It's your turn," Li Hao reminded her. Hong Yue, looking at the distant battlefield, became lost in thought, her mouth agape with disbelief. Those charging demons, under the trail of that streak of light, seemed to trip over a tripwire, tumbling and falling, their bodies bursting. In a blink of an eye, almost the entire force was wiped out. Hearing the reminder, Hong Yue turned around and saw the tranquil young man whose gaze was fixed on the chessboard, who did not even glance at the demons, her eyes revealing shock. After a brief stupor, she came to her senses, recollecting her spirit, and thought to herself that this was the unwithering strength comparable to those of the Saint Heirs, too terrifying. Her mind was in turmoil as she gazed upon the chessboard before her. Li Hao saw that Hong Yue had not made her move for a while and sighed softly. She was indeed affected after all. He did not urge her. They were halfway through the game, and it would be a pity to start over and waste all that experience. He looked into the distance. The chess pieces moved with his thoughts, piercing the last void demon. The power within the piece retracted, and the piece itself turned to dust, dissipating in the wind. While waiting for Hong Yue to regain her composure, Li Hao extended his divine thought, looking beyond the demons. These demons are peculiar. Could someone have deliberately brought them here? When Li Hao investigated, he found no trace and shook his head slightly, choosing to ignore it. Hong Yue tried to concentrate on chess playing, but the latter half of the game was forced, and she eventually lost to Li Hao. Li Hao asked her to rest, while he himself fully absorbed the resentment from the slaughter. As the resentment from the slaughter gathered, Li Hao seemed to hear the wailing of ghosts and howls of wolves by his ear, his expression resolute and unyielding, calming that resentment. As the resentment accumulated, Li Hao felt his body filling up, as if a core was forming in his divine blood, making it more potent. While absorbing and refining, Li Hao observed this all-heavens battlefield, finding its scenery truly beautiful. The all-heavens stars, like countless rays of divine light, shone upon the battlefield. "It surpasses any beauty in the mortal world," Li Hao couldn't help but exclaim. Hearing Li Hao's words, Hong Yue curiously looked at him. She had encountered many heavenly prides, but most of them were only focused on cultivation, never like this young man before her, sparing such casual interest in things beyond themselves. Li Hao released Xian from the heaven and earth space, to share such a beautiful scene together. "Where is this?" Xian transformed into a little girl in a red dress, curiously looking around. "The all-heavens battlefield," Li Hao said with a smile. "The sky is so beautiful." Xian couldn't help but exclaim, her eyes sparkling with light. Li Hao smiled. He had promised to show her all the beauty of the mortal world, and now that they weren't in the mortal world, they could only take in the sights above. Xian stayed by Li Hao's side, looking around lively and excited. Meanwhile, Li Hao continuously absorbed the resentment, and as it piled up more and more, after his arms and limbs filled with divine blood, the remaining resentment gathered at his chest. But at this point, Li Hao suddenly felt resistance, as the barrier in his body that shone like incense fire was actually blocking the gathering of the resentful killing energy. Li Hao suddenly recalled Feng's words, "The dual saints cannot merge," so this was the reason? Li Hao's eyes shifted slightly, surprised that there was indeed an impediment, and so soon. Incense fire is the power of wishes, while the resentment from slaughter is extreme destruction. Two utterly opposed forces, they can't coexist and repel each other. Li Hao's gaze flickered, sensing these two forces as the positive and negative poles of a magnetic field. No wonder they couldn't be cultivated together. If we cannot exist as one, perhaps by extending the body, cultivating externally. Li Hao muttered to himself. The two forces repel each other. Perhaps if they can be separated for dual cultivation, they could fuse. But how can they be separated? If one uses an avatar, and when the avatar merges with the true self, it will still repel. Otherwise, all saints would be able to create avatars. Such a simple method, others would have thought of, and Feng would not have come to this conclusion. Unless there is an absolute power to block it, or by extending the body. Li Hao's eyes flickered, thinking of extending. His thoughts suddenly shifted to the Qi meridians he had pondered before. The body's 108 meridians plus the yin and yang meridians form the extreme realm heaven and earth veins. This is the limit of the physical body, the natural acupuncture points, but if one could use qi to simulate the major veins, extending the body, it would be the qi meridians. If the qi meridians can be cultivated, perhaps there is hope of reaching the second ultimate realm. The union of force, with both meridians achieved, is the end point of cultivation. If the body can be extended like the qi meridians. Li Hao's eyes flickered, and he immediately knew he needed to cultivate the qi meridians first, before following this line of thought. Otherwise, the qi meridians are just a theory out of thin air, and delving deeper into this thinking would just be a waste of time. Unable to absorb more extreme Tao, he simply sat cross-legged and concentrated on cultivating the qi meridians. The breath surged in his body's meridians. Li Hao concentrated and controlled it, forming the rudiments of a major vein, one end connected to the body's 108 meridians, the other end extending out of the body, like a vortex of spinning qi force ribbon. Soon, Li Hao felt an obstacle. It is not difficult to simulate qi meridians, but it is difficult to maintain them. The qi meridians extended outside the body are rootless and fluctuate with the wind. If there is no power to maintain them, they will dissipate and become disordered in an instant. But if you use power to maintain them, the power absorbed by the qi meridians themselves can only just make up for the consumption of maintenance. Could it be that this path is wrong? Li Hao frowned, his eyes flitting. But soon, he rejected this idea. When encountering an obstacle, one should think of ways to break through the barrier, not doubt it, especially since it's not yet a dead end. The qi meridians can indeed take in more power, which shows that this line of thought is viable, only that maintaining it is too difficult. If the consumption of maintaining could be reduced, the number of qi meridians refined could increase, possibly bringing about a terrifying qualitative change. The body's acupoints have their limits, but there are no limits to the aggregation of qi meridians. If there are hundreds or thousands of qi meridians, the accumulated amount would be terrifyingly unimaginable. In other words, this line of thought has great potential, it's just that it cannot be achieved for the moment. Li Hao then consolidated the second, the third qi meridians, and as 7 or 8 qi meridians were refined, they wrapped around his body like ribbons. Li Hao carefully felt for a while, his eyebrows furrowed deeper. There's another problem with these qi meridians. They're easily severed by enemies during combat. If hundreds or thousands are refined, enemies would spot them immediately, and if they cut them off, it would all be for naught. Extending out of the body is bound to be detected. How to avoid being seen, yet still maintain it independently? Li Hao's thoughts churned, feeling a slight headache. This is something the panel cannot solve for him. The panel can shorten cultivation time, but the insights needed for the extreme realm can only be found by himself. While Li Hao was contemplating qi meridians, in another part of the battlefield, inside a cave. Suddenly, the cave shook and several figures burst out from within. Damn it, run. Don't wait for that horde of beasts to come back. It will be troublesome to be sandwiched if they join forces inside and outside. Lin Baichuan and Chu Hanwei led the way, both with tense expressions. The cave was filled with void demons and there were also some monster leader types. The cave alcoves and cliffs were also full of void crystals, which allowed the void demons to stir up an extremely terrifying void tide. Even though they were heavenly prides, facing this tricky and massive group of void demons, they had no choice but to retreat. As they burst out, a shockwave suddenly swept through, their faces turning pale as they performed returning ruin instantaneous movement, leaping out and narrowly avoiding danger. The ground trembled as numerous void beasts chased out of the cave. Lin Baichuan immediately led them to run forward at high speed. Only after taking a large detour and circling around did the void demons cease, seemingly wary of something and did not pursue too deeply. These beasts have retreated. Lin Baichuan and the others stopped in a void, feeling weak. Their continuous returning ruin instantaneous movement was as exhausting as a bitter battle, and it consumed a great deal of energy. Even with the replenishment of heaven and earth vein, they barely recovered. Pity, those beasts contain starfall source, an important material for cultivating Tao Tribulation Emperor weapons. I wanted to hunt some. These demons like to swarm and don't wander alone, it's difficult to hunt them. The expressions on their faces weren't great. As saint heirs and heavenly prides, they were chased so embarrassingly by demons, and if it got out, it would be somewhat humiliating. Luckily, those demons didn't return to their nest in time. Speaking of which, what are those demons doing in Lihei Valley? Could it be they want to destroy Lihei Valley in a fit of rage? Chu Hanwei suddenly spoke with a change in her expression. Hearing his words, Lin Baichuan was stunned, and immediately said, Let's go see. They discerned the direction and flew towards Lehigh Valley. As they neared, they smelled a strong scent of blood. Everyone's hearts turned cold, they became alert, fixed their gaze and continued to approach, and instantly saw a blood-red ground scattered with numerous fresh corpses. Are these void demons? Seeing the slaughtered void demons scattered everywhere, Chu Hanwei was stunned. Her beautiful eyes slightly widened, somewhat in disbelief. This vast group of void demons, all dead here, their deaths were pitifully strange and frightening. Lin Baichuan and the others were also horrified, hastily on guard and quickly investigated the cause of death of these demons, only to discover that they all seemed to have been killed by a single strike, as if an extremely sharp blade had rapidly sliced through the demon tide, slaying them all. They didn't even have the chance to scatter, they were wiped out swiftly. A Saint Heir's eyes revealed shock, and his heart thumped vigorously. Lin Baichuan's primordial spirit soared, in an instant traversing 100 miles, roaming heaven and earth. Soon, he saw two figures sitting on the mountain peak of Lehigh Valley 100 miles away. The barren ground was covered with lavish cushions, with a chessboard set up and fine wine poured full. Lin Baichuan's pupils constricted slightly. Could it be? He did not speak, retracted his primordial spirit, and then flew directly towards the peak of Lehigh Valley. The others also spotted the figure of Li Hao and were stunned, following Lin Baichuan to the peak of Lehigh Valley. Brother Haoshan? Lin Baichuan saw Li Hao sitting cross-legged with his eyes closed, and noticed streamers swirling around him like a vortex, seemingly in the midst of cultivation. Li Hao, sensing the disturbance, immediately retracted his energies, only to find that these energies could not be drawn back into his body. Once withdrawn, they would dissipate and would have to be recondensed again. This preparation would not work in the face of an enemy, it required too much lead time. It seemed his approach had many fatal flaws. Had he taken the wrong path? Opening his eyes, Li Hao saw Lin Baichuan, Chu Hanwei, and 6 others, their clothes stained, having apparently endured a tough battle. Some even had their sleeves missing, bearing their bare arms as if their limbs had been severed, only to have regenerated. Seeing that he had disturbed the others' cultivation, Lin Baichuan's face showed a trace of embarrassment as he said, "Brother Haoshan, we came to ask about the demons on the battlefield 100 miles away. Were they all killed by Brother Haoshan?" Li Hao was somewhat surprised, nodding and saying, "Yes, I killed them. Were they the ones driven over by you guys? Did I unknowingly take your prey?" Lin Baichuan and the others exchanged glances, suddenly recalling their master's respectful and affectionate treatment towards Haoshan. No wonder he was so graciously favored. Brother Haoshan was able to single-handedly exterminate thousands of great demons with significant magical powers. A complex expression appeared in Lin Baichuan's eyes. Previously, he wanted to exchange moves with the other, but the master directly declined on behalf of Haoshan, perhaps because the master saw that his strength was incomparable to Haoshan's. This made him feel frustrated. He was a disciple of a saint, uniquely gifted from a young age, and his fame echoed across several divine dynasties. Now, even within the Thief Saint's holy land, he was a standout, yet he didn't even qualify to exchange blows with Haoshan. Those void demons were capable of stirring up the void tide, yet Brother Haoshan was also able to withstand it. Impressive. Another Saint Heir came to his senses and couldn't help but exclaim. They had been uncomfortable with this stranger who had been so favored by the Thief Saint, questioning his merits. But at this moment, they were completely convinced. Void tide? I don't know about that. Li Hao was puzzled. Could it be because they were too far away, and the demons hadn't had the chance to unleash it before he killed them? Hearing Li Hao's words and seeing his clean clothes, not even a speck of dust on him, from such an intense fight no less, it was clear he had held back a great deal of strength. Chu Hanwei's eyes twinkled. She gazed at Li Hao and said, "With such ability, Brother Haoshan, why not try your hand at the heavenly steel to see if you can leave your name on it?" Heavenly steel? Li Hao's eyes flickered slightly. Elder Ting Feng had also mentioned it. In the center of the all-heavens battlefield stood an ancient steel that has persisted through the ages, rumored to be a Dao Tribulation Emperor weapon. However, this steel was not a weapon of assault, and it was enveloped in special prohibitions, immovable and unshakable, and thus it remained here. This steel has a magical effect. Any living creature that touches it can have its strength tested and revealed on the steel. With the opening of the all-heavens battlefield, armies from various realms come here to participate in battle, and some soldiers also come before the steel to verify their strength as a memento. Now, with the battlefield sealed, It was exceptionally quiet, left only for these heavenly prides from the Holy Lands to wander about, but the heavenly steel still stood, unchanged since ancient times. That's right. With Brother Haoshin's ability, you would undoubtedly be able to leave your name on the steel. We were planning to try it out after this. Why don't we go take a look together now? Lin Baichuan came back to his senses, immediately interested, inviting Li Hao to see just how much of a gap there was. With Brother Haoshin's strength, you might even leave a blue light. Another Saint Heir spoke. Although they hadn't seen how exactly Li Hao dispatched the group of demons, the fact that he could stand against them alone was already quite remarkable. Li Hao, seeing their enthusiastic invitation, thought for a moment and said, "All right, let's take a look." It was a good opportunity, as his extreme Tao was full and could not absorb more, and his energy channels hit a bottleneck in thinking, so it might be good to have a look around. Other guys from the all heavens might also come here to test themselves. We might run into them, so let's be careful. Chu Hanwei said. Li Hao and Hong Yue stood up, packed up the lavish cushions on the ground, as well as the chessboard and wine, and then followed the others. Hong Yue walked beside Li Hao, listening to the Saint Heirs discuss the heavenly steel and the encounters with the cave demons. Her mind was astute, and she vaguely picked up on something. Those demons that were checkmated and killed by Li Hao seemed to be extremely fearsome, with all these Saint Heirs needing to avoid their sharpness. However, Li Hao had casually dispatched them without even a second glance. Hong Yu's eyes flickered, increasingly feeling Li Hao's extraordinary nature, thinking to herself that if these Saint Heirs knew of this gentleman's casual slaughter of the demons, she wondered what their reactions would be. As a gust of wind howled, half an hour later, they traversed a vast battlefield and encountered some void demons along the way. Yet, these demons did not confront Li Hao and his companions upon seeing them but instead quickly hid. Unless provoked, they would not rashly attack these members of the human race. They recognized that these individuals were not the ordinary soldiers mingling in the all heavens battlefield. They were not prey these demons could casually hunt. "Look, there is the heavenly steel," Lin Baichuan suddenly exclaimed with excitement, pointing. From the distance, low thunder rumbled, and clouds converged in the sky. At the edge of their sight, an awe-inspiring divine steel stood tall, like a towering rock peak between heaven and earth. Clouds surrounded it, and lightning and thunder accompanied bursts of Tao music. How magnificent! On Li Hao's wrist, Xian raised her crimson tendrils and exclaimed in amazement. Hong Yue also slightly widened her eyes. Is this the heavenly steel? She had mingled with many princes and princely heirs, who mentioned many wonders, amongst which was the famous heavenly steel of the all heavens. Many heavenly prides competed to leave their names on the steel, resonating through ages, but once reaching the saint realm, one could no longer leave a name. Though those princes and princely heirs had no chance to come here, they were well informed about such news, akin to how common folk enjoy discussing the affairs of the dynasty. In contrast, rich merchants and traders, focusing only on their own businesses, were too busy to be well versed in other gossips compared to the common people. To leave a name on the heavenly steel now, one must achieve at least the Kai Guang rank, said a Saint Heir wistfully. Kai Guang? Li Hao wondered. Elder Feng had not mentioned this detail. Exactly, the heavenly steel has 6 rays of light, rumored to be 7, but no one has seen the 7th. The strength of a warrior can be discerned through these 6 lights. Chu Hanwei, proposing this trip, passionately explained to Li Hao. These 6 lights are gray, white, green, blue, purple, gold. A common Daola realm only sparks gray or white light, able to suppress most peers and could initiate green light. For us, it's likely to reach blue light. Li Hao nodded without a word. As they approached, Li Hao instantly felt waves of immense Taoist charm. The heavenly steel seemed like a saint standing there, surrounded by great Tao, with phenomena aplenty. Upon reaching near the heavenly steel, Li Hao noticed there were quite a few figures. They are heavenly prides from different realms. Lin Baichuan and others changed their expressions slightly. Those guys from Lai Sky Saint Land said they would wait for us, but they came here first. Li Hao also spotted some familiar figures, including Lin Qingyue. Unexpectedly, she was also here. Besides Lin Qingyue, many old acquaintances from the Kanglin realm were present. Kai Guang, Lin Shuhai, Hao Yue Saint Sun, among others. It's Haoshin. When Li Hao noticed them, they also sensed his presence. Seeing Li Hao approaching, they all froze, and their expressions turned grave. Since Li Hao's battle with the twin Buddha child, which resonated throughout Kanglin, They had recognized the gap between themselves and this prodigy. Heoshin. When Lin Qingyue saw Li Hao, she paused briefly then swiftly jumped forward, standing in front of him, her lips slightly parted. I saw you taken away by Thief Saint earlier, nothing happened, right? Li Hao nodded, then asked, what about that pill? Hearing him ask, a flicker of panic crossed Lin Qingyu's eyes. I lost it. Li Hao sighed in relief. It's good that it's lost. That pill had encapsulated a drop of his divine blood, a fallback plan he had left previously. If he were obliterated, his Tao thoughts would sense it and transfer to the divine blood within that pill, thereby achieving blood rebirth. While the divine blood was preserved in the pill for a prolonged duration, it wasn't very significant to him currently. Previously, being chased by a void saint, he was reduced to a few droplets of divine blood. The trials of testing them allowed him to fortunately escape. The other droplets had been obliterated in the void. After all, even divine blood, constantly eroded by void forces when in the void, could only endure for 10 years at most. Without reaching the final realm, ordinary blood would be erased instantly. Nonetheless, after this calamity, Li Hao planned to leave a couple of droplets of divine blood with Elder Feng. Although extracting divine blood would slightly reduce his own power, the loss was minimal, rather it left back a fallback plan. This is the true charm of the power transmission ultimate realm, complemented by the 3 immortal extreme realms, could be proclaimed in a sense as truly undying and imperishable. Who is this? Lin Baichuan and others examined Lin Qingyue, seeing her exceptional figure and matchless delicate features, likely a saintess from a holy land with powerful strength, couldn't help but be surprised. Friend. Li Hao introduced Lin Qingyue, these are friends from Thief Heaven Holy Land. Hearing Li Hao's words, a trace of a smile appeared in Lin Qingyu's eyes, but upon hearing him refer to the others as friends as well, that smile quickly faded. She nodded slightly to the others, and politely said, Thief Heaven Holy Land, I've long heard of your great reputation. Who might you be? Sword Ancestor Holy Land, much respected. After briefly exchanging dry pleasantries, recognizing that they would compete in the Supreme Genius battle, they didn't have much more to say. Are you here to leave a name on the heavenly list? Lin Qingyue looked at Li Hao again, her eyes shining with encouragement, suggesting, with your capabilities, you should leave a golden inscription. Hearing her words, Kai Guang and Lin Shuhai, among others, changed their expressions, yet remained silent. They somewhat agreed with her statement deep down. They had also previously tested here. Kai Guang and Lin Shuhai both left their names in purple, and Hao Yue's Saint Sun did the same, but ranked below these two. If even they were purple light, then Heoshin was probably golden light, and likely the twin Buddha child as well. Right, I heard that the twin Buddha child revived using a relic and will participate in the Supreme Genius battle, now in seclusion within the Buddhist Holy Land. Suddenly remembering something, Lin Qingyue solemnly told Li Hao. Rebirth? Li Hao was momentarily startled, furrowing his brows slightly, but soon they smoothed again. Since he has been reborn, he could just kill him again if the opportunity arises in the future. After all, being the reincarnated body of a saint, he indeed possessed some trump cards. However, his current opponents were not those from the Daola realm, but potential saintly assassins he might encounter at any moment, as the Buddha Venerate and the Void Saint had already learned of his whereabouts and would not easily watch him grow stronger. During the Supreme Genius battle, he might cause you trouble. Lin Qingyue said to Li Hao, her face filled with worry. Li Hao withdrew his thoughts, shaking his head and saying, a mere defeated foe, it's of no consequence. Hearing Li Hao's straightforward response, Lin Qingyu's eyes flickered slightly, but she didn't find Li Hao arrogant. The battle against the Buddhists had showcased Li Hao's brilliance and made his name resound throughout Kanglan. Unless a saint took the field, there might not be many who could challenge him. The Buddhists won't let it go easily, you should be careful. Lin Qingyue said softly, then took a deep look at Li Hao. Li Hao nodded, and at that moment, he saw a handsome young man in black approaching from the crowd. Heoshin. The young man in black flashed a smile at Li Hao. Li Hao, recognizing the voice, immediately recalled, Qingju? Didn't expect to meet you here, I guess this is our first real-life encounter, huh? That battle was impressive? Qingju said with a smile to Li Hao, his eyes showing a hint of vexation. Previously at the Flower Travel Association, he was the youngest member and also participated in this Supreme Genius battle, receiving much attention. He was somewhat complacent, but meeting a guy like Heoshin, his light and haughty air was instantly shattered. However, he wasn't jealous, but instead became alert, realizing that there's still a high ceiling in Daola realm, and he was far from reaching it. After calming his mind, his cultivation slightly progressed, for which he had to thank Heoshin. "Are you also here for cultivation?" Li Hao asked. Qingju smiled and said, "The big battle is approaching. Knowing these guys would come here to measure themselves, I joined in the fun too. You should leave your mark as well. I guess it might be golden light, or even golden light 3 flashes is possible." Hearing his words, other people around, who were not interested or didn't know of Li Hao, were slightly surprised and cast their gazes toward him. They were unaware of the happenings in the Kanglin realm, nor had they heard of the twin Buddha child, but golden light 3 flashes was well known throughout all heavens. Now this prideful member of the Heavenly Steel mentioned that this youngster might achieve golden light 3 flashes. Lin Baichuan and Chu Hanwei looked at Li Hao in amazement. They knew Li Hao had a mysterious background, but didn't expect him to have so many influential friends. Now this Qingju from a holy land in the middle-level small world, whose fame had been great and renowned for over a decade, was also an acquaintance of Li Hao and believed that Li Hao could achieve golden light 3 flashes, which is the highest recognition currently attainable. Meanwhile, people from Lai Sky Saint Land and others were also observing Li Hao intensely, realizing that this person was extraordinary. No wonder he caught their master's eye. "Who is that person? Never heard of him. I heard a monster emerged from the Kanglin realm, seems like it's him." HMPH, golden light 3 flashes, how exaggerated. That's a supreme qualification. Many saints in their youth only achieved 1 or 2 flashes, how could he be so boastful? "Heoshin, I seem to have an impression, heard there's an all heavens wanted order for him. If one can kill him, they can exchange it for a divine treasure and divine skills, and ample incense fire at the Buddhists." Numerous figures around the Heavenly Steel cast curious, mocking, or ill-intended glances at Li Hao. Lin Shuhai smiled and nodded at Li Hao in greeting. Li Hao also returned the nod. His companion Lin Baichuan said, "Brother Heoshin, take your time catching up, I'll go leave my mark first." After speaking, he hurried to the front of the Heavenly Steel. Li Hao didn't have much to catch up on, so he looked over and said to Qingju, "What good does leaving a mark on this Heavenly Steel do?" "Good?" Qingju was stunned for a moment, then looked at Li Hao strangely. Is realizing one's own talent considered a benefit? Li Hao, hearing this, couldn't help but feel a bit disappointed, so it meant nothing? Seeing the disappointment in Li Hao's eyes, Qingju was somewhat speechless. Leaving one's mark on the Heavenly Steel was an extremely glorious event, known throughout all heavens. Yet, Li Hao was still thinking about benefits. "It's violet light, it's flashing again." Just then, a series of exclamations erupted. At the front of the Heavenly Steel, Lin Baichuan touched the majestic ancient steel, whereupon the void crackled with electricity at the point of contact. A splendid violet light appeared on the steel, bearing Lin Baichuan's name. The violet light flickered twice, then slowly receded, transforming into a violet name positioned in the upper middle part of the Heavenly Steel, while a blue name at the end quietly disappeared. Violet light 2 flashes, truly worthy of Brother Lin. Several saint heirs and saintesses from the divine Sky Saint Land showed smiles. At this moment, there were heavenly prides from all heavens around the steel. Although they were competitors within the Saint Lands, they felt a sense of shared honor and were happy for Lin Baichuan. Chu Hanwei looked at Li Hao, then glanced at Qingju. With her keen mind, she noticed that Qingju's name was already on the steel, appearing in burning gold, clearly a golden light mark. Having such a person acknowledge him, this Heoshin beside her must be extraordinary, piquing her curiosity. 2 flashes. Lin Baichuan, seeing his own name, had a complex look in his eyes. If it had been earlier, he would have been satisfied with such a performance, but the recent conversation between Li Hao and Qingju left him with a somewhat bitter taste. He silently retreated to the side of the steel, glancing at Li Hao, curious to see if the mark Li Hao would leave was indeed as Qingju mentioned, capable of achieving golden light 3 flashes. As Lin Baichuan finished, the other few couldn't wait to step forward to leave their names. Among them, the weakest one had a blue light with 3 flashes, while the rest had purple lights, with varying number of 1 or 2 flashes. Chu Hanwei also went forward to leave her name, with the same result as Lin Baichuan, a purple light with 2 flashes, ranking near the top of the Heavenly Steel, also considered a monstrous talent. Li Hao sized up the Heavenly Steel and saw a familiar name on it, Bian Rushui. She had a purple name but was ranked ahead of Lin Baichuan and the others, probably with 3 flashes. Lin Qingyue also had a purple name, but placed even ahead of Bian Rushui. My swordsmanship has already entered Dao, where nothing Dao is the Dao. Lin Qingyue saw Li Hao observing her name and transmitted her voice softly. Li Hao was slightly startled, looking at her with some amazement. From his pointers to her until now, it had only been a short period of time. Had she really managed to enter the Dao with swordsmanship? It should be known that swordsmanship entering Dao would place her among the first rate. You should consolidate it and strive for sword Dao perfection, sword ritual to Saint Ascension. Li Hao transmitted back. Lin Qingyue was stunned, looking at Li Hao's calm expression and somewhat at a loss for words. Talks of ritual path to Saint Ascension were things even saints wouldn't dare to speak lightly, yet there he was, deadly serious. Even though she had now entered Dao with her swordsmanship, she wouldn't dare to hope for ritual path to Saint Ascension, but Li Hao's expectations suddenly gave her the motivation. Li Hao looked back at the heavenly steel. Ahead of Lin Qingyue were Lin Shuhai and Kai Guang, who also had purple names. On the contrary, Qing Ju actually had a golden name, ranking last among those 7 golden names. Li Hao could not help but glance at Qing Ju. She was stronger than both Kai Guang and Lin Shuhai and must have also entered Dao with her skill, while grasping the 6 great extremes. We have all finished our verification, Brother Haoshin, it's now your turn. Lin Baichuan and the others returned, all having anticipated their results. They weren't disappointed nor particularly surprised. Li Hao nodded slightly. Since he was there was naturally no need to miss out. Seeing Li Hao stepping forward, many eyes in the crowd settled on him. HMPH, golden light 3 flashes, Qing Ju must be setting him up. Even Brother Xiao couldn't achieve 3 flashes, does he deserve it? In the crowd, several figures gathered, all with an air of grandeur, but led by one in particular. At that moment, the richly dressed youth at the center had a solemn expression and didn't respond to the flattery of the saint airs around him. He came from a middle-level small world. His master had shown him the projections of Kanglan realm, and he naturally recognized the youth in front of him as being extremely formidable. Just by his Dao domain he could suppress many semi-saints. Saying he deserved golden light 3 flashes might not be an overstatement. Born in the lower realm and still presuming to achieve golden light 3 flashes? Laughable. Elsewhere, a lady draped in silk and satin, with a graceful figure, had cold and fierce eyes with 3 red marks on her forehead, like a goddess, emanating loftiness and arrogance as she indifferently watched Li Hao approaching the heavenly steel. Such lower realm riffraff are short-sighted, ignorant of the significance of golden light 3 flashes. The woman beside her echoed softly. Hearing their words, several saint heirs looked towards them. When they recognized their identity, the displeasure in their eyes subtly changed, and they looked away. By then, Li Hao had already flown in front of the heavenly steel, without hesitation, raised his hand to touch it. Just as his palm touched this ancient steel of endless years, Li Hao felt a burst of electric light emerging in his palm and the thunderous rumble of the great Dao thundering in his ears. It seemed something skimmed through his body, and with Li Hao's keen perception, his heart suddenly turned cold. That seemed to be a gaze. That kind of feeling, supremely lofty, was a bit like his experience with the 6th final realm, the Celestial Venerable. However, this was somewhat different from the Celestial Venerable, yet equally detached and lofty. Li Hao's heart grew cold. The more he cultivated, the more he felt a sense of awe, always feeling that there were unknown and terrifying existences in this world. It's like scholars who become humbler the more they read, recognizing their own insignificance, while the half-learners tend to think highly of themselves, boasting of vast knowledge and talents. While Li Hao's thoughts were whirling, the electric light in his palm grew increasingly intense, bursting forth with dazzling light. This burst of light did not cause any harm but was a manifestation of Taoist charm. The surrounding gloomy light, obscured by clouds and mist, seemed to grow even dimmer. Li Hao withdrew his hand, looked up, and didn't know if it was just his feeling, but he sensed the heavenly steel quiver slightly. At the top of the steel, a dazzling blood light suddenly emerged. From the top of the steel, the blood light appeared as if fresh blood were seeping from an ancient tablet, but the blood light swiftly grew intense, like a blood-red moonlight descending upon the steel's summit, casting a hazy, blood-colored halo that illuminated the entire area around the heavenly steel. Previous discussions all fell silent, as everyone was stunned, staring blankly at this scene. The blood light appeared above the golden name, at the highest position, centered in the first column of the heavenly ranking. If this were a list, the name would be like the title of the list. The dazzling blood light contracted and became restrained, turning into a dense and deeply profound red hue, revealing two characters. Haoshin. Upon seeing this scene, the venue fell into brief silence, which then exploded into an uproar. What is that? Blood word? Is it actually a blood word? Am I seeing this wrong? It's not golden light but a blood-red blood light. There are rumors of 7 colors on the heavenly steel, corresponding to the 7 luminaries. It's actually true. The surrounding people were all shocked, and those who had been meditating were also startled awake, and after comprehending the situation, were left speechless. Lin Baichuan, Chu Hanwei, and others were astonished, with Lin Baichuan's eyes almost bulging out, watching the scene in disbelief. The all heavens leave their names, and at that supreme position, a red blood name, with an air of looking down upon all beings, took its place on the steel, and its characters seemed larger and more eye-catching than others. His name. Lin Qingyue stared blankly at the scene, her eyes gradually lighting up, her gaze landing on the silhouette before the heavenly steel. Kai Guang, Hao Yue Saint's son, Lin Shuhai, and others were all stunned as well, although they had anticipated Li Hao would most likely produce the golden light 3 flashes and shock the audience. They never expected an unprecedented bloodlight. In this heavenly steel's test, the Tao scrutinizes the individual's body, being able to discern the hidden details within. Could it be that the opponent had another breakthrough during this period? How is this possible? A noble-looking young man in the crowd also revealed shock on his face. Was such strength capable of suppressing many semi-saints and directly invoke a blood word? Another lady, with the air of a descended goddess, her face's cold sneer and arrogance also froze, somewhat lost in thought. How is this possible? My master in the past also only had golden light 3 flashes, but he is a supreme saint. The lady murmured to herself. The names on the heavenly steel, only kept for 1,000 years, many saints' names left when they were young have long since vanished. It's actually blood light, the rumors are actually true. Somebody said in shock. While the surroundings were boiling with excitement, Li Hao's eyes held a bit of bewilderment. He had just seen a blood-red light projection enter his sea of consciousness, accompanied by a rich Taoist charm, that in his mind turned into a small bell-like ripple. Touching it with his thoughts, the bell resonated, the sound vibrating like the chanting of the Tao, making him feel as if his entire blood was trembling. Waves of thought rose in his sea of consciousness, and in an instant, it seemed as if countless thoughts flooded his mind. Li Hao recovered his senses and was secretly astonished. That red gleam turned into a small bell, having resonated once, seemed to give him a chance similar to a sudden insight. His sea of consciousness was filled with Taoist charm. If at this moment he were to meditate for cultivation, or comprehend a certain cultivation technique, it would certainly be twice as effective with half the effort. This was as if the thunder of the Tao was condensed into a bell, ringing within his sea of consciousness for him. But the thunder of the Tao is nurtured by heaven and earth. Emerging from the Tao, what kind of being could gather, refine, and seal it within the sea of consciousness? Li Hao could not afford to ponder further, as the moment was an excellent opportunity for cultivation. Whether he was contemplating the chess Tao, artistic path, it would lead to substantial gains. He withdrew from the proximity of the heavenly steel, went outside, and sat down with legs crossed, his entire body propping up a barrier. Outside the heavenly steel, Lin Baichuan, Chu Hanwei, and the rest came back to their senses, thinking of approaching Li Hao to offer their congratulations, yet seeing him sitting down and meditating right after validation, as if having some realization, his whole body exuding a dense Taoist charm, they involuntarily stopped in their tracks. Others too noticed Li Hao's body flickering with Taoist charm, clearly in the midst of contemplation. Heavenly Steel's name inscription, could it also lead to sudden insight? The people seeing this were all astonished. If one had a moment of sudden insight during battle or after a great war, they would not find it strange. But just by leaving a name, to also have an insight, seemed too exaggerated. This, holding back the intention to inquire, seeing Li Hao cultivating, they could only stop for the moment. Beside Li Hao, barriers enveloped him, Tao sounds vibrated in the sea of consciousness, revealing Taoist charm that encircled like clouds and rosy light. His peerless figure, amidst the faint dust, became even more transcendent, capturing the focused attention of onlookers. As Li Hao closed his eyes in contemplation, discussion stirred outside, everyone watching the blood words atop the heavenly steel in awe, and frequently glancing towards the youth. Rumors from the past shined into reality. The 7th color actually appeared on the heavenly steel. It was said that in the ancient and distant eras, blood glows had appeared, but sadly, names on the heavenly stele only last a millennium and have long vanished. My master mentioned that there were such records from ancient times. After countless ages, to actually witness it reappear, isn't this too exaggerated? All Saints number 1? Could it be in this pride of heaven battle, that he will be the first? Talents from various realms were discussing in hushed tones, their expressions both shocked and solemn. No wonder my master values him so much. Lin Baichuan and Chu Hanwei finally realized just how capable Li Hao was. The heavenly stele directly scrutinizes one's true nature, revealing any hidden tricks. Li Hao's ability to elicit the blood glow is historic, indicating he might have reached the pinnacle within the Daola realm. Soon, the sensational news here silently spread out through secret messages to the all-heavens battlefield. In various holy lands, this news of unexpected change was received, and upon hearing it, many holy lands were shaken. The highest presence leaving a name, the bloodshade mentioned in rumors, Haoshan? Who is this? Never heard before. Haoshan? Could it be that Haoshan from the Kanglan realm? Information from Featherbird Tower just mentioned, that person has mastered 8 extremes, from universal force to 4 stands realm, all cultivated to extreme realm perfection. In a battle in Kanglan realm, unveiled the eternal Dao domain, 360 layers of Dao domains overlaid. Such a monster, no wonder he topped the heavenly stele, never expected the emergence of bloodlight, an event unseen in 10,000 years. Upon investigation, many holy lands came to know some facts about Haoshan. From 10 years ago, coming from the mortal world, surviving assassination by a void saint, vanishing from public view, to gaining fame in Kanglan, defeating Buddha child, and suppressing heavenly prides etc. Everyone was startled. Unknowingly the land of all saints had such a dazzling rising star. Heavenly stele topping, the highest presence leaving a name, such sensational deeds swiftly imprinted the name Haoshan in many saints' eyes from numerous holy lands. Upper 3 realms, heavenly origin realm, within the Law sect sacred land. Heavenly stele blood words, it even suppressed Brother Wu Tian. Brother Wu Tian's double gold light, the first in a millennium, there was hope for him to be first in this supreme battle, but that person had blood words. Inside the Holy Land, news spread, and many were discussing in hushed tones. On a strictly governed giant peak, towering majestically located at the edge of La Heaven's sacred peak of the La sect sacred land, one of the 7 peaks, also a divine peak inhabitable only by saints. At this moment, atop the peak there were several statues, all depicting a young, handsome man. The youth in the statues was sitting cross-legged in an open-air Dao platform cultivating. Outside the Dao platform were many cushions. This was a saint's dojo. To be able to sit solemnly in the main seat of the saint's dojo indicated the youth's identity was extraordinary. Not just any saint's direct disciple could do this, and his identity wasn't limited to just this. He was the reincarnated body of this holy mountain's original master. A swift sparrow flew in, landing outside the Dao platform, transforming into a woman in feathered garments, kneeling and whispering. The youth, hearing this, opened his eyes, within which silver light suddenly appeared, resembling turning pages of scholarly scriptures. Blood words. Wu Tian's eyes subtly moved, looking up at the high heavens, where inside the battlefield at the high heavens top, a pride of the heavens was becoming widely known. He quietly contemplated for a moment, then lightly smiled. Although the heavenly stele can probe one's base, it can only detect the physical body, and Taoist charm, skills and realm levels are hard to measure. This child has 8 extremes, no wonder. Physical body and Taoist charm, that is cultivation realm, managing to cultivate out 8 extremes within merely 1,000 years, eliciting blood words also seemed justified. However, being able to comprehend the 6th extreme realm, it seems that within these 1,000 years, that ancient hall will be announced to the world, and secrets regarding the land of all saints will also be unveiled. His eyes flickered with light, ancient past life memories surfaced, but quickly subsided. He pondered briefly, then stood up, deciding it was better to see with his own eyes. Though much of his memories from previous lives had awakened, at this moment his heart was still dominated by the reincarnated body, not entirely of saint's heart, thus could not avoid some worldly mundane thoughts, also going to join in the excitement. Another holy land, Source Ancestor sacred land, inside a grotto heaven. 2 figures sat cross-legged in front of a stone wall, one figure with white beard and hair, with an air of immortal and scholar, eyes slightly lowered, eyes closed as if in deep sleep. The other figure sat below on steps, appearing in his early 20s, very young, face full of vitality, yet his expression revealed a calmness beyond his years, intently observing the mural, deeply comprehending cultivation. Suddenly, the white-haired elder opened his eyes, within which seemed to pass stars and moons, deep and calm. Blood words again. Which old fellow's reincarnated avatar has come to join this commotion? The white-haired elder muttered to himself. His eyes sparkled, stirring up some sealed memories. In memory a startling figure appeared. Body surrounded by thunder, making peers of the same generation unable to lift their heads. But that figure had vanished many years ago. Could it be that person's reincarnation? His eyes subtly flickered, glancing at the youth engrossed in comprehending the mural. A smile appeared on his face. He did not say anything. However, the youth seemed to sense something. Eyes turning towards his master, softly said, "Master, your aura just fluctuated. Could something significant have occurred?" For his master's aura to have a slight disturbance, that must be an extraordinary event. The old man with white hair smiled, his aura fluctuating not because of the monster that inscribed its name on the heavenly steel but due to the reminiscence of a scene 10,000 years ago. "No harm, although you did not leave your name on the heavenly steel. You must possess the posture of the golden light 3 flashes. Continue to comprehend the celestial monument. This pride of heaven battle might just have the opponent you're anticipating," the old man said with a smile. The young man was momentarily stunned, his eyes lighting up slightly. He knew that his master must have learned of some monster's news. However, he didn't ask further, knowing they would meet in due time. His cultivation was not spurred by the stimulation of others. His goal was not within his peers but to become a saint. And not just any saint but a supreme saint, aspiring to debate and compete with those saints in the future. Meanwhile, in many holy lands, numerous figures came out of seclusion. Some saint heirs did not go to the all-heavens battlefield, not caring about leaving their name on the heavenly steel or revealing their fame too soon. Some were low-key, some arrogant, disdaining to follow the crowd. But now, hearing of the tremor on the heavenly steel, the emergence of an anciently rare blood word, someone being listed at the top. This provoked many saint heirs to feel the urge to compete and to see who was so audacious. As figures flooded into the all-heavens battlefield, in an instant, this battlefield without war had become bustling. Inside the Sword Ancestor Holy Land, Sword Saint, having received the news, couldn't help but look towards the young girl sitting and cultivating in the courtyard. Her face was indifferent, seemingly unemotional, deeply engrossed in comprehension, surrounded by blooming and withering flowers, as if hosting the power of time. This phenomenon's faint force caught Sword Saint's eyes, making him increasingly satisfied with his disciple. Having reached the peak in this life, awaiting her reincarnation, to make up for the shortcomings of the heaven and earth law manifestation extreme realm, she was destined to reach the top, to eventually become the third saint of the Sword Ancestor Holy Land. Just, upon thinking of the news he had just learned, Sword Saint let out a sigh within his heart. But then he thought that even if his disciple was on a different path from that young man, in the future, she might not necessarily be inferior, unable to catch up now, but in the next life, she would surely stand alongside him. Thinking such thoughts stretched his mood much more comfortably. With a slight smile, he closed his eyes and didn't disturb the other. Within the Buddhist Holy Land, inside a secluded Buddha hall, the twin Buddha child was in seclusion, comprehending with interchanging powers surrounding him. He originally planned to follow the path of great accomplishment, step into the Supreme Saint realm in one go, but now a heart demon had arisen. Without overcoming this tribulation, integration would be challenging. He had to abandon his foundation, no longer seeking that perfection. In doing so, his current power did not diminish but instead increased. Returning to the path of his previous life, the embryonic form of the saint path was emerging, soon to step into the half-saint realm. When the time comes, swallowing the accumulated incense fire would enable him to become a saint at any moment. However, in the Supreme Genius battle, becoming a saint would mean losing the qualification to participate in the battle. Therefore, he did not plan to become a saint before that, first cultivating to the extreme limit just below that of a saint, waiting to slay the monster, then rebuild and reincarnate. This life was destroyed, he harbored hatred in his heart, but if he could slay that person, eradicate his heart demon, the next life would definitely be much easier, even without the need to use an incarnation to cross the mortal tribulations again. Outside the Buddha hall, Buddha Venerate sensed the cultivation of the twin Buddha child, sadly sighing within his heart. Waiting for another life, who knows what changes will occur. Upon thinking of the recently acquired news, a cold hint flashed in the bottom of his compassionate eyes, but soon it was retracted. He once fed his body to eagles, simply because the eagles could help him become a Buddha, and to shed the cumbersome mortal body, feeding the eagles to be reborn. Now that he had become Buddha venerate, wearing the kasaya, naturally, he did not wish to suffer further losses. The Buddhist path has 3,000 scrolls, each scroll cultivating oneself. Since it's about self-cultivation, if the self suffers damage, it's naturally to suppress it with Buddhist law, ensuring its removal. He contemplated with this gaze, then suddenly vanished from outside the Buddha hall. Following that, an incarnation manifested and darted out, crossing the Kanglan realm, heading to the Cloud realm. In the all-heavens battlefield, as time passed, more and more figures gathered outside the heavenly steel. Many people came upon hearing the news, wanting to see if the messages were true. When they saw those two bright red characters on the heavenly steel, they were astonished. Seeing with their own eyes, the shock was more authentic than the news. Those two characters seemed to suppress all heavens, causing all monsters within the 33 realms to appear dim under their crimson glow. Haoshan, those unaware would think the heavenly steel was originally named Haoshan steel. This name takes center stage. In the coming 1,000 years, probably no one will not know it. Who is this person? What's their background? Why haven't we ever heard of them? Such an unknown fame. Many people were inquiring and discussing. Although Li Hao's name rose markedly following the battle in the Kanglan realm, most were unaware. But now, his name inscribed on the steel, unprecedented through the ages, instantly made Li Hao's fame explode, known by countless people, as if like lightning, suddenly appearing in their sight. Amidst the noisy discussions, Li Hao was seated cross-legged on the open ground outside the heavenly steel. Countless probing eyes were blocked outside the barrier. Li Hao, taking advantage of the spirit light stirred up by the ringing of the heavenly Tao bell, comprehended cooking Tao and artistic path. Both artistic skills had reached 9th stage but were not experience full. However, if he could preemptively grasp the state of mind and accumulate experience, he could reach perfection effortlessly, stepping in one stride. But comprehension of the artistic path turned out harder than he anticipated. Though many bright thoughts sparked, only a little understanding emerged. As Li Hao's mind turned and the spirit light was about to fade, he shifted to comprehending chess Tao. Playing against Hong Yue, his chess Tao experience was full at 7th stage, and now, under the pull of spirit light, many thoughts burst forth, giving Li Hao a feeling of breakthrough. Shortly, chess Tao experience broke through the bottleneck, reaching 8th rank. With the advancement of chess Tao 8th rank, his state of mind improved, and his artistic skill points also increased by +1. Li Hao felt joy in his heart. With the mindset of chess Tao, he could elevate his control Tao to stage 8. Now, his cooking Tao and artistic path were both at 9th stage, corresponding to 9th stage sword Tao and physical body Tao. For his other skills, he had yet to overcome the bottleneck of the 6th stage, except for 7th stage chess Tao. Li Hao planned to use the entire mindset of chess Tao to bolster his control Tao. Once he reached 9th stage control Tao and proclaimed the Tao law, probably then, with the 9th stage physical body complementing 9th stage control Tao, he might have a chance to comprehend the limits of Tao comprehension realm. With the eternal Tao domain already so fearsome, Li Hao could not help but harbor additional anticipation for the extreme realm of Tao comprehension realm. This little bell seems like it can still be struck. Li Hao examined the red bell in his mind, his eyes flickering. He had come casually and left his name nonchalantly, not expecting such a good fortune to come his way. This was something that others probably didn't know. As his control Tao advanced to the 8th rank, a flurry of complex messages poured in, and Li Hao once again immersed himself in comprehension and assimilation. After a long time, once Li Hao had fully digested and absorbed everything, and his power in control Tao had risen to a new level, he opened his eyes and saw countless gazes focused on him. The number of people here had actually increased 4 to 5-fold from before, crowded like a bustling marketplace with many figures. Besides the saint heirs from the Holy Lands, many other slightly lesser heavenly prides seemed to have also arrived. Li Hao took a quick glance and saw thousands of people. The Holy Lands of the 33 realms, no matter how they gathered, couldn't possibly amass so many saint heirs. Li Hao saw many gazes directed at him and immediately understood. He looked up to see the heavenly steel in front of him. Previously, he hadn't paid close attention. Now, he saw many heavenly prides also inspired by a competitive spirit, continuously leaving their names. And on the heavenly steel, blue and green lights flickered from time to time. Whenever a green light emerged, it would elicit some sneers from the crowd. The green light represented powerful figures within the Daola realm. Although not on the same level as Saint Heirs and Heavenly Prides, within the Divine Dynasty, they were definitely revered monsters. But here, they seemed somewhat out of place. Li Hao smiled slightly. Seeing so many people gathered, he wasn't bothered, but his eyes lit up with excitement. Li Hao released the barrier, and upon looking beyond it, he saw Hong Yue standing anxiously with Lin Qingyue beside her, slightly shielding her from many gazes. This was the dangerous all-heavens battlefield. With her cultivation not yet reaching the heavenly human realm, she felt like a lamb here and dared not leave Li Hao's side on her own. While Li Hao was in seclusion, she felt as if time dragged on like torture. Those gazes that converged on her could easily probe the depth of her cultivation. Although she didn't care, the casual glances from those Saint Heirs and Heavenly Prides felt like a mountain pressing down on her, causing her heart to race. So many people. Xian also noticed the multitude of figures around her and expressed her astonishment, always appearing as if she had never seen the world. Li Hao, however, smiled. He took out ink, brush, and paper from the heaven and earth space and said to Hong Yue, "I've put you to trouble. Help me grind the ink." Hong Yue saw that Li Hao's cultivation had ended and let out a great sigh of relief, feeling as if a tremendous weight had been lifted. Those inadvertent glances that had swept over her body no longer felt oppressive. Standing beside Li Hao, it seemed as if everything was shielded by the young man before her. She experienced an unprecedented sense of security. With a smile on her face, she agreed with a soft reply and went forward to grind the ink diligently with her bare hands. "I'll help you lay out the paper," Xian said enthusiastically, shifting from her position on Li Hao's wrist. Hong Yue, seeing Li Hao's blank paper, asked curiously, "Young master can also paint?" "I have some understanding." Once the ink was ready, Li Hao began to paint. So many Heavenly Prides had hurried here, which was perfect for gaining experience. Lin Qingyue had seen Li Hao's paintings before, but now she couldn't help but quietly approach and concentrate on watching. A majestic steel trace appeared, and Lin Qingyue immediately knew Li Hao was painting the heavenly steel. As the brush and ink delineated the form, the heavenly steel gradually appeared on the paper. Once the painting of the steel was finished, Li Hao suddenly saw a rich experience prompt leap before his eyes. Li Hao counted, and there were 210,000, equivalent to half of the experience of a 3 calamities saint. Li Hao was astonished. Could this heavenly steel actually provide so much experience? He had painted landscapes before, even if they were wondrous and perilous sights. The experience they brought was meager and at most comparable to the experience gained from the 3 immortal realms. This heavenly steel really wasn't ordinary. Li Hao thought of the Dao Sound red bell in his mind, his eyes slightly flickering, and his thoughts reined back in as he started painting the scenery around the steel. Thunder rumbled, Taoist charm emerged, and the surrounding Heavenly Prides were enveloped. As the images of one Heavenly Pride after another emerged, experience prompts continuously appeared before Li Hao's eyes. Some were as little as 7 to 8,000, others 2 to 10,000. Li Hao painted with focus, and as he wielded his brush, the length of the scroll kept extending, like a painting of a 1,000-mile landscape capturing the varied postures, expressions, and auras of numerous figures. Hong Yue stood by, her beautiful eyes gradually widening, her face revealing an unmistakable surprise. She thought Li Hao's some understanding was just a superficial hobby, but she hadn't expected that in the field of painting, his skill was even more outstanding than his chess talent. She was adept in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting, and although the foremost in chess, her painting skills were also considerable. How could she not see that Li Hao's work was on par with top masters, and each brushstroke created a masterpiece? "This painting is a unique wonder of all heavens," Hong Yue murmured to herself. In this painting of numerous heroes by the heavenly steel, not only were the majesty and Taoist charm of the steel portrayed, but the heavenly prides of all heavens were also depicted realistically in their expressions and bearing, making it a single work that allowed one to appreciate the ultimate elegance of this moment. What is that person doing? It looks like he's painting, with a maidservant grinding ink. Could it be that he considers this place a leisurely spot for a stroll and even brought his personal maidservant along? Painting? Are you kidding? The crowd was astonished, craning their necks to see, but felt that the other party was just showing off. Hearing these discussions, Hong Yue felt annoyed but could only sigh inwardly. These heavenly prides strive in their cultivation, looking down on arts like music, chess, calligraphy, and painting, but they couldn't even compare to this young master in the realm of cultivation. the gap between people really is vast. Li Hao was fully immersed. To paint so many heavenly prides together in one piece was indeed a great test of his skills. The painting emphasized not only details but also the whole, and even for those heavenly prides with only 7 or 8,000 experience points, Li Hao meticulously integrated them into the overall work. As the painting was completed, Li Hao felt a soreness throughout his body, but after stretching a bit, he quickly returned to feeling relaxed. He checked his experience of this painting had actually brought him a full 1.5 million experience points. Apart from the 210,000 experience contributed by the heavenly steel, the rest was all provided by these heavenly prides. There were 14 heavenly prides like Kai Guang and Lin Shuhai who could bring more than 30,000 experience each. And the liquor had also brought Li Hao more than 40,000 experience. Besides the liquor, there were 2 others who had nearly 50,000 experience. Such a rich bounty of experience, comparable to a semi-saint, or even stronger than some semi-saints. While Li Hao was astonished, he also couldn't help lamenting that among all heavens, there indeed was no lack of monsters. He didn't pay much attention to them, as his mind wasn't on these people. For the upcoming Supreme Genius battle, the Buddha Venerate and Void Saint would certainly target him and wouldn't just watch him become a saint. Apart from relying on Feng, he also needed to amass more strength himself. After all, Feng had already shown his hand, and the opponent might have strategies to guard against him. To contend with the power of a saint, one must either comprehend the final realm or reach the extreme realm of Wen Dao. Li Hao's eyes flickered with light. There were only about 5 months left, time was pressing. He moved his body a bit, then continued to paint another piece. Even though the experience gained from painting a second time would diminish, it would still be significant. Li Hao planned to do it all at once here, taking advantage of the gathering of these heavenly prides to max out his artistic path experience. With the previous assistance from Feng in his painting, he had already gained a substantial amount of experience, and now he was getting closer and closer to 9th rank perfection. Li Hao handed the painting to Xian, and then began to paint again. As Li Hao continued with the second painting, more and more people gathered around, discussing the matter. Lin Qingyue saw Li Hao engrossed in painting, completely oblivious to the surroundings, and couldn't help but think of the way Li Hao was in her courtyard, her lips curling into a smile. He was still the same as before, indifferent to everything around him. This guy always been the same. Kai Guang gazed at Li Hao's actions. He had intended to greet Li Hao, even though he had been defeated by him previously. He admitted that he was outskilled, and although angry, he knew it wasn't Li Hao's fault but his own weakness. Seeing Li Hao concentrating on his painting, he sensibly didn't go over to speak and remembered Li Hao's easygoing attitude in the previous qualification battle. The highest rank in Heaven's list, I thought he might enter the top 3 of all heavens, but it seems we have underestimated him. However, those few who haven't come to leave their names seem to disdain it. It's hard to say who'll win. Those few are reincarnated bodies. They were once saints, why would they care about this? True, the twin Buddha child didn't come either, only we are still fighting for fame. Those guys are already famous in their own right. The saint heirs from Kanglin realm discussed quietly. Hao Yue's saint son was silent. He once believed that his sun and moon Dao that connected heaven and earth would let him reach the utmost highs, to be the first among all heavens, but now after consecutive setbacks, he felt a bit lost inside. He couldn't understand Li Hao's sword Dao, but he could feel that it seemed to be a lot stronger than his sun and moon Dao. What kind of sword Dao would that be? He had been pondering this question for some time. Soon, Li Hao's second painting was also complete and he gained nearly another million experience. Seeing the artistic path experience nearing full completion, Li Hao's face revealed a smile, and then he began painting for the 3rd time. It was at this time, suddenly, a commotion could be heard from outside the crowd. It's the Green Deer King, he actually came. Somebody here is making a name for themselves. It seems they've caught his attention. Many people turned to look, their faces showing excitement, watching as a jade green dragon carriage slowly descended. On top of the dragon carriage were 7 or 8 maids, each with an exquisite figure, exceptionally beautiful, each with a demeanor second only to the saintesses of many holy lands, but even more elegant and stunning than many princesses of the divine dynasty. They fanned and served wine, attending to a young man in a green robe. This young man's robe was adorned with 2 deer antlers, looking exceedingly luxurious. Seeing this person, the crowd immediately made way. Compared to Haoshan, this person had long been established, already well known throughout all heavens. When his name spread, All heavens were once shaken because, more than 10 years ago, he had overpowered a semi-saint, causing one to cough up blood and eventually choose to rebuild in a reincarnated body. This event had made his fame resonate far and wide. Didn't the Green Deer King leave his name on the heavenly steel, the golden light flashing twice? I heard he's not a reincarnation of a saint. Yes, that's the monster from the mixed heaven sacred land. This time in the Supreme Genius battle, it's said he has hopes of taking first place. The crowd buzzed with discussion, their eyes gleaming, seemingly thinking there was excitement to be seen. The Green Deer King walked down from the dragon carriage, his eyes calm, sweeping across the crowd, and immediately saw a few familiar figures, including Wu Tian from the Law Sect Sacred Land. He smiled faintly, but his gaze then landed in a spot where a young figure was painting peacefully amidst the fragrance of rosy sleeves. Their gazes met, and the Green Deer King knew that this was the person whose reputation had recently shook all heavens. Smiles appeared on both their faces. Li Hao also wore a brilliant smile, looking like he was eyeing a plump lamb. Another one to deliver artistic path experience, shining with golden light twice? That must be hefty and experience indeed. Li Hao immediately picked up his brush and buried himself in painting. Soon, as another figure was added outside the Heavenly Steel Group portrait, the Green Deer King also appeared in the painting, with the crowd in the painting making way, all showing a respectful demeanor towards him. After finishing the depiction, Li Hao also saw the experience prompt, a total of 55,000 experience points. You should know, Emperor Kangai, being a semi-saint, only had just over 40,000 experience points. This means that the youth before him has a tremendous suppressive force against the semi-saint, even able to win with ease. Amongst all heavens, to reach such a degree, one must be the pinnacle existence among monsters. No wonder it makes countless heavenly pride saint sons both respect and avoid him. Green Deer King glanced at Li Hao and then whirled towards the heavenly steel. The dignified servant girls following him all halted their steps. These servant girls were also to be of the Tao comprehension realm. Amidst the thunder and lightning outside the heavenly steel, Green Deer King arrived in front of the steel and reached out to leave his name. The Green Deer King is going to leave his name again? 10 years ago, he was Golden Light 2 Flashes. This time it should be even more terrifying. He can leave his name again? Under a saint, within 1,000 years, one can leave their name again. People were talking a lot, all gazing intently at that green silhouette. But they saw lightning gathering in the palm of Green Deer King, becoming increasingly bright, with countless silver threads of lightning interweaving and sparkling. At the same time, at the summit of the heavenly steel, a golden light slowly converged, followed by the golden light flickering, flashing twice in succession. After the light flickered, it quietly subsided. People snapped back to reality, both surprised and taken aback. They had thought that Green Deer King leaving his name again might result in Golden Light 3 Flashes, moving forward, and perhaps even elicit that dazzling red blood word, but it was still Golden Light 2 Flashes. Seeing this result, Green Deer King was also somewhat surprised, with a slight frown appearing on his brows, and then he seemed to think of something, with a trace of relief showing in his eyes. As it seems, Master was right. The heavenly steel can only probe the body and realm, unable to see the skill in Tao realm. As for experience in real combat and so on, that's even less of a consideration. Otherwise, there would be no need for comparison in the Supreme Genius battle. Everyone could come here to verify and rank themselves. In these 10 years, his skill has become more purified, Tao realm more profound, and although the extreme realm hasn't increased, wandering through several forbidden areas, his combat power has increased by a large margin. Seeing that the heavenly steel cannot verify this, he shook his head slightly, then turned and flew back to the crowd. My prince. Several servant girls quickly flocked to him, with their soft and delicate voices softly speaking. Green Deer King, born into a divine dynasty's royal family, has been uninterested in royal power since childhood, devoted to cultivating martial arts, and after being apprenticed to a teacher in a holy land, he took the leisurely position of a prince. Although he is a prince, when the emperor brothers within the divine dynasty see him, they have to tremble with intimidation, showing utmost civility. That dragon throne and harem, if he wants to sit, he sits, if he wants to enter, he enters. Although not an emperor, he is above the emperors. Green Deer King didn't pay attention to the servant girls around him. His gaze fell on the teenager not far away, seeing that the other party was buried in painting, seemingly completely indifferent to his performance, and a faint trace of coldness emerged in his eyes. Leaving a blood word, suppressing all heavens, He doesn't like someone standing above him. But without a doubt, the teenager's body and realm are also extremely terrifying. Go, issue a challenge. I want to spar with him, Green Deer King instructed a woman beside him. This servant girl had a beautiful demeanor, and upon hearing the order, obediently agreed and then gracefully approached Li Hao. This young master, my prince wishes to spar with you for a bit, please accommodate us. The servant girl said with a smile. Li Hao continued painting without looking up and said, I'm busy. The smile on the servant girl's face slightly stiffened. She then whispered, my prince is the Green Deer King, the saint son of the mixed heaven sacred land in the universe. Young master, please don't make a mistake. Compared to the previous polite invitation, these words carried a hint of threat. Li Hao didn't respond. Hong Yue, grinding ink for Li Hao, seeing that he was focused on painting and could not be distracted, said, my young master is busy, you may leave now. The servant girl's expression changed slightly. If she failed to accomplish what Green Deer King had tasked her with, she would not end well when she returned. Seeing Hong Yue interject, her fair face turned cold as she said, what are you, a mere 15 Li realm servant girl? It's not your place to speak. A scolding, infused with the power of the laws, caused Hong Yue to feel her pupils constrict as a flood of shadows rushed towards her. A terrifying sensation as if her lungs were filled with a great volume of seawater, on the verge of suffocation. She felt as if her consciousness was about to split, fear and dread overwhelming her, as if she was about to be torn apart. HMPH, suddenly, a cold snort sounded, pulling Hong Yue's thoughts back to reality. The illusionary shadows before her dissipated. Hong Yue breathed heavily, her face turned pale, and dread appeared in her eyes as she looked at the female servant before her. A servant girl, who gave you the audacity to swagger about? Li Hao stopped painting, his eyes turning icy as he looked at the servant girl. His gaze had a sharp edge to it, and when the servant girl saw Li Hao's eyes, she suddenly felt a bright light flash before her, feeling as if her Tao thoughts were being severed, including her pupils and throat, all being sliced apart. Enveloped in the sensation of death, she opened her mouth slightly, face turned deathly pale, despair in her eyes, as if wanting to cry out for help, but with her throat being cut, she could not make a sound. Hee. What skill is there in bullying a servant? At this moment, a gentle and indifferent voice came over, as the Green Deer King approached. Li Hao shifted his look away from the servant girl and glanced at Green Deer King, saying, don't come asking for trouble. As his gaze moved away, the servant girl felt as though her severed throat could produce sound again, a feeling of being choked after suffocation, emitting a sound like retching, and then coming back to her senses with her face turning extremely unsightly. With just one look, she felt the threat of death itself. How terrifying this young man was. Oh, upon hearing this, the Green Deer King showed a smile, yet his eyes narrowed slightly. So you are Haoshan, do you think that because your name tops the highest, you can suppress all heavens? If you have such confidence, why not spar with me? Let me weigh your strength. Seeing the two arguing, all the onlookers turned their attention, showing expressions of surprise and interest. Is the Green Deer King going to clash with Haoshan? They wouldn't really start fighting here in advance, would they? Both of these two are hopeful to rank in the top 3 of all heavens. Doesn't this count as a preview of the decisive battle? However, the Green Deer King is a bit unwise. Haoshan can trigger the rare blood word, and he is only at the Golden Light second flash stage. The difference is too big. Although there are gaps in the rankings, it's not an absolute gap. The Heavenly Steel doesn't show skills in Tao realm. The Green Deer King reached the Golden Light second flash stage 10 years ago. His skills in Tao realm must be deeper now. Perhaps the Green Deer King is trying to gauge Haoshan's strength before the supreme competition begins among the heavenly prides. Many voices of discussion arose among the crowd. Kai Guang, Lin Shuhai, and others were also surprised and turned their attention to the brewing confrontation, eyes flickering with excitement. They did not know the Green Deer King, and although they were not familiar with Li Hao, after all, Li Hao came from Kanglan realm, and deep down, they somewhat hoped Li Hao would win. Upon hearing the Green Deer King's words, the coldness in Li Hao's eyes receded as he indifferently responded, measure me? You are not worthy. The Green Deer King couldn't help but laugh. Do you truly believe that just because your name is inscribed in the blood word, you can look down upon the universe? Since you regarded me unworthy, why not give it a try? Or do you only talk a good game? Li Hao did not take the ranking too seriously in his heart, but hearing the other party repeatedly mention the blood word, seemingly out of jealousy, he rather laughed and said, Why don't you leave a blood word inscription yourself? With those words, the Green Deer King's face suddenly stiffened, as if he swallowed a fly. No wonder you came from the lower realm. Do you really think the heavenly steel represents absolute combat power? It's just the blood word. I will definitely leave my name again within 1,000 years, and top it in the blood word. The Green Deer King said coldly with a flushed face, causing a stir in the crowd. After all, this was declared publicly. If he could not fulfill it, it would surely become a laughing stock in the future. Then we'll talk when you can leave your own blood word behind. Li Hao glanced at him once and then no longer paid attention. The Green Deer King nearly choked with anger, his face reddening, clenching his fists tight. Very well, let's see just how capable this blood word really is. As Li Hao was about to resume painting, the Green Deer King suddenly acted, a green light striking towards Li Hao's canvas. Li Hao's indifferent face immediately turned cold. You're seeking death. Li Hao looked up at his opponent, the sharpness in his eyes piercing through the green gleam. Then, he suddenly raised his hand and swung his brush, the ink carrying the power of the Tao domain. Eternal Tao domain. Boom. The Tao domain emerged in an instant, pressing down suddenly. The Green Deer King was prepared, likewise unleashing his Tao domain, revealing a striking 100 Tao domains, and also practicing a certain Taoist domain skill, condensing the 100 Tao domains into a special Tao domain, within which the universe emerged in many miraculous sights. Worldly Tao domain cultivation methods are extremely rare, owned only by top forces, but no matter what kind of Tao domain cultivation method, they all paled in comparison to the eternal Tao domain. This was the extreme realm. Any other Tao domain cultivation method was merely a poor imitation of it. In the blink of an eye, the Green Deer King's universe Tao domain shattered, and a vast force pressed down. With a heavy thud, the Green Deer King felt his throat sweeten as he spat out blood, that single drop of ink weighing as much as 10,000 jins, formed by the eternal Tao domain pressing down upon him. He retreated, his skin feeling burnt, rapidly cracking. One must know, being caught within an enemy's Tao domain was like a fish on a chopping board, at the mercy of the butcher. The Green Deer King's body erupted with green hair, his vestment robe emanating dazzling green light, clearly a treasure robe defending against the sword shadow law of the Tao domain. Simultaneously, a massive green deer phantom emerged behind him, an ancient bloodline, incredibly mysterious, its eyes opening to shoot out two beams of green light. This green light was like the power of a great Tao, containing killing power akin to a skill approaching the entering Tao level, aiming at Li Hao's Tao domain. However, he still underestimated the deterrence of the eternal Tao domain. Merely entering Tao with a skill was utterly unable to struggle within it. My heart is connected to the heavens, the Green Deer King suddenly roared, his body covered in green veins and cracks, epidermis bursting apart as he unleashed the power of several extreme realms. At the same time, he was also using the prototype of his saint path. This was the power of the half-saint level, now utterly deployed to break through Li Hao's Tao domain, to carve out a path to survival. But Li Hao remained unmoved, his expression indifferent as if he was a divine being sitting high above. One drop of ink on his brush and the power of the Tao domain suddenly intensified. Boom! The Tao domain crashed down, the saint path he vowed would reach the heavens also collapsed. The ground cracked, shaking thunderously, the Green Deer King completely suppressed by the eternal Tao domain, that one drop of ink like 10,000 mountains, resting on his chest, pressing him down to the ground. Prince! The surrounding maid servants were all in shock, calling out in urgency. At the same time, the power of the Tao domain extended, suppressing them too, rendering them immobile. The massive green deer phantom illusion behind the Green Deer King dissipated, and he lay prostrate on the ground, his face ugly to behold. The treasure light on his robe dimmed, completely suppressed by the laws of the Tao domain. The anticipated grand battle did not occur. The onlookers watched as the Green Deer King was suppressed in the blink of an eye, unable to move, and were all dumbfounded, then watched the scene in astonishment. The young man sat calmly, simply lifting his brush to splatter ink. That single drop of ink actually managed to suppress the Green Deer King. The ink drop suspended above his head twirled round and round, but everyone could see that the young man had condensed his power in this external object, using it to suppress the Green Deer King. The universe Tao domain of the Green Deer King, it just shattered in a blink of an eye. Is this the eternal Tao domain, the legendary 8th extreme realm? My God, I heard it takes cultivating 360 layers of Tao domain to condense it, And also some other insights are needed during the condensing of the extreme realm. It's very, very difficult to participate in the supreme genius battle, with just over a century of cultivation, to condense 360 layers of Tao domain in such a short time? Those gathered around the heavenly steel were all looking at this scene in shock. Although rumors were rife outside that Li Hao had 8 extreme abilities, the eternal Tao domain, they had only heard of, except for the likes of Kai Guang and the people of the Kanglan realm. No one had seen it with their own eyes. Now seeing Li Hao displaying it, they realized how terrifying the 8th extreme realm truly was. With just the might of his Tao domain, he suppressed the Green Deer King, and if he were to use other extreme realm powers, he would only be stronger. Those in the projection stone, suppressing many semi-saints with their Tao domain, this is the power of the 8th extreme realm. Among the crowd, some who had seen the projection stone, their eyes lit up with deep light, full of shock and fervor, and they also harbored the thought that they must cultivate the 8th extreme realm in this lifetime. As long as they spent a great amount of time, in their lifetime, it wasn't impossible to achieve. Even if it took 10 years to cultivate one layer of Tao domain, in 3,600 years, they should be able to cultivate it. Besides those old saints, this person is probably invincible among the younger generation. Someone whispered. Don't jump to conclusions too soon. There are a few who haven't made a move in a long time, and they are all participating in this battle. They will surely have made great progress. That's right, those few are from the Supreme Saint Gate, and they are reincarnations of saints themselves. The mention of those few made the expressions of others much more solemn. Although the Green Deer King was also from the Supreme Saint Gate, and the Mixed Heaven Sacred Land was a place of the Supreme Saint, he himself did not seem to be the reincarnation of a saint, which was the reason for his extremely high spirits. Aside from reincarnated saints, he saw himself as invincible. But at this moment, he was suppressed by Li Hao in a backhanded manner, his eyes turning bloodshot. If you like making a fool of yourself, then let me fulfill your wish. After suppressing the Green Deer King, Li Hao did not simply stop there. Since he was provoked, there was no reason he should let it go after a defeat. He stood up and walked towards the Green Deer King. A sudden flash of anger and shock appeared in the eyes of the Green Deer King. What are you doing? A chill rose in his heart. This was the All Heavens battlefield, where saints could not personally arrive. If the other party really did have a murderous intent towards him, even if later on his sect in the sacred lands took revenge for him, if his master took action for him, it would all be after the fact. At least at this moment he was utterly doomed. But he couldn't believe that Li Hao would be so crazy, to trade life for life. Indeed, Li Hao did not plan to kill him. For a subordinate that could be easily defeated, there was no need to provoke a supreme saint. He walked in front of the Green Deer King, turned around, and sat directly on his back. The physique ain't bad, more comfortable than the cushion I sit on. Li Hao said, and then addressed Hong Yun and Xian. Bring the brush, ink, paper, and canvas. I shall paint right here. Hearing Li Hao's words, everyone looked at him with ghost-like astonishment. Using the Green Deer King as a chair, sitting directly under him? The Green Deer King was almost driven mad with rage, roaring, by humiliating me like this, are you looking for death? I will not share the sky with you. Quiet, slap him. Li Hao said indifferently, the air seemingly condensed into a whip, abruptly lashing across the face of the Green Deer King. He wailed and became even more frenzied. Never in his life had he been subjected to such humiliation. Even his emperor brother, who ascended the throne and took control of the divine dynasty, had to be respectful and polite in front of him. The Green Deer King was maddened with rage. Being humiliated like this in public, he wished he could peel off his own skin and bury his head in the ground. But soon, he sobered up, repressing and controlling his emotions, teeth clenched, eyes reddened, thinking to himself, you're dead, you're definitely dead, after today I will kill you. His mind was full of such frenzied thoughts, but he restrained his expression, not continuing to talk tough to Li Hao. The other party dared to humiliate him like this. In case it provoked a murderous intent, it would be a huge loss for him. After the Green Deer King fell silent, the nearby people looking at the young man sitting on the Green Deer King's back, their gaze changed. Such a ruthless character, using the Green Deer King as a stool, was this the strength capable of leaving a blood word? The 8 extreme realm, it's so formidable, even a semi-saint like the Green Deer King is no match. 10 years have passed, the Green Deer King has become a semi-saint but was easily suppressed. This is just too terrifying. This humiliation heralds a death feud. Once these two become saints, There will likely be a great battle. However, it is difficult for saints to be killed. There may be battles erupting every day. Many were shocked. Such extraordinary monsters were indeed unrestrained in their actions. If it were someone else, they might have considered the Green Deer King's sect, and that supreme saint, and not dared to humiliate him so. Kai Guang watched silently for a moment, then thought, better stay away from this guy in the future. Previously in the Buddhist sect, daring to step on the saint air, and now in the presence of geniuses from various worlds, sitting astride the Green Deer King. Such an audacious act as the direct disciple of a supreme saint. Lin Shuhai silently glanced over and looked away, sighing softly. He felt that he was drifting further and further away from this young man. Lin Qingyue saw Li Hao sitting calmly, continuing his painting unfazed by the provocation. She had no intention to persuade him, although she was concerned about the Holy Land behind the Green Deer King. It was the other party who provoked first. If their sect meant to reason, they should be the ones to teach the Green Deer King a lesson. However, remembering that she was publicly defeated in the Sword Ancestor Holy Land, her thoughts grew silent. In the world's affairs, how many of the truly strong are there who really reason? If one always sought reason, faced with constant setbacks, how could they reach the pinnacle? She suddenly felt somewhat disinterested and sighed, transmitting her voice to Li Hao. The Green Deer King has the Mixed Heaven Sacred Land backing him. His master might seek revenge for him, you should be careful. Li Hao paused in his painting and glanced at her, seeing the concern hidden in her eyes. Li Hao chuckled and replied, "It's all right. Can't live in fear of death, accepting humiliation with servility. Some people, even if you convince them with reason, their underlying urge to kill and resentment will find no release, becoming even more fierce." Lin Qingyue fell silent and nodded slightly. Don't worry, to have even a bit of concern for such matters is a waste. Li Hao smiled, not wanting her to worry about him. Better to spend that energy on comprehension and cultivation. In life, who can avoid the worldly dust? Mountains don't avoid dust. Tall mountains never dodge the dust, that's how they become tall. Hearing Li Hao's comforting words, Lin Qingyu's face slowly broke into a smile, and she nodded her head. Li Hao sat on the back of the Green Deer King and focused on his painting. His artistic path experience was swiftly improving. At the same time, he painted the Green Deer King underneath him into the scroll again. Although the experience from the second painting diminished, it was still over 40,000. But in this second painting, the Green Deer King was no longer avoiding crowds nor the subject of awe, but was depicted crawling, utterly disheveled. While Li Hao painted quietly, whispers spread through the crowd, but the looks cast toward Li Hao carried much more wariness. When speaking of Li Hao, their voices subconsciously lowered. "Sire, you've been sitting long enough, haven't you? The Green Deer King only wanted to spar with you. Why humiliate him to such an extent?" As Li Hao finished his second painting, nearing full experience, several tall figures emerged from the crowd and approached him. At the forefront was a man with eyebrows sharp like swords and a proud stance, his eyes cold. He was now slightly softening the aloof expression often on his face, frowning at Li Hao. Li Hao looked up slightly and asked, "Who are you?" "Mixed Heaven Sacred Land's Zhao Feixing." The youth bowed, but his expression was cold. "Are you here to reason?" Li Hao asked. Zhao Feixing responded in a cold voice, "Everything is about reasoning." Li Hao smiled faintly and said, "He came to challenge me to a duel, I refused, and he directly attacked me. What does this behavior amount to?" Zhao Feixing was momentarily startled, his face changing slightly. The Green Deer King likes to challenge others, there was no malice intended. Li Hao continued, "I asked what does this behavior amount to?" Zhao Feixing fell silent. Li Hao was too lazy to lift his eyelids again and said, "If you don't want to end up like him, don't bother me." Reason? HMPH. Some people claim to reason, but in truth, they only do so when they are powerless. The Green Deer King is a disciple under the Supreme Saint Gate. You treat us this way, do you not regard the Mixed Heaven Sacred Land at all? After silence, Zhao Feixing took a deep breath and spoke. Li Hao knew that the other party had torn down that Fa Section 8 of hypocrisy. He sneered faintly and couldn't be bothered to waste more words with this kind of person. "Kneel," he uttered sharply as his Dao domain suddenly expanded, with a thunderous sound, bearing down on the three men. Zhao Feixing's face changed abruptly, shouting in alarm and anger, "How dare you?" Whether to intimidate one or several, Li Hao naturally dared. It wasn't that he was deliberately being arrogant, but some people, even if you treat them courteously, will still strike if they see something they dislike. First courtesy, then soldiers, soldiers bring death. Thump, thump, thump. 3 muffled grunts rang out, the ground cracked, and the 3 Saint-Heirs including Zhao Feixing were pinned to the ground, unable to move. We belong to the mixed heaven sacred land. Another saint beside them, angry and red-faced, began to speak. Before he could finish, suddenly sword chi shot out, piercing his mouth and shredding his tongue. Li Hao continued without turning his head, attending to his own affairs. Seeing 3 more individuals subdued by Li Hao, the distant crowd knew that there would be big troubles during the supreme genius battle of the mixed heaven sacred land's face would be swept the floor, and they would certainly seek ways to retaliate. Right or wrong, no one cared. A loss of face must be washed by blood. To leave one's name on the heavenly steel, to suppress the direct disciples of the mixed heaven supreme saint, this man is simply mad. I dared to kick the royal family of the divine dynasty and abduct their princess, but that's because my backing is a holy land, a saint. Who is behind him? I've heard that the thief saint has close ties with him. Thief saint? What's that worth? Before the mixed heaven sacred land, unless other supreme saints intervene. It's just the younger generation sparring. The supreme saints may not personally get involved. Years ago, that dragon clan Saint-Heir even killed a mixed heaven sacred land's Saint-Heir, but neither of their masters made a move. That Green Deer King provoked first. In my opinion, he got what he deserved. I thought I was brazen enough, but I didn't expect to see someone even more brazen than me. Many whispered among themselves. Li Hao finished his 3rd painting, and his experience value was finally full. Next, by comprehending the artistic path heart realm, he could transcend the mundane and reach the 10th stage, entering Saint. Li Hao did not continue painting but packed away his pen and scroll into the heaven and earth space, and then stretched lazily. The surrounding murmurings drifted into his ears, but Li Hao simply shook his head. In this life, if one wishes to live in peace, there are only 2 paths. First is to become strong, and second is to learn to bow. But no matter which path one takes, none can be said to be absolutely safe. After all, many strong individuals also get killed or provoke even stronger adversaries. Bowing one's head to avoid trouble can also attract insatiable greed from others. For tranquility, one must let fate decide. In this all-heavens battlefield, the saints cannot enter. If push comes to shove, Li Hao might as well abandon the incense fire of the supreme genius battle. Thinking of these, Li Hao looked at the Green Deer King beneath him, smiled slightly, and said, "You will keep me company in the coming days." The Green Deer King was stunned. His expression suddenly changed. "What are you planning to do?" Li Hao ignored him and turned towards Lin Qingyue, saying, "I will wander around. You should continue to practice diligently, and hopefully, we will meet again." Lin Qingyue nodded, whispering softly, "Take care." Li Hao looked towards the crowd including Lin Baichuan and others. He felt quite fond of Feng's direct disciples, treating them almost like family. He then telepathically communicated, "I will wander around, let us part ways here." The faces of Lin Baichuan and the others were complex. Li Hao's performance had shocked them, but now that they have provoked the mixed heaven sacred land, even their master couldn't protect them. Bidding farewell to acquaintances, Li Hao returned Xian to his wrist, then unleashed a surge of power, bringing along Hongyue. At the same time, he said to the seated Green Deer King, "If you don't want to be humiliated here, then let's go. Follow my lead." The Green Deer King blushed with shame. Was Li Hao treating him as a mount? He was a heavenly pride, a member of the human race. But Li Hao's words stirred him. He wasn't afraid of Li Hao taking him to a remote place to kill him. After all, if something happened to him, no matter if Li Hao was to blame or not, it would fall on his head. With countless pairs of eyes watching, Li Hao couldn't escape. With a grim face, he carried Li Hao on his back, guided by Li Hao's telepathic instructions, and flew towards the heavenly steel, leaving the crowd gathered around it. After leaving near the heavenly steel, Li Hao casually ordered the Green Deer King to move forward. He had no specific purpose, he just wanted to roam around, unfamiliar with this all-heavens battlefield. Many who saw Green Deer King carrying Li Hao were dumbfounded. The opponent was completely under Haoshan's control, previously arriving on a dragon-drawn carriage, noble without equal, but now reduced to a defeated follower, serving as a mount being ridden away. This incident quickly spread, even to the mixed heaven sacred land. As the news spread far and wide, Li Hao and the Green Deer King reached a lonely peak. Here, they paused to rest. This place was very far from the heavenly steel. Attempts by others to follow were deterred by the sword Li Hao casually waved back, and they dared not pursue further. Artistic path. Sitting atop the Green Deer King, Li Hao's thoughts drifted to the artistic path. Only the state of mind was left. His mind returned to the Tao sound red bell in his sea of consciousness. He had previously felt that the red bell could still resonate. At the moment, his thoughts gently touched it, and instantly the bell buzzed again, vibrating out bursts of Taoist charm. This Taoist charm pulled at Li Hao's thoughts, causing a surge like countless spirit lights gathering, and the Taoist charm of the surrounding heaven and earth also clustered near him. Hong Yue couldn't feel the Taoist charm and only felt Li Hao's body becoming ethereal, transcendent, as if an immortal who could ascend to the clouds at any moment. Meanwhile, the Green Deer King under Li Hao felt it profoundly. His eyes widened suddenly. Was this a moment of sudden insight? Just by sitting, the opponent had an insight. He was somewhat astonished, disbelieving. But the Taoist charm gathering around Li Hao was indeed real. He suddenly felt angry, even wondering if it was because he carried the opponent that the opponent's thoughts changed, leading to the insight. Li Hao felt the surge of his thoughts and immediately seized the opportunity, focusing his thoughts on the insights of the artistic path. Memories of numerous artistic path techniques emerged in his mind, including spontaneously created paintings. Including previous discussions with Zhan Tan over several months, the paintings drawn in front of the heavenly steel just now, and the heavenly pride map within the sword ancestors' sacred land. Li Hao's spirit calmed, he closed his eyes and pondered. After a very long time, Li Hao reopened his eyes, the surrounding Taoist charm gradually fading, the gathered spirit lights also vanishing. Li Hao gained a deeper understanding of the artistic path, but it seemed he still hadn't touched the Tao heart realm. The insight brought by the Tao sound red bell was slightly inferior to a natural insight, but still, these thoughts deeply enlightened Li Hao. Painting is not just about brushes, ink, paper, and inkstone, not just about external looks and charm. It's hard to paint the soul beneath the skin and bones. Previously, he had only achieved the level of painting the bones, not yet truly touching the soul. Li Hao breathed out lightly, feeling his thoughts wearying. He massaged his brow to relieve his spirit. Above him, countless stars shone down, dazzling and exceedingly beautiful. Li Hao's mood instantly relaxed. He looked up at the vast starry sky, feeling the immense expanse of the cosmos. This all-heavens battlefield, located above the 33 realms, was very close to the all-heavens stars. From a distance, it seemed possible to see the mottled craters on these stars. What a beautiful scene! Li Hao muttered to himself. Suddenly, a flicker of recognition crossed his mind, a flash of spiritual light passing through. This strand of spirit light contemplation has nothing to do with the artistic path, nor has it to do with the recent enlightenment, but it occurred to Li Hao suddenly thinking about the matter of the qi channels. Previously, condensing qi channels outside the body resulted in a huge consumption and they were easily severed in battle, rendering all previous efforts wasted. Qi channels are like rootless duckweed, drifting outside the body, but what if a foundation could be found for these qi channels? Li Hao looked at the starlight of all heavens. No matter how he moved, the starlight fell on his body evenly unless he found something to cover it. If the qi channels could be like this starlight of all heavens, reflecting on oneself and connecting to each other. Li Hao's eyes flickered, murmuring to himself. His idea was somewhat terrifying, and he faintly conceived the thought. If the qi channels could reflect the stars of all heavens, connecting the qi channels to the myriad stars, perhaps he could find a foundation? What kind of power would it bring if the qi channels were like light, reflecting across the sky? The more Li Hao thought about it, the brighter his eyes became. Although it seemed unbelievable, breaking limits required transcending norms. He quieted his mind and carefully sensed the stars above his head. But these stars were too distant, and although his perceptive power and divine traveling both reached the extreme realm, he still could not reach the stars. Whoosh! The primordial spirit flew out from the top of Li Hao's head, rushing towards the high heavens. While the divine soul has range limitations and if it exceeds the range and loses connection with the original body, it becomes a lone soul, which even if it reconnects with the body, results in severe energy damage. However, the primordial spirit is different. It can endure the burning of fierce suns, permanently leaving the physical body. At this moment, the primordial spirit flew straight towards a star above. As he got closer, Li Hao instantly felt a penetration power in the starlight. If it weren't for the transformation of the divine soul into the primordial spirit, immune to the fierce sun's assaults, the penetrating light from this star right now could have damaged his primordial spirit. But now, the light from the star, instead, became energy absorbed by the primordial spirit, which kept climbing higher and higher. Until the star, as big as a silver plate, gradually filled the primordial spirit's field of view, extremely vast, and then it stopped. The primordial spirit had to stop, for ahead was a barrier blocking the way. This barrier was thick, like a wall of all Tao, far more sturdy than the barriers of minor worlds. Li Hao was stunned, faintly recalling certain legends. This might be the sky screen? And that star, behind the sky screen, unreachable. Li Hao manipulated the primordial spirit, trying to break through the sky screen. The primordial spirit gathered power, condensed into a sword, and fiercely slashed at the sky screen, attempting to tear an opening. But the sword light was brilliant. Upon hitting the sky screen, it dissipated like a speck of dust. Li Hao's heart trembled. This sky screen was not only solid but also contained some kind of power that could nullify laws and disperse the Grand Tao. Defiantly, he wielded only Mi swordsmanship and slashed out again. With a bang, the sky screen seemed slightly to tremble, but the sword chi still vanished like light smoke, causing no damage whatsoever. Li Hao's heart became resolute, and he faintly smiled bitterly. This was his strongest attack, yet it could not inflict any damage on the sky screen. It seems, was this thought just my delusion? Li Hao's eyes flickered. His primordial spirit stood near the sky screen, gazing at that star, but he could only see its outline, unable to feel anything, all perception being blocked by the sky screen. Li Hao focused for a moment, then suddenly felt inspired. If the primordial spirit cannot touch it, but its light is able to shine down, it means there are some things not even the sky screen can block. Li Hao's eyes suddenly brightened, and he called back his primordial spirit, his eyes then radiating a brilliant silver light. Transform to immortal. Li Hao planned to integrate with heaven and earth through transform to immortal to sense those myriad stars. As the silver light radiated, his entire head of black hair transformed into bright silver, his body emitting an ancient aura akin to a banished immortal. Silver strands fluttered, heaven and earth power gathered into his body, as if time did not erode. The Green Deer King felt the suddenly surging momentum on his back, filled with resentful and murderous thoughts, startled, and when his perception covered it, he saw the anomaly of Li Hao's body and couldn't help feeling shocked. At this moment, this power seemed to draw the tremendous power of heaven, imposed onto one body, even not inferior to the previous eternal Tao domain. If this power were to deploy the eternal Tao domain again, it would undoubtedly be even more formidable. He hadn't used his full strength before. The Green Deer King's heart was shocked, having rarely lost from childhood, now considering himself nearly invincible under the saints, but the youth in front of him refreshed his perception again. As heaven and earth power was drawn, in the blink of an eye, Li Hao entered the complete state of transform to immortal. His whole body contained terrifying power enough to destroy mountains and rivers, including his fluttering hair, as if possessing the power to sweep across forests, yet this powerful aura was restrained, as Li Hao shifted his focus into heaven and earth. His vision changed, seeing many energies in heaven and earth like cotton fluff, like snowflakes. He looked up and saw the myriad stars overhead. The light they cast looked like straight and brilliant intersecting paths, shining unusually like divine radiance. He projected his mind towards the highest, arriving in front of the sky screen this time, feeling it no longer repelled him, his mind easily passing through the sky screen to the outside. Suddenly, a bone-chilling wind attacked him, like the cold depths of the sea, threatening to engulf and destroy his mind. Li Hao's heart was resolute, and he quickly withdrew his mind, not straying too far from the sky screen. Despite this, he still felt constantly on the verge of falling into an abyss. But at this moment, Li Hao truly saw the stars overhead, truly felt the existence of these stars. However, what made Li Hao's eyes widen in disbelief was that these stars were not the stars he had understood in his past life, nor were they planets, Buddha painting. Indeed, these celestial stars overhead, vast like a silver plate, turned out to be a painting. A painted sky full of stars. Contained within was a terrifying law power, as if an aggregation of billions of cosmic laws. These were not real stars, but stars within a painting, conjured up by the laws. Li Hao was shocked, somewhat dazed. Even though this was an otherworld, where the structure of heaven and earth is somewhat different, Li Hao's basic understanding from his previous life told him real stars should never be like this. These constructions condensed by laws appeared to be man-made. Could it be that all these myriad stars were created by someone? Whoever created these stars, what kind of existence could they possibly be? Li Hao couldn't even begin to imagine. He remained stunned for a long while before regaining his senses, then he realized this was not what he should be contemplating at the moment. The stars created by the condensation of laws were now shining brightly, casting their luminous glow directly through the canopy of the sky, illuminating the world. Li Hao stared at the principle contained within that light, the laws sharp like the grand Tao, fierce in their resolve. If his energy channels could be like the light of these stars, why would he fear them being severed in battle? Engrossed in his thoughts, he enwrapped his mind with the power of heaven and earth, sinking into the laws within that glow. Bathed in the starlight principle, he saw countless laws interwoven, orderly and methodical, condensed by a method he could not fathom, unimaginably exquisite, transforming these laws into this stupendous starlight. Li Hao's mind wandered within, attentively observing the operation of these laws. Back in the mortal world, he had heard that a saint could hide within a drop of water, within a flower petal, vanishing without a trace. Now, Li Hao could deeply relate. Even within a single beam of starlight, thousands of laws were contained. He gazed at those dizzyingly complex laws, immersing himself within, focusing intently on comprehension. Time seemed to quietly slip away, a long, long time. The Green Deer King trembled, feeling as if the aura of Li Hao on his back was like an ancient divine mountain, pressing down on him, making him dare not move a muscle. Waves of emotion rose in his heart, eventually subsiding, leaving only complexity. Suddenly, he felt a slight vibration in Li Hao's body on his back. The vast presence had suddenly increased significantly. At the same time, he felt as if a light had illuminated everything before him, as if a beam of heavenly light was enveloping him from above. This sensation, it was like the scenes described by some sects, of the moment of sudden enlightenment in becoming a saint. An epiphany grasping the Tao, with heavenly light enveloping, and golden lotuses springing from the ground. Although there were no golden lotuses springing up at this moment, there was the illumination of heavenly light. Has he grasped the Tao again? The Green Deer King's eyes were filled with complexity, and he felt a hint of jealousy stir within him. Ever since he had achieved in his cultivation, he had never felt such emotion. From childhood to adulthood, it was always others who envied him, but now, he was jealous of someone else. Li Hao opened his eyes, with stars hidden within his pupils. He looked up, and the patterns within the laws radiating starlight from the star overhead, the size of a silver plate, had been discerned by him. At that moment, an energy channel was condensed, reflecting those laws. In an instant, it seemed as if beckoned by the starlight, the energy channel was remotely connected to that star. When connected to the star law, the energy channel, which initially looked soft and drifting like a willow sleeve, suddenly became sharp and straight, as if piercing through heaven and earth. The force maintaining this energy channel was transferred from Li Hao's own body onto the star above. He needed only a tiny fraction of strength to maintain this energy channel, leaving the rest to be drawn by that star, like a special force field merging the channel with the starlight, the star as an anchoring foundation, making it fundamentally unbreakable. Even if severed, it could be condensed in an instant, just like light itself. Moreover, as the energy channel merged into the star law, condensed within the light, even if he revealed himself, it would be invisible to ordinary people. With the formation of this energy channel, a look of excited surprise emerged in Li Hao's eyes. His previous concept for the energy channels had actually worked. Such an unbelievable idea of using stars as the foundation had been realized by him. Although it was just one energy channel, its path had been paved. Li Hao's eyes burst with vigorous light as he gazed at the myriad resplendent stars, feeling as if he was seeing countless gems, exhilarating. He did not rest, but continued the same method, wrapping his immortal-like spirit to find another star. Then his mind drifted through the canopy of the sky to comprehend the principle within that second star. This second star's laws were similar to the previous one, allowing him to comprehend faster. Not long after, a second energy channel was also condensed and entered the starlight. With the condensation of the second energy channel, the aura within his body grew even more substantial. Li Hao proceeded with condensing and refining. A third one, a fourth one. More and more energy channels emerged, connecting with the stars. Li Hao also realized that cultivating the final realm was hundreds and thousands of times harder than the extreme realm. The extreme realm was simply about cultivating a technique to its limit, while the final realm required great wisdom to bring a realm to its ultimate, final form. I never imagined that the path to the second ultimate realm would be like this. Li Hao murmured to himself, also sensing once again that each extreme realm is interconnected, and may even affect the cultivation of the final realm. Without transformed to a mortal, even if he had thought of the root of energy channels, he would have eventually given up. After all, the canopy of the sky was impenetrable, and the laws of the stars could not be sensed. Only by entering the state of transform to a mortal, merging with heaven and earth, could he get through the canopy of the sky. Without the sixth extreme realm, he would not be able to cultivate the second ultimate realm. Time flew by. Li Hao was meditating and cultivating, sitting cross-legged on the mountaintop. In the blink of an eye, 3 months passed by. It took Li Hao 5 days to condense the first chi force meridian, but as he continued, comprehending the star law, the process became quite similar, and his speed improved significantly, taking only 2 to 3 hours to condense each meridian. Nevertheless, after the 3 months, Li Hao had condensed a total of 368 chi force meridians, corresponding to 368 stars, including the first star he comprehended. Li Hao found that the other stars were also drawn, merely condensed laws, not spherical. These two stars, the sun and the moon, can condense into 2 great chi force meridians. Li Hao looked up at the sun and moon hanging together in the sky, where the laws on the sun and moon alternated, one bright, one dark, in cyclic succession. Li Hao did not stop, he continued to comprehend. Upon reaching transform to a mortal, when his consciousness touched the fierce sunlight beyond the canopy of heaven, Li Hao suddenly felt like he was being scorched. Fortunately, he had already condensed his primordial spirit, which lessened the erosion from the laws while he comprehended the fierce sunlight. Li Hao discovered that this fierce sunlight was not painted but a spherical body, round and fiery red, burning with the divine yang, resembling the real sun. However, it still had dense laws and the supreme flame Tao on it, vastly more intricate than the Kai Guang he had seen earlier. Li Hao pressed against the canopy, wholeheartedly delving into comprehension. Half a month went by in the blink of an eye, and Li Hao grasped the patterns within the divine yang's laws. He condensed a giant chi force meridian within his body and merged it with the light of the divine yang. However, upon merging, this chi force meridian was immediately struck by a vast force and collapsed in an instant. Li Hao was stunned, then slightly dumbfounded. The reason for the collapse was that the meridian wasn't large enough. He immediately condensed a meridian 100 times greater than the others and merged it into the divine yang's laws again, this time just barely withstanding it. As the intense power of divine yang flowed into his body, Li Hao radiated a vigorous aura as if his body was a blazing furnace, and the intricate flame Tao laws seemed to permeate into his chi force meridians, his internal chi now containing a pure and lasting flame that could never extinguish. Having completed the comprehension of divine yang, Li Hao turned his attention to the bright moon. This moon was also a massive sphere, emitting a cold and chill light. Li Hao focused his heart and comprehended. Over 10 days passed, and another extreme yin chi force meridian was formed. By now, nearly 4 months had elapsed. Li Hao had condensed 370 chi force meridians within his body, including the 2 great meridians of divine yang and extreme yin. Li Hao knew this was not the end, he could condense more and become stronger. But this required time. Li Hao asked Hong Yue beside him how long he had been cultivating. In the 4 months, Hong Yue had watched Li Hao immersed in phenomenal visions, as if in a retreat of comprehension, making no other movements but periodically emitting terribly formidable aura, stirring fear in her heart. Now, seeing Li Hao inquiring, she promptly responded. During Li Hao's cultivation, she had been keeping track of the time for him. During this period, Li Hao would occasionally take out some ingredients from the heaven and earth space and gave them to Hong Yue to handle herself, not letting her go hungry. After all, at the 15 Li realm, one cannot fast indefinitely. Hearing the time given by Hong Yue, which was close to his own estimate, Li Hao nodded and looked at the myriad of stars overhead. Had he not come to the all-heavens battlefield and gazed upon these beautiful stars from so high up, he would not have conceived this idea. Countless stars adorned the sky, and Li Hao did not know if his chi force meridians could also be countless. But so far, he felt no bottleneck, no touch of an end. The second extreme heaven and earth vein draws the power of heaven and earth, forming the foundation for many in the extreme realm. This second ultimate realm is probably no different. Li Hao's eyes gleamed. There's a saying that even a clever woman cannot cook without rice. Without enough power, realms like extreme and final are merely wishful thoughts. There was about a month left before the supreme genius battle, and sensing the surging power within him, Li Hao was not sure if he had the capacity to contend with a saint. He knew, however, that with strength alone, he might still be somewhat lacking unless the path of the second ultimate realm was cultivated to perfection. But condensing Chi Force meridians took time, and in the remaining month, Li Hao wanted to try other methods. He had already experienced the emergence of Saint Path, setting half a foot into the semi-saint level. Previously, at the Buddhist Holy Land, debating with Buddha Venerate planted a seed deeply in his heart. But Li Hao felt that this seed could sprout into several paths, such as the blade of all beings. This path is the Sword Saint's path. He has his preferences among all beings, sees their differences of high and low, and appreciates them all. This is the nascent form of the blade of all beings. However, Li Hao was reluctant to follow the blade of all beings. Though close to his heart, it merely skimmed the surface of his true intent. Li Hao's eyes flickered. Only by solidifying the nascent form of the saint path could he qualify to compete with saints, otherwise, he wouldn't even merit a seat at the table. After all, with the saint path, a saint could easily annihilate his multitude of laws. The adage, "A masterful move dominates," rings true. The saint path pierces the heavens. Once the saint path is revealed, it can shake the soul and make one's Tao collapse. The Tao comprehension realm, after all, is just about peering into the Tao of heaven and earth and lacking a personal Tao. Facing another's personal Tao, using the borrowed Tao of heaven and earth for defense, one can easily be shattered. Li Hao's thoughts raced. Comprehending the nascent form of the saint path also relied on chance and could not be achieved overnight. The system could not assist him, he had to rely on himself. However, before delving into the nascent form of the saint path, there was one opportunity that the system might help him with, even greatly assisting him. This is also the secret news that Li Hao had heard previously at the Flower Travel Association. Thinking of this, Li Hao no longer stayed here to cultivate his energy channels. With just over a month left, even if he continued to practice, he could only increase his channels by about 100, which, although greatly enhancing his strength, would not be a qualitative change for his existing 370 energy channels. Li Hao restrained his aura, reverting back from his transformed to a mortal state. Strands of silvery hair gently fell, turning into black hair, and the ancient aura that seemed to contain the essence of the world also receded. Li Hao's eyes opened, and the light within them fluctuated, reflecting the vast starry sky, deep to the point of being unbearable to stare into directly. "You may leave." Li Hao stood up and spoke to the Green Deer King, who had been sitting for 4 months. The body of the Green Deer King had grown numb from laying down so long. Upon feeling the powerful aura on his back receding like a tide, he snapped out of his thoughts, and upon hearing Li Hao's words, he immediately bounced up to stand. Perhaps due to standing after so long, he almost strained his back and felt a soreness throughout his body. These 4 months were not simply spent lying down, but rather like bearing a great mountain, constantly enduring a terrifying presence. If it were someone else, they would have long since collapsed. "You're letting me go?" The Green Deer King looked at Li Hao with surprise, not expecting that after such a harsh offense, Li Hao would dare to let him go. "Are you unwilling?" Li Hao retorted. The corners of the Green Deer King's mouth twitched. How could he be unwilling? With a cold expression, he said, "Even if you let me go today, I will settle this account." "As you wish," Li Hao said indifferently. Although offending the Green Deer King, letting him go would only incite the Green Deer King. If he were to kill him, then his master might take action. For now, Li Hao was not willing to provoke a conflict with the Supreme Saint. Seeing Li Hao's casual demeanor, the Green Deer King felt his anger choke, but then recalling the sensations of the past several months, his expression complicated. He knew Li Hao's reluctance to provoke the Mixed Heaven Sacred Land, yet did not fear direct conflict with him. He felt belittled, yet he also felt powerless. No one understood better than him the terrifying transformation that had occurred in this youth over the past months. That presence had been increasing day by day, an unheard of level of cultivation that exaggerated so greatly day by day, his power surging. In fact, every few hours, his energy would increase, his cultivation seeming as easy as eating and drinking, quite horrifying. Below the level of a saint, I am not your opponent, but once I become a saint, I will find you to discuss our paths. The Green Deer King took a deep breath, stared at Li Hao for a moment, and without saying more, lest Li Hao change his mind, quickly used returning ruin instantaneous movement to vanish from the mountaintop. Li Hao watched as the other left almost in a fleeing manner, somewhat amused, but paid it no mind. "Let's go, it's also time for us to head back." Li Hao looked at Hong Yue and said, You have worked hard during this period. Where are these words coming from, Master? It is my honor to accompany you, Hong Yue quickly replied, her eyes shimmering with waves of brilliance. The Green Deer King's previously demonstrated power at the Heavenly Steel was clearly impressive, ranking among the top of many Saint heirs, yet Li Hao had sat on him for 4 months, stunning everyone. Li Hao did not humble himself before Hong Yue, and with a thought, he took out the orders of Lin Baichuan and others and sent them a message. Moments later, he received news. They had already returned to the Steel Heaven's sacred land. Previously on their way back, they had tried to contact Li Hao, but he was in cultivation and had not received it. They also could not find any trace of Li Hao and had to return first. In the All Heavens battlefield, generally, no one could threaten Li Hao, so they did not worry. Seeing that they had all left, Li Hao also brought Hong Yue back with him. Passing by the Heavenly Steel, Li Hao saw the crowd gathered there, clearly much fewer than before, with only a few sparse figures. Evidently, the months had passed, and the previous bustle had long since faded. Now, on the verge of the Supreme Genius battle, many were making their final sprint. Seeing the highest 2 red characters on the Heavenly Steel, Li Hao shook his head and chuckled. This trip to the All Heavens battlefield had netted him enormous gains, first by contemplating the path to the second ultimate realm, and second, the crimson small bell in his mind that continued to stimulate, bringing about an almost sudden insight into the Taoist charm, assisting in his cultivation. But Li Hao noticed that each stimulation seemed to weaken the crimson light of the bell slightly, suggesting its effects were not endless. Along the way, encountering some void demons, who, from afar seeing Li Hao, quickly avoided him. When the All Heavens battlefield was not open, those demons knew that humans coming here were all monster-like talents of the human race, and they avoided engaging them when possible. Returning to Lihei Valley, Li Hao sent a message to Feng, and soon, a crack in the void appeared. Li Hao stepped into it with Hong Yue and returned, inside Steel Heaven's sacred land. You're finally back. I was starting to think you might wait out until the Supreme Genius battle because of the Mixed Heaven's sacred land. Seeing Li Hao returning, Feng Boping sighed in relief. Although Li Hao's strength was more than enough to dominate the All Heavens battlefield, it wasn't completely without threats, as that place was supernatural. With cracks, even the great demons among the void demons, even a semi-saint could become their prey, thus it was still a dangerous land. Li Hao, upon hearing this, paused and asked, has the Mixed Heaven's sacred land been troubling you? We're not afraid of trouble. If it comes to it, I simply won't leave the sacred land, Feng Boping said with a light laugh, an expression of tranquility on his face. Suddenly, he thought of something, looked towards Li Hao, and his expression changed slightly. What about the Green Deer King? You didn't really kill him, did you? No, I let him go, Li Hao said. Feng Boping breathed a sigh of relief and said, that's good then. As no one died, the Mixed Heaven Saint won't be able to trace it back to us. After all, it was just junior sparring, and as a Supreme Saint, he can't personally step in. Li Hao nodded. He thought the same. I heard you left your mark on the Heavenly Steel. You always make such a big fuss every time. Feng mentioned the Heavenly Steel, and his face broke into a brilliant smile. When he first heard the news, he was a bit stunned, but then he thought of Li Hao's talent, which had already shone brightly even in the mortal world. The monster of all heavens is ubiquitous, still unable to hide his edge. Li Hao felt somewhat embarrassed upon hearing this. It was not his intention. However, the benefits brought by the blood word did make him happy. Have you been staying there these past few months to hunt void demons? Those demons have void source inside them, which is one of the important materials for cultivating Tao Tribulation Emperor weapons. It's not bad to collect some. Feng Boping said. Tao Tribulation Emperor weapons are nurtured by heaven and earth, and the void source condensed within the bodies of void demons is precisely a very pure form of energy, equivalent to the food for Tao Tribulation Emperor weapons. No, I just had some enlightenment and did closed-door cultivation there, Li Hao said. Although Void Source can cultivate Tao Tribulation Emperor weapons, it's just like plain rice. It requires a huge amount and is effective only in large quantities. Therefore, not many are willing to hunt them down, as most heavenly prides don't even have the embryo of a Tao Tribulation Emperor weapon, let alone cultivate it. Feng Boping, realizing this, didn't ask further, and just said, there's about a month left, and both the Buddhist sect and the Void Saint will definitely make a move. I plan to invite the Light Sky Saint to join me in protecting you. His relationship with Li Hao was already a matter of public record. If the Buddhist sect and Void Saint were considering assassinating Li Hao, they would definitely account for his involvement. Therefore, he could only ask Li Sky Saint to step in. Li Sky Saint? Li Hao was startled, looking at Elder Feng in surprise. Aren't you her enemy? Enemy? Feng Boping was puzzled. Who told you that? It's just you two holy lands in the Little Thousand World. I thought you didn't see eye to eye. Li Hao then realized his misunderstanding. Feng Boping said, it's true we don't see eye to eye, but we are not enemies. Her character isn't the best, but she is quite reliable in critical moments. Li Hao looked at him in surprise. Didn't you say before that we must never trust Li Sky Saint Land? Feng Boping was at a loss for words and after a moment said, it depends on the situation. I've dealt with her for a long time, and there's an agreement this time. In any case, I will ask her for help. Seeing that he had arranged things properly, Li Hao nodded, but sighed in his heart. Elder Feng had protected him too much, perhaps at the cost of a great favor. Thinking of this, Li Hao couldn't rest and, while arranging for Hong Yue to recuperate in the Holy Land's courtyard, he said to Elder Feng, I'm afraid I'll have to trouble you with one more thing. Don't stand on ceremony with me, just speak plainly. Feng Boping said irritably. Li Hao said, I want to visit Moon Viewing Cliff. Moon Viewing Cliff? Feng Boping was surprised, then immediately understood and smiled. You know that place? But as a sword cultivator, you indeed should visit. In Moon Viewing Cliff, there is a stone wall containing a sword shadow, known as a mortal guide. Countless swordsmen have gone to observe and attempted to comprehend it, but failed to grasp its essence, not even the sword saints. Hence the sword shadow of Moon Viewing Cliff became renowned, enticing swordsmen from all over to visit. The Buddhist sect and Void Saint may anticipate this step. I'll talk to Li Sky Saint and ask her to accompany us there. Feng's eyes shimmered for a moment as he spoke to Li Hao. Li Hao nodded. Feng Boping left, and before long, he returned, with Li Sky Saint also arriving in Steel Heaven Holy Land. All heavens remember the name, blood words in red, truly extraordinary. Li Sky Saint saw Li Hao and smiled as she spoke. Li Hao also realized that leaving his name on the heavenly steel had put him in the sights of many saints. Should he do anything else, the saints might not have bothered to pay attention, as they've seen too many monsters fall like the tide. But leaving his name in blood on the heavenly steel was something that many saints have not achieved, which truly brought him to their notice. You flatter me too much, senior. Li Hao courteously gave a bow. Li Sky Saint chuckled and said, I heard you want to comprehend Moon Viewing Cliff. With just over a month left, I fear there is not enough time. We'll give it a try. There's nothing else left to do with just 1 month remaining, anyway, Feng Boping said. Li Hao nodded, without explanation. In reality, whether the sword shadow of Moon Viewing Cliff could be comprehended would be determined by his visit. If not possible, he would spend the remaining time contemplating the embryonic form of his saint path. Let's hurry then, time is of the essence, Li Sky Saint stated indifferently. The three of them were all the type to leave on a moment's notice. They immediately set out from Steel Heaven Holy Land and headed for the middle-level small world, Lanxiang Realm. Accompanied by 2 saints, they traveled through barriers of small worlds at an extremely fast pace, almost like teleporting thousands of miles in an instant. In just a few hours, the 3 arrived before Lanxiang Realm's Moon Viewing Cliff. Moon Viewing Cliff stood tall and imposing, with steep cliffs facing a surging sea. Atop the cliff stood a Taoist temple, as well as numerous nameplates jointly issued by various divine dynasties and holy lands. Visiting Moon Viewing Cliff for comprehension required a fee. Since Moon Viewing Cliff became famous, swordsmen from all over have been attracted here, turning it into a renowned sightseeing spot, which was then cordoned off by major powers of Lanxiang Realm. The fees collected were distributed among all parties, and visitors from the outside world would rather pay than provoke the major powers of Lanxiang Realm. The fee was extremely high, but Feng Boping casually handed it over and paid for both of them. Why for 2? Because Li Sky Saint didn't pay, claiming she was a saintess from a certain holy land and could come to comprehend at will. The deception was successful. You're really a thief, saving every penny. Seeing Feng Boping paying, the imposter saintess, Li Sky Saint, glanced over and said. Feng Boping just laughed. Money goes where it comes from. Such external belongings are meant to circulate. He used others' money to pay others, not spending a dime. Li Hao was left speechless seeing these 2 saints, one lying, one thieving, as the 3 figuratively entered for free. Do not refrain from theft over small amounts. Feng Boping seemed to read Li Hao's thoughts and smiled as he spoke. Do not refrain from lying if it's small enough. Lai Sky Saint also saw through Li Hao's thoughts and spoke indifferently. Li Hao. As they climbed the steps and reached the top of Moon Viewing Cliff, they beheld a vast stone wall. In front of this stone wall, there are many cushions, seated with numerous sword practitioners deep in meditation. These swordsmen either carry swords on their backs or have them thrust upside down into the ground beside them, each sword unique and bizarre, including broad swords, slender swords, curved swords, and so on. Some are unsheathed and wrapped in cloth on their backs, while others have scabbards encrusted with glittering jewels and ornaments, extravagantly luxurious. The sword reflects the bearer. Li Hao glanced over and his gaze fell upon the stone wall, whereupon his eyes immediately sharpened. Upon the wall, smooth as jade, one could see an arc like that of a crescent moon's sword shadow. That sword shadow was angled as though it were a moonbeam cast down, perfectly preserved within the stone by some mysterious force. Li Hao could tell at a glance that this was the cast-off shadow of someone's sword slash. In his mind, an image of the swordsman's stance and a contented smile seemed to emerge. But just as he touched upon the swordsman's charm, a sudden throb of trepidation resonated within him, as if he were on the verge of touching something extremely dangerous, flashing him a series of warnings. Li Hao collected himself with a sense of foreboding, quickly retracting his thoughts, focusing solely on the sword shadow. His swordsmanship was already entering Dao, ranked among the tip-top within the all-heaven swordsmen. Even sword saints had only reached the level of their swordsmanship entering Dao and had not transcended beyond. Now as he scrutinized the sword shadow, he swiftly discerned some clues. This sword shadow contained a mysteriously indescribable aura, seemingly beyond simple Dao, naturally flawless, as if existing within the stone since its inception, born of the heavens and earth, rather than a product of human effort. Swordsmanship directly penetrates into the depths of Dao, to the root of sword Dao. Li Hao's eyes appeared lost, sensing understanding yet not quite grasping it. At this moment, a prompt from the panel leapt before his eyes. Rudimentary knowledge acquired, would you like to record it? Suddenly, the panel's prompt emerged. Li Hao's eyes lit up, indeed it could be recorded. Understanding the saint path and the final realm, the panel cannot assist, but with observation of swordsmanship, recording is possible with just a basic grasp. Record. With Li Hao's affirmation, the panel immediately presented a new swordsmanship technique. Immortal Sword Technique. 9 Abysses Great Dream Sworda Immortal Guide, Intent. As the swordsmanship attribute appeared, a stream of information flowed into Li Hao's sea of consciousness. Though it was not overwhelming, it carried an elusive divine shadow practicing in his mind, imparting a certain sword intent. Simultaneously, Li Hao also came to understand the levels above Transcendent, where the skill rose to 3 higher strata. Intent, Extreme, Origin. With Li Hao's 9th stage of the sword path, he could barely grasp the intent of this sword technique. What shocked Li Hao the most was that the classification of this swordsmanship was an immortal sword technique. Do immortal divine beings really exist as rumored? Li Hao couldn't help but think of the stars painted high in the sky, most likely the work of an immortal. He stood there, quietly digesting and absorbing the insights from the panel. Lai Sky Saint and Feng Boping, who were about to walk forward, noticed the anomaly with Li Hao and halted in their steps. When they saw that Li Hao's eyes were closed at some moment, shutting out all external disturbances, surrounded by Taoist charm as he was gaining insight, they exchanged a look, both seeing the astonishment in each other's eyes. The famous sword shadow of Moon Viewing Cliff was beyond even what sword saints could comprehend, an extraordinary sword technique which, along with many other unusual events, confirmed the existence of immortal divine beings. But was it possible that Li Hao, who had just arrived, had already gained insights into the ultimate sword shadow within the stone wall? Lai Sky Saint was somewhat stunned. She had seen numerous monsters, but never one as exaggerated as this. She couldn't help but glance at Feng Boping, her eyes seeming to ask, "What kind of freak have you met in the mortal world?" Feng Boping saw Lai Sky Saint's gaze and couldn't help but smile wryly. He hadn't expected Li Hao to be so exaggerated. No wonder he was so highly regarded among the all heavens. You'll get used to it. Feng Boping gave Lai Sky Saint a look and then scanned the surroundings, protecting Li Hao to prevent others from disturbing him. After absorbing the myriad of messages from the panel, Li Hao slowly opened his eyes, and the ultimate sword technique was now present in his mind, its brilliance and exquisiteness unlike anything he had ever seen, seemingly embodying the pinnacle of sword Dao. To comprehend this sword, besides sword Dao, one must also grasp the immortal intent. Immortal intent is hard to find and even harder to grasp. Li Hao's eyes twinkled slightly. This sword technique was merely a casual movement, yet it encompassed many variations of sword Dao he knew, nearly reaching perfection. He looked at the stone wall again, but to his surprise, the sword shadow was gradually fading, and as it did, a silhouette faintly emerged behind the fading shadow. That silhouette, like an ancient and upright figure, seemed to look towards Li Hao, as if uttering a soft sound of surprise. This sound was inaudible to others, appearing directly in Li Hao's mind, causing a slight tremor, followed by a faint laugh that seemed to convey something, but was not clearly understood, more like an illusion in a daze. By the time Li Hao came back to his senses, an array of shocked exclamations arose from outside the stone wall. Where is the sword shadow? The sword shadow is fading, about to disappear. What's going on? What happened? All the figures meditating in front of the stone wall were shocked and incredulous. Lai Sky Saint and Feng Boping also noticed that the sword shadow inside the stone wall was gradually fading and soon left no trace. Without the sword shadow, the stone wall started to crack slightly, losing its translucency. Bang! Asterisk in just a few breaths, the cracks on the stone wall expanded rapidly and then burst violently, turning into rubble, falling to the ground like sandy powder. Such a sudden change stunned everyone meditating in front of the stone wall. The sword shadow disappeared, and the stone wall, too, shattered not just into pieces but into dust. This stone wall, standing for countless years, seemed to be maintained by that sword shadow, and when the shadow vanished, the years of weathering it had sustained collapsed it in an instant. Feng Boping exchanged a glance with Lai Sky Saint, and both couldn't help but look towards Li Hao. Without a doubt, this bizarre event was inevitably tied to Li Hao. Let's go. Feng Boping didn't say much, and quickly took Li Hao and left. Shortly after they left, figures with strong auras arrived at Moon Viewing Cliff to investigate the situation. The news here spread, shaking the entire Lanxiang realm. Saints within the Holy Land came forth to deduce the cause. There were many witnesses present, and the immortal shadow stone wall contained the power of sword shadows, making it difficult to destroy easily. After the saints calculated it, they provided the reason. Someone had comprehended the peerless sword shadow, causing the sword charm to shift and dissipate. As soon as this news broke out, all swordsmen throughout the world were alarmed. The sword shadow of Moon Viewing Cliff had actually been comprehended. This news spread rapidly, and the first to receive it was Kanglan Realm, Sword Ancestor Holy Land. Upon learning that the sword shadow had been comprehended, the sword saint sitting in the courtyard was slightly stunned, then closed his eyes. Moments later, when he reopened them, the astonishment in his eyes became more profound. Every century, he would visit Moon Viewing Cliff to comprehend that sword shadow, but for many years, he had never touched upon it. He was keenly aware that the sword shadow seemed to be from another dimension. Comprehending it would surely allow him to transcend, possibly reaching an unimaginable level. At that time, he could perform the sword ritual to Saint Ascension again, greatly enhancing his strength. But now, this sword shadow had been comprehended by someone else and had since vanished. Moreover, the sword saint reflecting on that profound sword shadow in his mind found it gradually becoming blurry, as if he was slowly forgetting it. Even though he was a saint, known for his photographic memory, he could not recall it clearly anymore. Each time he recollected it, it faded a bit until it became obscure. Such changes brought a hint of horror to the depths of the sword saint's heart. Such a technique, such swordsmanship, the level of this swordsmanship itself was unimaginable. It was as if it was not something that should remain in this world. Once freed, it would be unknown and unconstrained by anyone. Yet now, this sword shadow, this power, had been comprehended by someone else. Having spent many years in cultivation, the sword saint couldn't help but feel a spark of envy at the moment, but it was quickly extinguished. Could it be him? The sword saint's eyes flickered slightly and suddenly, his figure vanished from the courtyard. The next instant, he appeared at the edge of Sword Cliff in front of Sword Tower. Here, the sword master sat erect, not fishing, but merely watching the continuously flowing waterfall, seemingly contemplating the patterns made by splashing water droplets. "Senior brother, is it you?" The sword saint appeared behind him and asked in a low voice. The sword master's gaze shifted from the waterfall, and without turning around, he said, "The matter of Moon Viewing Cliff. That sword shadow doesn't align with my sword Dao." The sword saint fell silent. He knew that the most challenging barrier to the peerless sword shadow beside understanding the mystery of sword Tao was the profound sentiment contained within the sword shadow itself. Only by aligning with its sentiment could one overcome this obstacle and comprehend the sword shadow. But both had their own sword Tao and sword intent, making aligning with that sentiment extremely difficult. That sentiment was elusive, hard to pursue and capture. There are thousands of swordsmen in the world, so there will inevitably be the destined one. Whoever it may be, it won't be long before both you and I will come to know. The sword master spoke calmly. The sword saint fell silent for a moment, then disappeared, returning to his own courtyard. The sword master was right. Regardless of who had comprehended it, they would soon become famous throughout the world. When the sword saint returned to the courtyard, two figures hurried over, namely Bian Rushui and Haoyue Saint's son. They were both direct disciples of the sword saint, and at that moment the Haoyue Saint's son hastily asked, "Master, the sword shadow at Moon Viewing Cliff has been comprehended. Was it you, elder?" The sword saint glanced at his disciples. Hearing this, a slightly uncomfortable feeling emerged in his heart and he said, "I haven't been to Moon Viewing Cliff in a long time." Haoyue Saint's son paused, then asked, "Could it be Sword Master Uncle?" "No, it wasn't him either." The sword saint shook his head. Haoyue Saint's son and Bian Rushui exchanged looks, their expressions changing, wondering who it could be if neither of the sword Tao saints had comprehended it. A figure briefly flitted through their minds, but they quickly shook their heads in denial. It couldn't be him. Despite being extraordinarily talented, he was just in the Daola realm. If saints couldn't comprehend it, how could he in his mere Daola realm? Could it be a sword Tao saint from another holy land? Haoyue Saint's son's eyes slightly flickered. Even though Sword Ancestor Holy Land was the holy land of swordsmen worldwide, not all swordsmen were disciples there. Many skilled swordsmen came from other holy lands. That sword shadow seems simple but actually contains the highest profound principles. To think someone could comprehend it. Bian Rushui murmured to herself. She and her senior brother Haoyue Saint's son had both been taken there to comprehend it, but neither achieved anything, like observing a bright moon, beautiful to watch yet unreachable, seemingly out of reach. The sword saint was also not in a good mood at the moment. The comprehension of this sword shadow was also a great loss to him. He had never thought that the sword shadow would vanish after being comprehended, even fading from memory. He calmly stated, "Haoyue, the supreme genius battle is about to begin. You and your junior sister should spar more. Now that your junior sister has entered the Tao in swordsmanship, her strength might not be inferior to yours. It's unfortunate that she missed the quota and can't compete, but she can serve as your sparring partner." Haoyue Saint's son came back to his senses and nodded in acknowledgement. "The matter of the sword shadow, no need to dwell on it anymore, we'll encounter it eventually." The sword saint spoke, not wanting him to be distracted. Haoyue Saint's son nodded, turning to look at Bian Rushui. Since Bian Rushui entered the Tao, her strength in swordsmanship had even surpassed his by 3 times, but he had the Sun and Moon Divine Eye, a naturally gifted divine eye. "Junior sister, let's go," Haoyue Saint's son said. Bian Rushui nodded slightly. Previously there was a vast gap in strength between her and the Haoyue Saint's son, but now after a sudden insight, she caught up and could use this opportunity to hone her own sword Tao. That ultimate sword, she felt herself getting closer and closer to it. It seemed that she would encounter it very soon. While the Sword Ancestor Holy Land and all swordsmen in the world were abuzz with activity, other holy lands also learned the news but only felt some surprise and did not have a deep reaction. Under the guidance of Feng Boping, Li Hao had already returned to the Lai Sky Saint land, having encountered no attacks from the Buddhist sect or the Lai Sky Saint on the way. When they returned safely to the Holy Land, Lai Sky Saint looked deeply at Li Hao and invited him again to visit the Lai Sky Saint land when he had time, and then departed. After her departure, Feng Boping revealed a smile on his face and sighed with relief, saying, "This time it was risk-free. The Buddhist sect and Void Saint did not detect our movements, thanks to Lai Sky Saint's deception of the heavens, making them unable to calculate and perceive." Li Hao was startled upon hearing this, only then realizing that their safe return was secretly aided by the Lai Sky Saint. "You, young man, have caused quite a stir again, proving that no matter where you go, you can't conceal your brilliance." Feng Boping smiled at Li Hao. Li Hao gave a wry smile. He hadn't expected that after his enlightenment, the stone wall would collapse, and the sword shadow would disappear. He had intended to secretly record his insights, quietly leave, and let nothing happen. Little did he know, Elder Feng, recently my strength has improved, and I'd like to practice. Do you have time to spar with me? Li Hao looked at Feng, the immortal guide's sword move, graceful and exceptional. He felt an urgent impulse to execute it. Hearing this, Feng Boping also laughed, knowing that Li Hao had just gained this peerless sword move, and he must be itching to try it. He responded with a smile. Of course, I have time. You, my boy, except for the saints, there's really no one else who can be your opponent. Even semi-saints were suppressed by Li Hao's Dao domain. Now, below the level of saints, he was almost invincible. At this, Feng Boping was delighted. The stronger Li Hao became, the happier he was. Immediately, the two did not need to prepare anything, and Feng Boping took Li Hao to a secret place within the Li Sky Saint land. Then, he cast the Saint Dao power to envelop the place with a barrier. Once Feng Boping had arranged everything, Li Hao didn't hold back and told Elder Feng. Elder Feng, please treat this seriously, otherwise I'm afraid I might injure you. Hearing Li Hao's solemn words, Feng Boping was a bit stunned and chuckles somewhat helplessly. Although Li Hao was near invincible below the level of saints, even a monstrous semi-saint was nothing but a slap's affair in front of a saint. The gap in this realm was just too vast, not something that lower levels could compensate for. However, given the reputation of the sword shadow from Moon Viewing Cliff, Feng Boping did not take it lightly and nodded. I will, just go ahead. Seeing this, Li Hao took out a black sword from the heaven and earth space, his eyes deepened, and an air seemed to transcend the mundane world emanated from him. It was as if an ancient immortal divine aura. Li Hao then held nothing back, releasing the extreme realm from the divine power to the four stands realm. One after another extreme realm manifested, and at the same time, he entered the transformed to immortal state, revealing the eternal Dao domain. Seeing the might displayed by Li Hao, Feng Boping's eyes showed shock and gravity. At that moment, Li Hao's hair turned silver white, the sword chi in the eternal Dao domain burgeoning, the force formidable beyond underestimation. Even as a saint, he faintly felt the terror in Li Hao. If it were in the Dao Law realm, he suspected he might not withstand even a single move from Li Hao. It seems, you truly are invincible below the level of saints, Feng Boping murmured in awe, admiration and a bit of excitement in his eyes. Elder Feng, here I come, Li Hao stated gravely. He raised his sword, the Dao domain enveloped it for added might, then, that peerless sword move suddenly shone forth. Like a strikingly brilliant bolt of lightning, his silver hair danced, resembling a banished immortal descending. The sword move seemed like his casual swing, pointing forward. In an instant, with the direction of the sword light, Feng Boping's face suddenly changed, feeling his heart surge at this moment. The culmination of that sword move seemed unstoppable. He quickly executed his own Saint Dao, attempting to covertly convert and steal the power of the sword. This was his means of attack. Yet the next moment, he found himself obstructed. As his Saint Dao extended out, it was cut off by the sword light. Immortal intent was unobtainable. He could not steal it and could only watch as his Saint Dao was penetrated, the sword force overpowering. Bang! Feng Boping's eyes suddenly emitted divine light, repeatedly sweeping his palms. As the thief saint, his palm attacks were considered the peak. Right now, a series of terrifying palm imprints overlapped and enveloped but were all dissipated. Suddenly, a muffled sound resounded. Feng Boping slightly stepped back, looking down at his palm, which was punctured through. His face changed, shocked as he looked at Li Hao. Li Hao had also retracted his sword, his face slightly pale. This sword had drained all his chi force. Although not utilizing chi channels, the power of this sword had imparted a profound understanding to Li Hao. Moreover, this first sword, being a test, was not his full strength unleashed, concerned that Elder Feng might underestimate it and get injured. His concern came from his own realization of how terrifying this sword was. Seeing Elder Feng's palm with an unhealing hole, Li Hao's expression slightly changed. He swiftly sheathed his sword and rushed over. Feng, are you okay? I'm fine. Feng Boping shakes his hand, the cavity in his palm slowly healing. He lifts his hand and wipes it, suppressing the remaining energy, and the speed of the healing suddenly accelerates. To think that I could be injured, is this the sword technique from the stone wall? It can actually sever the saint path. Feng Boping looks at Li Hao with appreciation and complexity in his eyes. You already have the power to injure a saint. The strongest reliance of a saint is their own saint path, yet that sword could sever it. Li Hao also realizes his current strength is stronger than he imagined, and moreover, he has not yet utilized the power of the second ultimate realm. He names this second ultimate realm as the all-heavens stars vein. Drawing on the veins of the all-heavens stars, once activated, the chi force in the body rapidly replenishes, and the strength explosively increases to an unbelievable level. Now, the second ultimate realm is still not condensed to perfection. The power gathered by the heaven and earth vein is just barely enough for the consumption of this one sword. Without the second ultimate realm, Li Hao would need several moments of weakness to recover after each sword strike, which in a life and death struggle means either the enemy dies or oneself dies. If one could slay the enemy with a single sword, that would be fine, otherwise, these brief moments of weakness are sufficient to die hundreds of times over. Below the saints, among the all heavens, I cannot think of anyone who could be your opponent. You are certainly the rightful number one in the supreme pride of heaven battle. Feng Boping's expression suddenly turns solemn, saying, we must participate in this encounter. If the Buddhists and Void Saints want to cause trouble, Lai Sky Saint and I will take care of it. You just need to focus on the competition, seize first place, attract the incense fire and become a saint on the spot, then you will fear no one. Even if he has just become a saint, Li Hao will have some self-protection power, and coupled with his and Lai Sky Saint's cover, it would not be so difficult to survive. Hearing this, Li Hao falls into silence. He knows Feng would bear tremendous pressure for this. If the incense fire is missed this time, relying solely on the absorption rate of his own incense fire would take 100 or 200 years. If taking the path of the sacrificial Tao to becoming a saint, it depends on luck, but with the red Tao tone bell, perhaps it wouldn't take too much time. Thinking of that Tao tone bell, Li Hao's eyes gradually light up. The bell could still resonate, if he could comprehend the artistic path and reach the 10th stage before the competition, achieving saint ascension through sacrificial Tao, then there would be no need to worry anymore. With this in mind, Li Hao nods to Feng and says he's going to seclude himself for cultivation before hurrying back to the courtyard. Once back in the courtyard, Li Hao starts to stimulate the Tao tone bell. As the bell resonates, waves of spirit light thoughts surge and converge. Li Hao enters a state of near sudden insight. He focuses his thoughts on the artistic path, and numerous comprehensions instantly flood in, deepening his understanding of the artistic path. However, after this collision, the color of the Tao tone bell has faded significantly. Time passes. The incident at Moon Viewing Cliff shook the 33 realms, but after a few days, it gradually died down, with swordsmen still discussing it, while other holy lands were discussing the impending supreme pride of heaven battle. This battle will gather monsters from all heavens. Each holy land has contestants participating, making the final seclusion push. I heard someone left their name on the all heavens battlefield. I went to see it. That person is named Haoshin. What a bold name, they dare to call themselves so. The heavenly steel can detect the origin. Is this person surnamed Hao? There has never been such a surname before. Could it be that he is the founder of this surname? Most likely he is an orphan. The origin probed by the heavenly steel comes from the heart. Whatever name his heart acknowledges, that's the name that will be left. I heard that Haoshin in Kanglin realm secured the first place in the qualifier battle and even defeated a monster of the 6 Extremes realm. 6 Extremes realm? You must be joking. Someone like that could make it into the top 10 of all heavens. Could it be that a minor realm actually produced 2 such monsters? Many holy lands are discussing, the supreme pride of heaven battle is approaching, and there is a sense of an impending storm. As the supreme genius battle approached, Li Hao repeatedly struck the small Tao bell in these tranquil moments before the storm, seeking to comprehend the artistic path. With the 4th strike, Li Hao's understanding of the artistic path had reached the pinnacle of the 9th stage. He vaguely touched upon that final step of transcendence, from the 9th stage to the 10th stage, from the mortal to the saint, owning his own artistic path. Li Hao continued with the 5th strike of the Tao bell, hoping to achieve a breakthrough with this effort. However, numerous spiritual thoughts gathered, yet still lingered in previous perceptions. The path of the painting saint at this final step could not be achieved merely by spiritual thoughts, and although this strike of the Tao bell seemed like sudden insight, it ultimately wasn't true insight. Li Hao realized that relying only on this bell couldn't elevate his skills to become a saint instantly, so he swiftly shifted his thoughts to Chess Tao amidst the echoes of the Tao bell vibrations. If he could comprehend up to the 9th stage in Chess Tao, his strength would also greatly increase. As his spiritual thoughts gathered, his understanding of Chess Tao rapidly deepened with bursts of spiritual illumination. Then, Li Hao struck the Tao bell for the 6th time, its color now extremely faint, as if it would dissipate at any moment. The enlightenment brought by this vibration allowed Li Hao's chest Dao to swiftly ascend, inching toward the 9th stage. Li Hao didn't stop, pushing forward with a 7th strike. This time the red glow completely vanished, and the Dao bell, after vibrating, gradually dissipated from his sea of consciousness. The resulting spiritual thoughts from this last vibration allowed Li Hao's chest Dao to swiftly break through, touching the true Dao realm. 2.5 strikes of the Dao bell elevated him from the 8th rank of chest Dao to a near-perfect stage of the 9th. Li Hao estimated that 2 strikes of the Dao bell were equivalent to 1 instance of sudden insight. The bell could strike 7 times, providing significant assistance when hitting a bottleneck. Looking at his enhanced chest Dao now embedded within the control Dao, numerous thoughts surged. The 9th stage Dao encompasses the mastery of all Dao laws and energies at this stage. At this moment, Li Hao had truly reached the pinnacle of the Dao Law realm, where he could command laws with his words, creating and annihilating with a single thought. And, with the 9th stage Dao and having reached the zenith of the Dao Law realm, combined with his understanding of the 9th stage of the physical body path, Li Hao suddenly felt that if control Dao and physical body Dao could perfectly integrate, maybe he could touch the pinnacle of the Dao comprehension realm. The 2 realms of Dao comprehension, the true man realm integrating the Dao realm into oneself, Dao power invulnerable. Dao law realm controlling the laws between heaven and earth. If he could integrate both, embedding laws into himself, he would be impervious to all laws, with unhindered Dao power. Li Hao's eyes gradually brightened up. If he could really achieve this, then even if he stood still and resisted nothing, other strong figures in the Dao comprehension realm would hardly harm him. With his thoughts clarified, Li Hao immediately tried to integrate laws into himself. But while it was easy to conceive, it was hard to achieve. After many failed attempts, Li Hao suddenly thought of the process of absorbing and refining extreme Dao power, and instantly, a thought sparked: could laws also be refined? He immediately used control Dao to imprint the laws into his divine blood. Previously, he had cultivated a divine blood body, containing Dao power within. Its capabilities were top-notch within the true man realm, invulnerable Dao power. Now, he wove the laws into minuscule forces like threads, weaving through the divine blood, then slowly began refining. However, incorporating the power of laws into the tiny divine blood was extremely challenging. Fortunately, with his understanding of the 9th stage Dao and his control over laws having reached the peak of the Dao Law realm, after expending a lot of mental effort, he finally managed to imprison a law within the divine blood and completely refine it. From then on, his divine blood contained the power of this law. If met with a similar or opposing law, it would either neutralize or resist. Really, it worked. As the first law was successfully refined, Li Hao's eyes lit up. This path was correct, and he could continue. However, this path, like the condensation of vital energy, also required time. This time consumption was unavoidable, and now Li Hao understood why others in cultivation would sometimes need centuries. Refining and comprehending is like building a house. Rushing was useless, and haste might cause it not to be properly assembled, leading to collapse. Luckily, in the land of all saints the energy was dense and laws plentiful. Li Hao's refining speed was not slow. In the following days, he daily refined laws, and his body became increasingly formidable and fearsome. But there was only a month left till the supreme genius battle. Every day, Li Hao secluded himself in the courtyard for cultivation. During these days, Lin Baichuan, Chu Hanwei, and others were also making their final sprints, all in seclusion, or finding their own ways to ease their minds, not visiting each other, wary of disturbing someone else. As the competition neared, Li Hao had refined hundreds of laws within his body, exuding an unusual aura. Just standing there made him seem like the center surrounded by laws. Unfortunately, this final step in artistic path requires a true sudden insight. Li Hao emerged from seclusion, feeling the abundant power throughout his body, significantly more powerful than before, but compared to a saint, there was still no qualitative change. Previously, in the eternal Dao domain alone, he could suppress a semi-saint, easily defeating peers of the same realm. Now, with additional vital energy and refined laws within him, he was on the path to the pinnacle of the Dao comprehension realm. His power vastly increased, but the threshold to a saint was incredibly high, the gap too vast. Previously, although he had injured Feng with the immortal guide's unparalleled sword technique, his own power was still insufficient to confront a saint. And at that time, Feng didn't go all out either. If he truly had a deathmatch with the Void Saint, Li Hao still didn't have much confidence at his core. However, what's different is that this time he'd have the power to fight back. Although there's no assurance of victory, he wouldn't lose as miserably. In the Tao comprehension realm, being able to reach such a degree was already inconceivable, but this wasn't what Li Hao desired. If the energy channels and the Wen Dao extreme realm could both be cultivated to their utmost limit, perhaps there would be a hope to fight. But there's no time left, if only there was one more year. Li Hao's eyebrows were tightly knitted. Time was pressing. In this half-year, his improvement was rapid. In comparison to others, it was unimaginably high, but still not enough. The fastest path now is to sprout the embryonic form of the Saint Path and solidify it completely. With the embryonic form of the Saint Path, combined with powers from various extreme realms and guidance from an immortal, there should be a chance to fight. Although the embryonic form of the Saint Path was still nascent, vulnerable to being easily shattered by the true Saint Path, it was after all a form of the Saint Path and had the qualification to compete. Unlike refining laws and cultivating energy channels, the embryonic form of the Saint Path relied on enlightenment. It might not take long or it might take forever. Some may take decades without enlightenment or may achieve sudden insight overnight. The Pride of Heaven battle is approaching. We in the Little Thousand World are some distance away from the heavenly origin realm. We need to set off early. Feng Boping arrived at Li Hao's courtyard to inform him and prepare for the departure. Li Hao, however, was silent. To others, it was a competition with the heavenly prides. To him, once he set off on this path, he might face an ambush and murder by saints. His opponents were saints. Seeing that Li Hao gave no response, Feng Boping seemed to understand his worries and said, "You need not worry about the Buddha sect and that Void Saint, just focus on participating in the Supreme Genius battle. I have plans in place for everything else. All you need is to take first place, and all will be well, with the added bonus of an unexpected surprise." An unexpected surprise? Li Hao couldn't help looking towards Feng. That's right, according to an old friend's news, this time the first place winner will receive not only the incense fire reward but also 3 exceedingly precious heaven and earth treasures that are critical materials for nurturing Tao Tribulation Emperor weapons. Feng Boping's eyes gleamed as he said, "I heard that 2 of the heaven and earth treasure materials come from the Buddha sect and the Void Holy Land. They volunteered them as rewards for the champion of the Supreme Genius battle. The other item seems to be a generous contribution from a Supreme Saint, which isn't related to us. However, the fact that the Buddha sect and the Void Holy Land are willing to give out such a huge offer, you should know the reason, right?" Li Hao's expression turned slightly cold. "To lure me there?" "That's right." Feng Boping sneered, "In this Little Thousand World, within the domain of the Lai Sky Holy Land, it's my territory. Within a saint's domain, as long as you don't leave your house, I can protect you always. Even if the Supreme Saint himself comes, I have ways to escape. But once you leave this Little Thousand World and you're no longer within my saint domain, your fate is less certain. They're afraid you'll shrink back and not dare to compete, so they're using this bait. But what they don't know is that with your strength, as long as you compete, you will surely take first place. No one can be your match." Feng Boping knew what game the Buddha sect and the Void Saint were playing. If they could tempt Li Hao to compete and ambush him, they were ready to take the loss of heaven and earth treasures, which would fall into the hands of another Pride of Heaven winner. At that point, they only needed to leak a message saying the heaven and earth treasures were extra cordial sponsorships, thus gaining a favor. After all, the one who would become the #1 heavenly pride of the Thousand Realms could immediately become a saint. At least that act of goodwill could serve as a bridge for networking. All things considered, it's not a loss. Killing intent flashed in Li Hao's eyes. To kill him, the Buddha sect and the Void Holy Land were really going all out. "What you need to do is to take first place," Feng Boping stated. "By then not only will you become a saint, but you'll also seize their treasures. I'd like to see their faces then." Hearing this, the killing intent in Li Hao's eyes gradually subsided, restrained within his heart. He said, "They're bleeding themselves to attract me there. This journey will likely be exceptionally perilous." Feng Boping nodded, "Yes, but I've already called upon an old friend, and together with the Lai Sky Saint, we have a way to send you safely to the heavenly origin realm. Once you're there, they won't dare to attack you recklessly because that is where a Supreme Saint presides. The laws of the upper 3 realms are extremely strict. The Holy Master of Law's discipline is rigid and will not condone anyone breaking rules within the upper 3 realms." Holy Master of Law. Li Hao's eyes shimmered. The Holy Master of Law was one of the Supreme Saints. the divine dynasty's laws and rituals of lord and subject, among other things, could not circumvent the law, reflecting the weight of the holy master of law. Having seen the ugly and deceitful nature of that void saint and the Buddha venerate, Li Hao had no illusions about the supreme saints. He might not trust their people, but he trusted their saint path. A saint would abide by their own saint path, otherwise, contradiction would only harm themselves. Even if outsiders perceived it as a violation, if a saint had their own views and understanding, then it wouldn't count as a violation. Just as the Buddha venerates act of giving flesh to the eagle as compassion, to some it might appear as abetting tyranny, nurturing ferocity, but it all depends on the Buddha venerate's own heart. There are the laws of the holy master of law in the heavenly origin realm, which no one wants to touch. Besides, I have found a Mo family saint from the heavenly origin realm to escort you. With a supreme saint in the Mo family, if the Buddha sect dares to act against the Mo family saint, they will surely incur the wrath of the supreme saint. Feng Boping said to Li Hao, in addition, I visited the source saint in the heavenly origin realm. Upon hearing about your situation, he told me, if you can win first place, he himself will protect you, and nobody may harm you even slightly. Source saint? Li Hao was slightly taken aback and couldn't help looking towards Feng. His time in the land of all saints wasn't short. Apart from the decade wasted hiding in the void, he had been recuperating in the Sword Ancestor Holy Land until now, which was nearly 2 years. He had also heard about the numerous supreme saints from the land of all saints. In the holy lands of the upper 3 realms, it's always a supreme saint that presides. This source saint is the most ancient saint of the land of all saints. When the second saint was born, the source saint already existed, wandered the mortal world, and educated the people. Elder Feng managed to visit him and have him make a move on his behalf. Evidently, Elder Feng had done a lot for him behind the scenes recently. Li Hao stayed silent for a moment, then said to Elder Feng, I'm afraid I can never repay Elder Feng's kindness. Go, who wants you to repay? Upon hearing what Li Hao said, Feng Boping spat out in annoyance, but then he immediately smiled and said, other families' heavenly pride saint sons just need to calmly enter closed-door competition, but you have to face assassination by saints. Here in the land of all saints, you don't have the kind of backing those heavenly prides do, born into distinguished families and studying in the holy lands from childhood. You rely solely on yourself. Who would help you if I didn't? Forget all these messy troubles, just focus on preparing for the competition, take the first place for me. Once you become a saint, we'll settle our scores in person one by one. Li Hao took a deep breath. Elder Feng had done so much for him, how could he think of backing out? I will, Li Hao said earnestly. Originally, his desire to take first place wasn't strong, he just wanted to collect incense fire, but now, he truly wanted to clinch that first place in his grasp. That source saint cherishes talents. If you can secure first place, you will certainly gain his favor. Many saints have once cultivated in the land of all saints and received the kindness and guidance of the source saint. Though they did not become disciples, they respect him greatly. As long as the source saint favors you, with just one word, no one in the all heavens would dare to touch you. Feng Boping said, revealing the true path he had laid out for Li Hao. Li Hao nodded slightly upon hearing this and gave Elder Feng a deep look, not saying anything more. After talking with Li Hao, Feng Boping asked Li Hao to wait in the courtyard and then left. Shortly after, Feng Boping returned with 2 figures, one of whom was the previously seen Lai Sky Saint, and the other was a saint dressed in a dark robe. Their aura was contained, yet Taoist charms still surrounded them, making them appear transcendent and unapproachable, as if standing in the fissures between heaven and earth. I have other old friends who will follow in secret. This one is a Mo family saint. Feng Boping introduced to Li Hao via transmission. Li Hao immediately greeted the dark-robed saint with clasped hands. The Mo family saint, named Yuan Zhou, gave Li Hao a light glance, a trace of surprise surfacing in his eyes. Although Li Hao's aura was not apparent, his body seemed to contain restrained law power, which was unseen in others of the Tao law realm. No wonder Thief Saint strongly recommended him. Indeed, he possesses a talent that shocks the world. Yuan Zhou smiled at Li Hao and said, I came here upon Thief Saint's invitation and also at the behest of a fellow sect member. Do not worry, I will surely escort you to the heavenly origin realm. Hearing his words, not only was Li Hao surprised, but also Feng Boping, who had visited the Mo family's holy land with great effort. Now, however, the visitor said he came on someone else's request? And that someone else entrusted him to look after Li Hao? Seeing Thief Saint's puzzled gaze, Yuan Zhou smiled lightly and said, I was not willing to agree, but Thief Saint offered too much. Feng bopping. So, the other party took advantage from both sides? Originally acting on someone's request, gaining their goodwill, and also earning goodwill and benefits from him, what a situation. May I know who entrusted you to look after him? Feng bopping asked curiously. If it was a saint from the Sword Ancestor Holy Land, he wouldn't be surprised, but the Mo family belongs to the Heavenly Origin Realm, and Li Hao has never been there, so who would know him? Yuan Zhou's smile held a hint of mystery. That I cannot say. Seeing he was unwilling to disclose, Feng bopping could only let it go, and though Li Hao was puzzled, he didn't think much of it, knowing it would be revealed eventually. Little guy, you're going to owe me a favor again. This time you must secure the first place. I'm still waiting for you to repay your debts. Li Sky Saint said smilingly to Li Hao. Li Hao gave a wry smile and earnestly nodded. I will. Feng bopping told Li Hao, to cover you going to the Heavenly Origin Realm, we'll need you to use that avatar skill from your mortal world identity. Can you manage that now? Li Hao was startled, immediately understanding what Elder Feng meant. His double-faced man encyclopedia attribute could create an avatar inheriting 30% of the original strength. No problem. Li Hao nodded. All right, then start your cultivation. I'll wait outside for you. Feng bopping said. The three immediately left the courtyard. Seeing this, Li Hao instantly activated the encyclopedia attribute and created his dark side avatar. Looking at his avatar, identical in appearance and aura to him, Li Hao vaguely guessed Elder Feng's plan. When the avatar was created, Li Hao called for Elder Feng. Elder Feng, along with Yuan Zhou and Li Sky Saint, came back in, and they were somewhat surprised upon seeing Li Hao's dark side avatar. This avatar of yours can really create confusion, Yuan Zhou said. Li Sky Saint eyed it for a moment, and while she could see clear differences thanks to her expertise in deceitful Li Dao ordinary people might not. Not bad, she commented appreciatively, her eyes showing increasing admiration for Li Hao, thinking if she could lure this young man to the Li Sky Saint land to become a saint heir, then even without her, the saint land's future would be secure. Your true self will follow us, while your avatar will be covertly escorted by Li Sky Saint. Feng bopping told Li Hao, this was a strategy discussed with Li Sky Saint. Mainly, it was Li Sky Saint's idea, as when it comes to deception, Li Sky Saint was a top expert. Her mastery over human hearts was exquisite. Li Hao nodded, leaving everything to their arrangement. As the date approached, all the saint sons from the two holy lands gathered together, boarding a massive flying boat treasure, crossing the void. Feng bopping, Yuan Zhou, and including the true Li Hao, were all here, along with many saint sons from the two holy lands. Once they left the holy land, trailing 4 hours behind, Li Sky Saint escorted Li Hao's avatar along a different route towards the Little Thousand World, with a secretive itinerary. As Li Hao and his companions set out, many of the heavenly pride who were to participate in the battle from the sacred lands of various realms also started their journeys toward the heavenly origin realm of the upper three realms. Apart from these participating heavenly pride, those who had not been selected and influential figures from various realms also set out on the same day, rushing to this grand gathering of heavenly pride at the land of all saints. Streams of light from different realms, like a myriad of meteor showers, converged upon the heavenly origin realm. Within the Sword Ancestor Holy Land, the figure of the Sword Master flashed as he arrived in the Sword Saint courtyard, speaking indifferently.
A few youngsters, I myself will send them on their way. It's been a while since I ventured out. You stay behind to oversee the Holy Land. The Sword Saint was somewhat surprised when he heard this. His senior brother was usually reclusive and didn't enjoy such bustling scenes. Yet, surprisingly, he took the initiative to go this time. After giving it some thought, the Sword Saint did not refuse and said, then I'll have to trouble senior brother. The Sword Master nodded slightly, and then his figure vanished, returning to the Sword Tower. Old friend, it's time for you to accompany me once more. There might be some unexpected surprises this time, and if the opportunity arises, striking that blow for the child wouldn't be in vain alongside our shared fishing. The Sword Master murmured softly to himself as he stood in front of the Sword Tower. The Sword Tower, wrapped in chains, seemed to vibrate slightly. The countless cultivation skill manuals inside also trembled as dust danced upon them. Soon after, a shadowy figure flew out from the Sword Tower. It was the Sword Soul. The shadow rapidly condensed and entered into the fingertip of the sword master, who then, with hands clasped behind his back, turned and walked away. Within the Buddhist Holy Land, Buddha Venerate, upon hearing the words relayed by a bodhisattva beneath him, had a look of compassion tinged with deep significance. It seems the allure of the 3 heaven and earth treasures has indeed tempted him. He dares to make an appearance. In front of his lotus platform arose a slightly violent, murderous intent in the eyes of the twin Buddha child, who barely concealed it. It's good that he's willing to show up, fearing only that he might cower away. That thief saint has invited the Mo family saint, planning to use the guise of the supreme saint to cover their tracks. I'll lead away Yuan Zhou, and the rest of you set up an ambush. Green Lamp Buddha spoke with a calm demeanor. As they conversed, the void suddenly rippled, and 2 breaths descended into the Buddhist Holy Land. Although these 2 presences were obscure, Buddha Venerate and Green Lamp Buddha detected them almost instantly and looked up, identifying one of them as an acquaintance, the Void Saint. Aside from him, there was also another saint of the Yang Saint. They have set out. Void Saint locked eyes with Buddha Venerate across the void, then teleported into the Buddha Hall, immediately saying upon arrival. They are splitting their forces into 2 groups. I probed outside the empty space of the Lai Sky Saint land and found that the Lai Sky Saint was also involved, leaving the Holy Land with what seemed to be an avatar. She is adept at deception and Lai Dao. If she is orchestrating this, then the genuine and fake elements are intermingled. I've heard that the Buddhist faith has the Mahayana Absolute Truth technique, which can distinguish genuine from false. Can it verify this matter? Upon hearing Void Saint's words, Buddha Venerate slightly frowned and said, the Mahayana Absolute Truth can indeed break through all illusions, but that Lai Sky Saint has overcome the 3 calamities. I'm afraid she has even deceived herself. If she manages to self-deceive, relying on this technique might instead be misleading. Green Lamp Buddha's expression darkened slightly. They are aware of the Mahayana Absolute Truth, so they are most likely taking precautions. Lai Sky Saint left with an avatar. Void Saint was visibly disappointed upon hearing that the Mahayana Absolute Truth might be ineffective. He was somewhat wary of Lai Sky Saint and her capacity for deception but still explained the situation. Ever since Li Hao became renowned on the All Heavens battlefield, he had his avatar lurking in the empty space outside the Lai Sky Saint land, spying for an opportunity to ambush the youth should he venture out alone. Even at the cost of losing the avatar, he was committed to striking a killing blow. Regrettably, the youth had never shown himself, continuing to remain in seclusion. They are so cautious, and have even brought the Mo family saint for protection. They must have anticipated our probing. Lai Sky Saint might have foreseen that her movements would be exposed. This move may have been intentional, meaning what she took with her may not have been her real body, but an avatar instead. Buddha Venerate contemplated. Void Saint furrowed his brow. I thought this too, but since Lai Sky Saint excels at deception, if she expects us to consider this, she might do the opposite, and so that might actually be her real body. If she anticipates that we will anticipate, and predicts that we will deduce her actions to be the opposite, then it is still likely to be an avatar, Yang Saint said. Green Lamp Buddha remained silent. What's real and what's false depends on how one interprets it. That other one, the apparent real body accompanying Yuan Zhou and Thief Saint, is so brazen that it leads one to think it might be fake, while it indeed might be real. But it's also possible that this point is calculated into the deception, making it still a fake. Void Saint said. He was very doubting in nature, least fond of dealing with Lai Sky Saint. Since it's difficult to differentiate, we needn't try. Why not we also split into 2 groups? Buddha Venerate suggested. Void Saint nodded upon hearing this, sharing the same thought. If the other party insisted on having them guess between truth and falsehood, they might as well divide their forces too. Since Void Saint believes that what Lai Sky Saint has taken is real, then I will go to find Lai Sky Saint, while you 2 search for the Thief Saint. Buddha Venerate said. Void Saint and Yang Saint exchanged glances, both discerning Buddha Venerate's intention, preferring not to clash with Yuan Zhou, who had the Mo family behind him. I need to guard the Holy Land, and I can only project my avatar on this journey to accompany you both. Green Lamp Buddha spoke up, with his avatar accompanying Void Saint and Yang Saint to meet Yuan Zhou. This was also a statement from the Buddhist sect. Upon hearing this, both their expressions eased somewhat, and they nodded in agreement. Additionally, there's another matter to inform you about. Mere conventional methods likely won't suffice to kill that monster. He has cultivated to the power transmission ultimate realm, his body contains divine blood, and he has transformed into a member of the divine clan. Suddenly, Void Saint said. Hearing his words, Buddha Venerate's eyes flickered, but he didn't show too much surprise. Only Young Saint was slightly startled and said in astonishment, "Power transmission ultimate realm. Quite bold, could he possibly be attempting extreme path to saint ascension? Wait, if that's the case, didn't he already accumulate enough extreme Dao power during his visit to the All Heavens battlefield days ago?" Speaking of this, a glint sparked in his eyes. If it involved extreme path to saint ascension, it would be troublesome, at least their ambush plan would fail. But the good thing is, they could make this matter public and have the Supreme Saint take action, since they had sealed off a divine clan before, sealing another one now wouldn't be an issue. While the opponent still lacked a foundation, and had not yet undergone the three calamities, sealing him would be simple. There's no need to worry about this matter, his aspirations are higher than the heavens. Over this period, the incense fire that the Kanglan realm has been offering him has not ceased. He desires to cultivate both incense fire and extreme Dao at the same time, most likely aiming to merge both saintly aspects and break the age-old unbreakable shackles. Buddha Venerate said calmly. Li Hao mastering the power transmission ultimate realm was something he noticed during the previous quota battle, where the extreme Dao power within the demon domain had dissipated a lot, which he knew was absorbed by Li Hao. Thus, during this period, he had people watch over the cities offering incense fire to Li Hao and discovered that the power of incense fire was not blocked. If Li Hao chooses to achieve becoming a saint through extreme path, he must dissipate the incense fire within his body, cutting off all incense fire, otherwise, the incense fire interference would make extreme Dao unattainable. And the continuation of incense fire also indicated that the opponent had not achieved essential path to saint ascension, he is not yet a saint. Void Saint and Yang Saint glanced at Buddha Venerate, seeming to realize something, yet said nothing. Yang Saint sighed in relief, it's good that he hasn't become a saint. That young man's talent is too terrifying. If only I had known earlier. He paused there, initially giving Li Hao the saint's mark was to lure him to the land of all saints and eradicate this monstrous scion of the Ji family. But later on, he discovered that the youngster had severed his bloodline himself, seeming to break with the Ji family. After that, Li Hao did not die under Void Saint's hand, but instead caused a huge commotion in the Kanglan realm. Including his recent fame in the All Heavens battlefield, he couldn't help but feel a hint of regret. If he had taken that monster as a disciple and kept him under his guidance, by now, he might already be representing their holy land in battles, competing for good fortune on behalf of the minor worlds. Additionally, if the opponent became a saint and remembered this mentorship, it would be a great benefit. Now, however, they have become mortal enemies. As long as the opponent lives, he feels like there is a thorn in his heart, always feeling uncomfortable. If he becomes a part of the divine clan, and he disperses his divine blood, even if we kill the so-called original, his Dao thoughts and divine soul can transfer to other divine blood bodies for blood rebirth. Green Lamp Buddha frowned. With the mastery of power transmission ultimate realm combined with the power of the three immortal extreme realms, his ability to protect himself was arguably the best among all heavens. The original divine clan had only been sealed awaiting its complete decline before they killed it. Even if its divine blood, if dispersed for too long, it will also dissipate on its own, losing its divinity, unable to eternally preserve divine power, Buddha Venerate stated. If not for the power transmission ultimate realm, mere blood rebirth would suffice by crushing the bones and scattering them completely, utterly annihilating them. However, divine blood dispersed could still preserve itself for a period outside, and simply killing the so-called original would not suffice. And divine blood has extremely strong vitality, it's very difficult to completely shatter at once. 10 years ago, he escaped from my hands, merely surviving in that void for 10 years, I thought he was already dead, but unexpectedly, he managed to hold on. Void Saint's expression was grim. He had been extremely cautious at that time, using an incarnation to patrol that area for 10 years, but the opponent did not show up for a long time. Good patience, strong acting, and most importantly, also frighteningly strong power, he could survive 10 years in the void in the state of divine blood. Afterwards, he speculated that the opponent likely used layers of divine blood, each layer wearing down to resist the erosion of the void. Buddha Venerate softly said, "No matter, I have a divine skill called the Great Cause and Effect skill. No matter where his divine blood disperses, as long as they originate from the same source, they can be traced." This was a holy and terrifying divine skill that he had comprehended through thousands of lifetimes of cultivation, and was one of his trump cards. Hearing Buddha Venerate's words, Void Saint's eyes narrowed slightly, and he nodded slightly. If we cannot kill him on the spot, we can seal him instead, just waiting for the divine blood to decay before completely annihilating him. Even though this process might be lengthy, possibly needing 10 years, or even decades, it would be enough. Originally sealing that divine ancestor of the divine clan, several supreme saints joined hands, also spending hundreds of years to exhaust it to death. Meanwhile, as they conversed, the twin-born Buddha child looked grim, possessing the memories of the mortal world Buddha venerate. According to what Void Saint mentioned, the youngster had been fleeing in the Void Holy Land for 10 years. Under such circumstances, it wasn't possible for cultivation, with the opponent's current age probably not even 20 years old. How could he have forced him into such a state? Let's not delay any longer. Let's depart. Void Saint spoke. Buddha Venerate nodded, then quickly split into two groups with them. He protected the Buddhist disciples with an incarnation, while his main body took the twin Buddha children. If Lai Sky Saint's companion was his real body, he would engage Lai Sky Saint, handing him over to the twin Buddha children to eliminate, thus dispelling their heart demons. Snap. On the treasure-flying boat, Li Hao took out a chessboard, engaging in a game of strategy with Hongyu. As the pieces fell, Li Hao secured a winning position. Master has greatly improved his chess ability. It seems I can no longer keep up with you. Hongyu, seeing the loss set on the chessboard, slightly opened her mouth, eventually giving a bitter smile. Li Hao slightly smiled and said, "It's just a pastime, pay no mind to winning or losing." Hongyu pouted slightly, "But you didn't say that when you lost." The flying boat rocked. Yuan Zhou and Feng Boping sat next to Li Hao, and seeing his leisure in such times, Feng Boping was used to it, but Yuan Zhou couldn't help showing a trace of astonishment. "You must know, this journey might encounter ambushes by saints. For those in the Dao Law realm, even offending a saint makes rest uneasy, let alone encountering an ambush, they would probably be restless already. Young friend truly is in good spirits." Yuan Zhou chuckled lightly, sharing an interest in chess Dao. Yet watching Li Hao play chess with the woman, with both showing proficient skills above his own, even stronger than him, he wisely decided not to reveal this interest. Otherwise, as a saint, to be casually defeated by two junior, would be somewhat undignified, especially since he just met Li Hao and this woman, and were not yet familiar. "Times are peaceful. I owe much to you two for bearing the burdens on my behalf." Li Hao smiled, appearing carefree but knowing in his heart how much Feng had done for him. But he wasn't one to make an excessive display, preferring to keep such gratitude deep in his heart. The Buddhist faction and Void Saint should have also departed by now, wondering how they will strategize. Feng Boping said cheerfully, trusting in Lai Sky Saint's arrangements as they shared trust as centuries-old rivals. The encounter with Lai Sky Saint is genuine or false, it's merely walking into a trap. The best outcome is not to respond and also split into two groups, Yuan Zhou mentioned with a corner of his mouth curled, speaking softly. Feng Boping nodded. This aligns with what we anticipated earlier. These anticipations are according to Lai Sky Saint, as she even informed Feng Boping that the Buddhist sect might seek her, hence Void Saint would come testing the truths on Feng Boping's side. Li Hao also knew their arrangements and plans. The twin Buddha children might take action, not waiting to confront him outright in the honorable supreme genius battle stage. Some chess games outcomes, the decisive moves determining victory, often happen off the board. "Come, continue." Li Hao called Hongyu for another round. The travel time also accumulates chess Dao experience. Though the experience in winning against Hongyu significantly diminished, it was far better compared to sporadic experiences against others, multiplying 100 and 1,000 times. On the other side, in the void, Lai Sky Saint propelled her dark incarnation through the void swiftly, her eyes calm, exuding confidence in strategizing. Suddenly, a golden light appeared in the void in front. It was the resounding pure Buddha light. Lai Sky Saint's lips slightly curved, but her eyes turned serious, saying, "Buddha Venerate." Buddha Venerate stepped forward from the Buddha light, accompanied by the twin Buddha children, smilingly said, "Lai Sky Saint, long time no see, still fond of meddling in affairs." "Long time no see, you still enjoy using the Buddha's name to deliver sentient beings." Lai Sky Saint pursed her lips, her smile tinged with slight disdain. Buddha Venerate gently chanted a Buddhist name, knowing no need for further talks with someone spouting lies, truth and falsehood indistinguishable. His kasaya fluttered, directly demonstrating the Saint Dharma. A majestic Buddha figure stood tall in the void outside this microcosm. "To ambush a junior, aren't you afraid of being laughed at for being shameless?" Lai Sky Saint sneered, equally unyielding, suddenly revealing his Dharma aspect. which transformed into a gigantic eagle. His Saint Dharma had many variations, capable of changing at will. At this moment, it turned into a 100-jong eagle, pecking at Buddha Venerable Dharma, deliberately affecting the Buddha venerates Buddha heart of feeding his flesh to the eagle. All is formless, all are empty aspects. Buddha Venerate whispered, suddenly took action, and strangled towards the 100-jong eagle. Such an excellent. All are empty aspects, then why are there demonic aspects? You bald-headed saint, you only redeem incense money, yet boast such a great name, resorting to any means for incense fire. I fear it will be difficult for you to become a supreme saint. Lai Sky Saint sneered, the Dharma aspect changed, the eagle flapping its sharp claws, its feathers exploding with golden light, clashing with Buddha Venerate's Dharma aspect, stirring up the void into clouds and mist swirling around. Buddha Venerate remained cold-faced, simply striking with all his might. The two displayed their Saint Tao, causing heaven and earth to crumble, instantly tearing the void, transforming the battlefield into a forbidden zone, where a slight touch of the Tao Law realm would result in death, turned to ashes. Merely a minor lie-filled path, yet dares to discuss Buddha. Twin Buddha child glances at the two battling, his eyes reveal a chilling intent. Although he is a reincarnated body at the moment, he has almost absorbed the memories of his past life, his mind filled not only with the saint's bearing that overlooks everything but also the reincarnated body's greed, anger, ignorance. Lai Sky Saint seemed to hear Twin Buddha child's statement, suddenly looked over to him, her eyes blazed with two cold streaks, piercing like blades. Merely a reincarnated body, yet bodacious enough to talk about me. All beings of all heavens, without the Lai Tao to discern, how can the true self be glimpsed? Heaven and earth may be deceived, not to mention you lot. She suddenly pinched her divine skills, displayed the Saint Tao domain, enveloping Buddha Venerate within. There, countless sword lights and sword shadows emerged, numerous bizarre figures appeared, attacking Buddha Venerate's Dharma aspect. A thought of myriad lies, a thought of myriad things. Her words followed by the law were embodied to the extreme. The two blade like cold streaks, suddenly shattered by a Buddha palm, Buddha Venerate coldly proceeding to kill, subtly directing the battlefield away. Lai Sky Saint seems unaware, following him in a desperate fight. The twin Buddha child seizes the opportunity, his eyes locked onto Haoshin. A murderous intent suddenly surfaces in his eyes, focusing intently on the other party, whether incarnate or true body, would be known upon clash. Previously let you scrape by out of the Buddha gates, now I've come to convert you. Twin Buddha child's eyes filled with murderous intent, directly bursting out with nearly full force, extreme state all revealed, Dharma aspect reflected behind him. At the same time, his Saint Tao form also emerged, the force of dual cultivation of Buddha and demon pooled inside him, with a palm print fiercely suppressing Li Hao. Meanwhile, the dark side avatar's eyes also gleamed coldly. With Li Hao's current cultivation, the dark side avatar looked cold and emotionless from the outside, showing no signs. Li Hao gave instructions to the dark side avatar before setting out, upon encountering the enemy just strike with all strength. And now, the dark side avatar also erupted with full power. However, the dark side avatar only inherited 1/3 of the original's power, thus unable to enter the extreme state, but power limit realm could be displayed except for other extreme realms. Because Li Hao himself has reached the final realm, even just 1/3 of the power was enough to engage the extreme realm. As the dark side avatar's entire body shone with golden light, his body's acupoints wildly drew in heaven and earth power, he suddenly raised his hand, his fingertips revealing a pure and sharp sword intent. This sword intent contains the will of the only me swordsmanship, as well as the peerless sword move of a mortal guide. When the two forces manifest at the fingertips, an alarming aura emerges. Twin Buddha child's expression changes slightly, but then his eyes reveal surprise. With such momentum, such power, it must be the true body before him. Die for me. He grew increasingly crazed, with cheeks like a ferocious demon, roaring murderously as he struck. Buddha heart restrained, demonic nature released, both harmonizing, only then can they be unified and cultivated. Boom. With unmistakable murderous intent, twin Buddha child charged toward Li Hao, the brilliant Buddha palm dazzled radiantly, comparable to the hand of Buddha Venerable Dharma. But the next moment, a stunningly exquisite sword light, as if guided from beyond the heavens, instantly cleaved the Buddha palm in two. Subsequently, it also severed the Saint Tao embryo within the Buddha palm, separating the powers of Buddha and demon. The sword intent didn't halt but instead pierced directly towards twin Buddha child's true body. Twin Buddha child's pupils shrank, such sword force. He hurriedly dodged into the returning ruins, but the ethereal sword light severed the path of the returning ruins, forcing him out. A sword slashed across his body. With a bang, the surging sword force instantly tore his body apart, turning into countless blood in a blink. The bones in the hands and feet also shattered and splintered by an erupting force. Instantaneously, only a pool of blood remained in the void, but at that time, the dark side avatar's power was exhausted. Without the support of the second ultimate realm, all heaven's star Vayan, executing this sword had already depleted its internal power, unable to recover in a short time. Hence, faced with that pool of blood, the dark side avatar could only watch as the blood converged, to form back into twin Buddha child. But even though the body was reborn by blood rebirth, that sword intent seemed to be etched in twin Buddha child's mind, actually leaving a sword shadow on his spirit. This sword shadow mark is faint, yet like a shadow that can't be dispelled. Twin Buddha child came here to kill Li Hao, to overcome his heart demon, but not only did he fail to slay him, instead, a sword scar was added onto his Saint Dao, becoming a greater hindrance. Twin Buddha child was startled and furious, but then seeing his opponent's weakened aura, was momentarily stunned, and then burst into laughter. Such an unparalleled sword move, actually drained all strength. No wonder it's so powerful. This sword move, could it really be that it was you who comprehended it at Moon Viewing Cliff? As he spoke, his eyes suddenly turned cold, and he stepped into the returning ruins, launching an attack on Li Hao. He noticed that the opponent's energy was currently hollow, leaving only his physical body strength, devoid of any combat power. When he reached the dark-faced doppelganger, he suddenly found himself lunging at thin air. The doppelganger had disappeared without a trace, and the figure of the Lai Sky Saint appeared instead, swiftly thrusting a sharp, umbrella-shaped treasure at the twin Buddha child. The pupils of the twin Buddha child contracted, revealing a look of horror in his eyes. Just as the weapon was about to hit him, an angry and low shout resounded, and the figure of the Buddha Venerate appeared, furiously staring at the Lai Sky Saint. The other party had pretended to leave earlier but had actually deceived him. In reality, he had stealthily concealed his clone right there, ready to use his true body to lure him over and use the clone to kill the twin Buddha child. Boom! The Buddha Venerate raised his hand, deflecting the umbrella-shaped weapon and protecting the twin Buddha child beside him. This is his true body. The twin Buddha child immediately sent a message through psychic means. The Buddha Venerate's eyes brightened a bit. He looked at the youth protected behind the Lai Sky Saint, remembering how the twin Buddha child fought with the other party before. A single sword strike turning the twin Buddha child into a blood mist indicated that such strength was indeed not fake. However, he composed himself, not showing any joy, and said to the twin Buddha child, "Wait for me to restrain them, and call the Void Saint over. Otherwise, with her focused on protection, it will be difficult to kill them." The Lai Sky Saint was also a three calamities saint, having undergone the heavenly tribulation. In a head-on confrontation, it was hard to distinguish between the two. If the Void Saint and others arrived, they could break this deadlock. According to the previous plan, he quietly sent a message to notify them. Elsewhere, on the flying boat, Li Hao and Hongyu were leisurely playing chess, while the other Saint Heirs and Saintesses frequently glanced over in this direction. Since Li Hao had made a name for himself on the All Heavens battlefield, they knew that the youth before them was the esteemed Haoshan, renowned across all heavens. They were of no low status themselves and had received vague messages from their own masters, informing that the purpose of Li Hao's journey was to participate in a tournament and that there might be danger along the way. The fact that a person of the Mo family, Saint Yuan Zhou, was accompanying him seemed to confirm these suspicions, which made them feel both nervous and strangely excited. Midway through their journey, suddenly ripples appeared in the void ahead, and two figures emerged rapidly, appearing in front of the flying boat. Their bodies exuded Taoist charm, standing between heaven and earth like pillars connecting the sky, capturing everyone's attention. Saint. Everyone on the flying boat was shocked, and their expressions instantly turned tense. Indeed, a saint had come to ambush them, although it was unclear whether they themselves would be implicated. Yuan Zhou and Feng Boping slightly narrowed their eyes, with a hint of cold light flashing in Feng Boping's eyes. He had previously fought against this Void Saint when he went to the Void Holy Land to seek justice for Li Hao, but since it was the Void Saint's territory, he did not gain much advantage. Saint Mo Yuan Zhou, what a pleasure to see you, said the young saint with a light chuckle upon seeing Yuan Zhou. Yuan Zhou nodded slightly, maintaining a calm demeanor, and asked, "What brings you two here?" "We have come to find him, and hope that Saint Mo Yuan Zhou could make things convenient for us." There will be thanks in the future, replied the Void Saint, his gaze sweeping over Li Hao, recognizing that this was indeed the same person who had slipped away from him 10 years before. However, his eyes did not show too much intent to kill, for resolving the issue with Li Hao wasn't hard. The real difficulty lay in dealing with the two saints before him, especially Yuan Zhou. He was unwilling to provoke the Mo family if it wasn't necessary. After all, his mission was to ambush Li Hao out of concern for the trouble Li Hao might cause if he became a saint. However, provoking the Mo family would clearly be more troublesome than dealing with Li Hao's becoming a saint, an unworthy gamble. With the supreme genius battle imminent, this young friend is also the #1 candidate for the Kanglan realm spot in the battle. If you have any matters, why not wait until after the Heavenly Pride battlefield is over? Yuan Zhou said indifferently. The Void Saint's countenance darkened slightly, realizing that the other party was not willing to let go. Saint Mo Yuan Zhou, many years ago I visited when Saint Mo celebrated his longevity, and we drank together, forming an acquaintance. Could you please do me this favor? Yuan Zhou smiled faintly and said, after the Heavenly Pride battle is over, I will leave. Until then, I have been entrusted to escort this young friend to the competition. I hope you two won't force me to break my word. As he spoke, his gaze held deeper meaning. The faces of the Void Saint and Yang Saint hardened as they realized that the other party was not going to budge. Offending them became inevitable, although they could always make amends by visiting later. After all, a dead monster would have no value, and any ties would be useless. If necessary, cutting losses in time could still lead to a resolution. It seems we must offend, said the Void Saint in a low voice. As he was about to take action, his train of thought was interrupted by a message from Buddha Venerate's avatar. They had found the true body. He was momentarily stunned, his gaze inadvertently drifting towards the youth on the flying boat. But he saw that the other party was just looking at him indifferently, neither happy nor sad, nor fearful. Gazing intently, he somehow felt that the person before him was also the true body. However, such indifference would surely result in being affected if fighting truly broke out. In front of a saint's genuine deadly techniques, even the Dao Law realm was as fragile as porcelain, destined to perish upon contact. Even if Li Hao possessed the 3 immortal extreme realms and divine blood end realm, he shouldn't be so utterly fearless. His eyes flickered, still trusting Buddha Venerate's judgment, and thus he restrained the power that was about to burst out of him. Addressing Yuan Zhou, he said, "Then, we shall meet another day." Having said that, he immediately whisked Yang Saint away, hastening through the void to depart. Seeing that the other party hurriedly left, Feng Boping's eyes flickered as he said, "It seems, as Lai Sky Saint anticipated, they mistakenly took that side for the true body." The earlier plan of Lai Sky Saint was to use his own Lai Dao to disguise Li Hao's avatar as the true body, which was Lai Sky Saint's stratagem. The only discrepancy was that, without waiting for her to make a move, the sheer power of the doppelganger itself had already led twin Buddha Child and Buddha Venerate into misbelief. Although the process had some changes, the result was the same. The Void Saint and the Yang Saint here were indeed attracted away. Even though the battle had just started, as long as there was a slight pull, the other party would receive the signal during the battle and still retreat in time. After all, Yuan Zhou, representing the Mo family, had no need to truly fall out with them. "They're gone. We should speed up, too," Feng Boping said, and suddenly in the palm of his hand, 2 objects appeared: a silver light-emitting stone and a crimson fruit. Void Stone, Dragon Blood Fruit. Upon seeing the items in Feng Boping's hand, Yuan Zhou's eyes flickered slightly. A smile appeared on Feng Boping's face, and he said, "Coming from such a distance to give me gifts, I really can't refuse your kind intentions." As he spoke, he tossed the Void Stone to Li Hao and said, "That Dragon Blood Fruit can temper the body, but since you have already reached the Power Transmission Ultimate Realm, your body is at its limit, so it's useless to you. However, this Void Stone is nourishment for cultivating the Dao Tribulation Emperor weapon and can be absorbed by your sword." Li Hao received it, knowing that anything used for cultivating Dao Tribulation Emperor weapons was extremely precious and consumable, and there would always be demand for it. He immediately handed it back to Feng. "Since it belongs to Feng, I cannot accept it." Yuan Zhou glanced at Feng Boping, his gaze turning more solemn, and said, "You're even able to steal things from their heaven and earth space." He realized that Feng Boping had stolen these items from the 2 people just now, but they usually stored their belongings in their heaven and earth space. Could it still be stolen? Feng Boping grinned and said, "Where there's a crack in heaven and earth, Where light shines in, that's also where I can reach in. Yuan Zhou. Catching the void stone, Feng Boping saw Li Hao was unwilling to accept it and thought for a moment before saying, alright, then I'll keep it for now. If you need it in the future, just tell me. I am not lacking in such items. Even though he may not be the top in combat power among the three Calamities Saints, when it comes to wealth, he can still be ranked. Li Hao nodded. As the flying boat sped up, everyone also accelerated towards the heavenly origin realm. In the heavenly sacred land, a saint heir mustered his courage and said to Feng Boping, Thief Saint Senior, my master won't come to harm, right? Feng Boping smiled slightly and replied, your master has her own measures. Don't underestimate her, maybe she's even deceiving us. The saint heir paused, then forced a smile and said, although my master practices deceitful methods, she is genuinely sincere. We of Lai Sky Saint Land may bear, lie, in our name and practice Lai Dao, but we conduct ourselves openly and walk upright. You're lying to me, right? Off with you. Feng Boping's face suddenly stern, he said irritably. The saint heir looked slightly stunned, then silently withdrew. When the flying boat accelerated, the Void Saint and the Yang Saint also arrived at the battlefield where the Lai Sky Saint and Buddha Venerate were clashing. Upon arriving, they immediately saw the shadowy doppelganger unknown currency Inger in the distance and their eyes turned cold. The true body. Without a word or delay, they made their move. With a bang, the saint path suddenly swept across to envelop them. The Lai Sky Saint sensed the sudden assault from the Void Saint and the Yang Saint, her complexion changing drastically, and exclaimed, two saints are shamelessly attacking a junior. This has nothing to do with you. The Yang Saint spoke up, as he summoned the Red Sun Saint Dao, causing the temperature between heaven and earth to suddenly spike, instantly setting the shadowy doppelganger unknown currency Inger ablaze with blaring heat from its blood, using its bones and soul as fuel. As the shadowy doppelganger unknown currency Inger burned and struggled with harrowing screams, the Void Saint and the Yang Saint both calmed down. Buddha Venerate, it's up to you now to probe. The Void Saint said to Buddha Venerate, then turned to the Lai Sky Saint, I will handle her. The Lai Sky Saint, outraged, attempted to snuff out the flames on the shadowy doppelganger unknown currency Inger, but the Void Saint suddenly swept her hand across, isolating the Void, employing her own Saint domain, and pulling the Lai Sky Saint into a Void domain where she could stand undefeated. Even if she could not kill her adversary, she could ensure her own survival. Unending Void power surged into her body, turning the Lai Sky Saint's complexion ashen as she attacked furiously. Seeing the Lai Sky Saint's fury, the Void Saint internally relaxed even more, confident that they had indeed found the true body. On the other hand, Buddha Venerate stretched out his hand and grasped a clump of flesh and blood from the burning shadowy doppelganger unknown currency Inger, immediately employing the great cause and effect skill. Silk-like strands of Taoist charm gathered and directed, yet quickly, these strands began to float erratically, seemingly unable to find the source. Buddha Venerate's brow wrinkled slightly, unable to find any trace of cause and effect. Was this due to some obstruction or did the adversary not leave any divine blood elsewhere? How is it? The Yang Saint looked towards him. Buddha Venerate's facial expression was flickering, saying, couldn't trace the karma, unless the Supreme Being shelters them, otherwise what's before us is all of his true body. The Yang Saint was taken aback and couldn't help but say, but we just saw his incarnations elsewhere. Incarnations aren't necessarily crafted from divine blood. Karma seeks the root, not the facade. Buddha Venerate shook his head. The Yang Saint furrowed his brows. The adversary had reached final realm but hadn't left any divine blood. The presence before them was the entirety of the true body. It seemed unimaginable. Are you sure this is his true body? The Yang Saint couldn't help but ask. Buddha Venerate nodded and said, it's highly probable. The power the adversary used to strike was definitely beyond what an incarnation could achieve. Hearing this, the Yang Saint looked towards the ongoing fierce battle between the Lai Sky Saint and the Void Saint, feeling an inexplicable irritation in his heart and said, I'll go assist her first. This heavenly sacred land, we will settle scores with them sooner or later. As he spoke, he also joined the Void domain, teaming up to besiege the Lai Sky Saint. Is it over? The twin Buddha child watched the now extinguished shadowy doppelganger unknown currency Inger, but his eyes seemed somewhat vacant. Had his heart demon vanished just like that? The obsession in his heart also dissipated quite a bit at this moment. Yet, the sword shadow in his sea of consciousness still lingered. Without the heart demon, the sword shadow remained an obstacle, but fortunately the sword shadow would eventually disperse, needing only some time. In the blink of an eye, 2 days had passed. The flying boat shuttled through the void thunder zone outside the upper three realms and smoothly arrived within the upper three realms. The energy concentration here was obviously higher than in other minor worlds. The void thunder acted like a natural barrier, sealing the energy within this area, preventing it from leaking out. Before long, breaking through the barrier of the heavenly origin realm, everyone arrived inside the heavenly origin realm. Vast and magnificent, the heavenly origin realm was 4 to 5 times larger than other minor worlds. At this time, the place was extraordinarily lively, with inns belonging to various divine dynasties filled with people. Noble figures from the minor worlds within all heavens had brought their families' pride and joy here to observe the battle. In the heavenly origin realm, there are 3 holy lands: the Law Sect Sacred Land, the Source Ancestor Sacred Land, and the Mo Family Holy Land. Among these 3 great sacred lands, the Source Ancestor Sacred Land was the most prominent, situated right in the middle of the heavenly origin realm, atop the ancient Tianyuan Saint Mountain. With Feng Boping and Yuan Zhou clearing the path, the flying boat crossed over. Unlike those royals and nobles from all heavens who had come to observe the battle and could only stay in residences within the divine dynasties, they descended directly in front of Tianyuan Saint Mountain. This battle would also be broadcast throughout the entire heavenly origin realm via the boundary stones. Others could only look up from elsewhere, while only a handful of individuals with extremely high status could watch the event on the Saint Mountain itself. Those who could come here either had overwhelming strength or prominent backgrounds. Now that we have safely arrived, this is a stroke of fortune for you, young friend. I thus wish you all the best in the upcoming Pride of Heaven battle and hope you will emerge as the champion, Yuan Zhou said to Li Hao with a smile. While the heirs of the 2 great holy lands were still sizing up the grandeur of the Source Ancestor Sacred Land, they couldn't help but cast envious glances at Li Hao upon hearing Yuan Zhou's words. Having the blessing of a saint from the Mo family indicated significant regard. Even though among them some were reincarnated bodies of saints, they did not receive such treatment. After all, reincarnated bodies could perish prematurely and would reincarnate again, potentially not retaining all memories from this life. Moreover, even if they returned to their rightful place after reincarnation, their status might not compare with Yuan Zhou's. Thank you for your auspicious words, Senior, Li Hao replied as he clasped his hands in thanks. Feng Boping watched as Yuan Zhou left and then said to Li Hao with a smile, coming to Tianyuan Saint Mountain, under the Source Ancestor's watchful eyes, those people, even if they came, would not dare to make a move against you. You have no cause for concern. However, do still watch out for possible harm from the petty and deceitful. Li Hao nodded slightly, understanding that one could never be too careless in any place. At that moment, Feng Boping met with a semi-saint who had come from the Source Ancestor Sacred Land to welcome them. The Thief Saint Land and the Lai Sky Saint Land were 2 pillars of the Little Thousand World, and this semi-saint treated Feng Boping very courteously, leading him, Li Hao, and the group of heirs and saintesses to a welcoming hall in the Source Ancestor Sacred Land that had been prepared in advance. This Saint Mountain was incredibly majestic, with buildings scattered about. Each person was accommodated in their own separate courtyard, comfortable and at ease. The battle starts in 3 days. You can wander around during these days, but don't stir up trouble, control your actions, and don't get caught, Feng Boping instructed his saint disciples. He worried they might get the itch to steal in this place. If they were not caught, it could be overlooked, but if their skills were not refined, they would be inviting trouble. Afterward, he said to Li Hao, I will transform to go greet the Lai Sky Saint and see if she has extricated herself. Li Hao nodded. The favor from the Lai Sky Saint was also etched in his heart. There's no need. Just then, a voice sounded from the void, and immediately after, a figure stepped out from the returning ruins. It was the Lai Sky Saint herself. However, her hair was disheveled, her body was splattered with fresh blood, and she appeared extremely tragic. Nonetheless, her expression was indifferent, as if she didn't care about the injuries she had sustained. Li Hao's eyes sharpened instantly, and his fists clenched slightly. Feng Boping took a look and said, however, you are kind-hearted. Even if you weren't in this state, you would still remember her favor. The Lai Sky Saint raised her eyebrows, and upon being exposed, she simply opted not to pretend anymore. Her injuries rapidly dissipated, and she returned to her previous transcendentally ethereal appearance. Li Hao, upon seeing this, couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief and said, it's good that Senior is unharmed. Seeing Li Hao show no disgust, but instead relief, a glint flashed deep in the eyes of the Lai Sky Saint. After giving him a profound look, she smiled and said, With just a couple of those half-baked three calamities saints, they can't bother me. To think of keeping me is nothing but foolish wishful thinking. Besides, they wouldn't dare to push me into a corner, for the thief saint didn't tell you if the three calamities saints are driven to desperation, they can invoke the three calamities, triggering the decline of the heavenly Tao. While it won't lead to mutual destruction, it is something everyone fears. Li Hao was taken aback. He truly didn't know about these things. But he understood that Feng didn't elaborate because these matters were too far in the distance for him at the moment, and knowing them was pointless, only fostering unnecessary dread. It's good that you are all safe. Now I will go see my disciples. Have they been worried about me? The Li Sky Saint asked. Feng Boping replied indifferently, they were not worried at all. You are utterly incapable of lying. The Li Sky Saint rolled her eyes slightly, yet her look was full of charm. Having said this, she turned and vanished. Not long after the departure of the Li Sky Saint, Feng Boping instructed Li Hao to rest in the courtyard and then left the yard to rest in the Saint Hall arranged for himself while also planning to meet with a few old friends. Li Hao didn't remain idle and intended to continue refining the laws within the courtyard. If he cultivated his energy channels, he feared it would attract the prying of saints and reveal the secrets of the final realm. After all, when cultivating, the trajectory reaches directly to the source and is the easiest to reveal problems. Soon after, an attendant assigned by the source ancestor's sacred land knocked on the door, saying in a low voice, "My lord, a friend of yours has come to visit." Li Hao opened his eyes, a bit surprised. With a sweep of his divine thought, he noticed that every courtyard was isolated from divine thought probing by prohibition. While he could forcefully break through, this prohibition was evidently a matter of etiquette, to prevent mutual snooping. If someone were to rashly break through the prohibition and sweep around, they would likely provoke a warning from the source ancestor's sacred land. However, there was no prohibition outside the courtyard, and with a glance of his divine thought, Li Hao saw several faces that seemed familiar, waiting outside the courtyard. It's just that 10 years had passed, and their appearances had changed somewhat. As for him, having fled within the void and developed his physical body to the extreme, he aged very slowly, and the changes weren't significant. Do you think he still remembers us? How could he forget? Mysterious God had exchanged blows with him before and was once an equal rival. It's impossible for him to forget, right? Exactly, plus, he's somewhat one of the G family's own. Hush, don't speak of that. Outside the door, Mysterious God and other talents of the G family whispered among themselves. They had previously crossed the immortal gate, all disciples under saints of the primordial Holy Land. Some came to participate in the battle, while others, having not been selected, came to watch. They arrived early and were now searching around for Li Hao's residence and movements. Ever since Li Hao became famous on the All Heavens battlefield, his whereabouts had been closely monitored by Lark Tower. Many powers had obtained information about Li Hao from there. After all, this information was not intentionally concealed, and it made quite the stir. Many knew that Li Hao had been ranked first in the Kanglan realm and was now hiding in the Saint Land of Thievery. "Oh, you are here too." Several figures approached from behind, led by Zhang Zian. Seeing Mysterious God and the others waiting outside the courtyard, her eyes flickered slightly. She had already known that they were quite concerned about the young man whom her father, Emperor Yu, cared about, but she didn't expect them to arrive to visit him as soon as she had. "Miss Ziyan." Mysterious God nodded slightly upon spotting her. She was a saintess of the primordial Holy Land, with a very high status, but she was too old to participate in the Pride of Heaven battle this time. "Saint Air Mysterious God." Zhang Zian nodded in return, aware that he was born in the ancient Holy Clan, with ancestors who are saints just like her Zhang family. Inside the primordial Holy Land, Mysterious God had shown exceptional performance. In a short while after becoming a disciple, he broke through barriers rapidly, and his cultivation soared. In various competitions within the sect, he demonstrated a dazzling edge, quickly becoming a Saint Heir. Now, among many young Saint Heirs, he is one of the top-ranked. For this Saint Heir with boundless prospects within the sect, she was naturally willing to cultivate a relationship. Also, since both were from the mortal world and born into the ancient Holy Clan, they had a good connection with each other. "Are you well acquainted with him?" Zhang Zian took this opportunity to inquire curiously. With everyone busy with their own cultivation in the sect each day, opportunities for interaction were not many. "A rival, and also a friend, at least that's what I believe," Mysterious God responded calmly. Despite being defeated by Li Hao previously, he would never forget that scene. Instead, It had become the motivation for his cultivation. Whenever faced with difficulties and setbacks, that proud and unyielding figure would emerge in his mind. Hearing mysterious God's words, Zhang Xian's eyes flickered slightly, aligning closely with what she had anticipated. She smiled gracefully. I heard he offended the Buddhist sect and was previously chased by the Void Saint. I was worried that he might not dare to come. Not dare. Hearing her words, mysterious God allowed a slight smile to appear on his calm face. There's nothing in the world that he would not dare to do. Just the fact that he dared to offend a saint is something that I and others are ashamed not being able to compare to. Zhang Xian was slightly startled, a hint of doubt flickering in her heart. What was there to admire about offending a saint? Seeing his reaction, it seemed that whether right or wrong, he held a great admiration, which did not seem like the respect for a rival but rather an adulation. But could mysterious God, the popular and proud saint heir of the primordial Holy Land, admire someone? Zhang Xian secretly shook her head, casting aside these thoughts. She was not well acquainted with the young man, hardly having exchanged words. But when she had crossed the immortal gate earlier, she had recognized that the young man's talent was extremely terrifying, a unique prodigy, and thus she also wanted to use this opportunity to strengthen the ties between him and the Zhang family. After all, since he had left the mortal world for over a decade and, though he had a connection with her father, the absence of contact over a long time might have weakened their relationship. With such thoughts in her mind, Zhang Xian explained her reasons to the attendant at the door and calmly waited. Meanwhile, Li Hao inside the courtyard had already gotten up and was about to push open the gate. Ho-shen. When the gate opened, mysterious God saw the familiar face, his eyes shifting from indifference to serious concentration. A slight tremor pulsed through his heart, feeling an excited rush of blood of the thrill of a long-awaited reunion, mixed with an unexplainable exhilaration. Zhang Xian was also aware of Li Hao's fame in all heavens. The news was sensational. Any saint heir or saintess from the major holy lands who wasn't extremely isolated would generally know about it. She observed the young man with astonishment. She had thought he perished after stepping through the immortal gate, but against all odds, he survived the pursuit of a saint's incarnation and stirred up a great commotion in the land of all saints, where geniuses gathered. She couldn't help but silently applaud. Her father's judgment was indeed much sharper than hers. Ho-shen, do you still remember us? Zhang Xian spoke with a charming smile. Usually, her demeanor was icy, bearing the dignity and pride of an imperial princess, cold and unapproachable. But now, she was as gentle as a mild spring breeze, devoid of any airs. She hadn't changed over the 10 years, and so she asked this question. The princess has also come. Li Hao, seeing Zhang Xian, remembered her as Emperor Yu's daughter and nodded slightly to her. Seeing Li Hao still addressing her by her mortal world title, Zhang Xian pursed her lips in a smile. We've all heard about your situation, and we all support you. Li Hao was taken aback, then smiled in response, thank you. Mysterious God focused intently on Li Hao. This time, I will also participate in the Supreme Genius battle. It's been 10 years since we crossed the immortal gate, and I've always wanted to spar with you again. Both of us have undergone arduous cultivation in the land of all saints, spurring each other on. But now, I'm still not quite at your level. However, if the opportunity arises, I would still like to exchange pointers with you. He was straightforward and disliked beating around the bush, openly expressing his thoughts and intentions. Li Hao was slightly taken aback upon hearing Ji's words, expressing his thoughts openly, acknowledging Li Hao as a rival and a target to catch up to and comfortably admitting so, which was indeed not easy. He slightly nodded, not feeling any disdain but instead developing a liking for such straightforward individuals. Sure, let's discuss and share our thoughts more when we have a chance. Let's not harm the good mood. Li Hao smiled when he saw the familiar faces from the past, now with significantly improved strengths, which filled his heart with much reassurance. Thinking about the opportunity, he considered sharing some of the advanced cultivation techniques he had worked on with them, should they need it. Emperor Yu sent a secret message to me, asking me to pass his greetings to you and told me to assist you when possible, but now it seems, assistance might be too bold a word to use, Zhang Xian said gently, her eyes shimmering. Although she disliked the cunning conspiracies of the royal family, as years passed and vanities faded, she gradually started to value and understand the importance of those previously disliked matters, inevitably adding layers of thoughts to her words. Li Hao nodded, faintly sensing the goodwill from the princess, but in his view, it was unnecessary. Given his relationship with Emperor Yu, Even after hundreds or thousands of years, their next meeting would still be as cordial as ever. As for the descendants of Emperor Yu, as long as they weren't malicious, he would naturally harbor goodwill and kindness towards them. Don't just stand at the door, come in and take a seat. Li Hao invited them into the courtyard. Soon, he brought out tea, wine, and some snacks that he made during his leisure time. Hosting friends from afar deserved good drinks. During the feast, everyone ate, drank, and casually chatted. Ji Qingshuang, with her cool eyes, observed Li Hao intently. Her father, Ji Qingyuan, the newly recognized war god of the Ji family, and back when Li Hao single-handedly challenged many of the Ji family's heavenly pretty, so when it came time for her to step forward, she was stopped by Ji and hence, never had the chance to spar with the young man before her. Despite this, she knew she was no match for him, and now the gap between them was even wider. This young man came from an even humbler background within the Ji family than hers, being a half-blood, while she was at least born from a legal wife. Originally she was slightly discontented with her lineage, but after seeing that young man defeating all contenders with his iron fist on the mountaintop, a knot in her heart had been untied since. Therefore, compared to others, she harbored a special impression of this young man. In him, she saw the shadow of her father, a war god who rose from low beginnings, proving that lineage could not hinder true achievements. The group reminisced and chatted, moving from topics of the mortal world to the Holy Land, from eating and drinking to discussing cultivation, eventually landing on the topic of the current Supreme Genius battle. This time, there are several favorites to win the crown, all extremely formidable and disciples of the Supreme Saint Gate, extremely talented and spotted by the Supreme Saint. Zhang Xian's eyes moved as she brought this useful piece of intelligence, aiming to curry favor with Li Hao. Ji had been secluded in cultivation and was not very aware of these external affairs. For him, no matter who the other contenders were, his goal was to first surpass himself, then catch up to Li Hao. No worries, it won't affect us. Li Hao chuckled, his goal not the competitors, but rather the Void Saint and Buddha Venerate. Having survived their ambushes, what remained was focusing on condensing the embryonic form of his saint path and using this incense fire opportunity to leap towards becoming a saint. The time for his true revenge was approaching. Quote. Zhang Xian slightly opened her mouth, waiting for Li Hao to ask so she could elaborate, but was met with such a response instead. Seeing his casual smile, she was momentarily stunned. Did he not intend to compete for first place, or was he overly confident? After a brief contemplation, she decided to lead the conversation herself and reveal the intelligence. But by doing so, it was her own initiative, rather than Li Hao owing her a favor. Feeling somewhat helpless about this, but with the heavenly pride battle nearing, this intelligence would soon be irrelevant. Even if she couldn't earn any gratitude, she hoped Li Hao would be prepared. Hearing the various things Zhang Xian mentioned, Ji's face turned solemn, in disbelief that, aside from Li Hao, these disciples under the Supreme Saint Gate were also formidable. He had been full of confidence, thinking he could make it into the top 10, but now he felt uncertain. If he couldn't even make the top 10, how could he face sparring with Li Hao without feeling embarrassed? His expression grew heavy as he sipped his tea. Seeing the atmosphere suddenly turning solemn, Li Hao felt somewhat helpless. It was supposed to be a joyful gathering of old friends, yet now it seemed weighed down by heavy thoughts. He who is powerful should remain powerful, and the breeze shall still brush over the mountains. It's just a competition, not the end of life. Li Hao immediately spoke to offer comfort. Hearing Li Hao's words, Ji looked up at him, and seeing Li Hao's carefree smile, he suddenly felt that he might be overthinking. He naturally understood this logic, but the person before him seemed to embody it in his actions, which somewhat influenced him. You're right, even if we fail this time, it doesn't hinder our continuation in cultivation and our future path to becoming a saint. Another Ji family heavenly pride chimed in. Ji Qingshuang nodded, seeing the most clearly of all. Her father came from a modest background yet still became a war god. For someone who could cultivate to a semi-saint in the mortal world, one could imagine his potential, possibly even becoming a saint in the land of all saints. Ji, already topping in heavenly pride in the mortal world and using the abundant resources of the land of all saints, had soared rapidly, transforming into a dragon in mere decades, becoming a renowned saint heir of the primordial Holy Land. Give him a few more decades, and his next battle would surely astonish all heavens. The atmosphere relaxed and became cheerful again. Upon hearing Li Hao say this, Zhang Xian also realized that it was superfluous for her to strenuously probe into such matters. After some casual conversation, another visitor came. Li Hao sent his divine thought sweeping out, realizing it was an acquaintance, and immediately asked the attendants to invite them in. Brother Hoshin. The visitors were disciples of Master Qin, Bright Moon Sword and Pure Z. They also apprenticed at the primordial Holy Land, with Bright Moon Sword here to compete, while Pure Z, who regrettably missed the selection, accompanied to watch the battles. Bright Moon Sword possesses a Taoist body with a Tao heart, which makes him prone to sudden insights during bottlenecks, thereby advancing his cultivation rapidly. After apprenticing under a saint, he received abundant resources and rare treasures, which tempered his physical body and enhanced his cultivation in the extreme realm, making his progress comparable to Ji, albeit slightly inferior overall. Seeing fellow disciples like Ji and Zhang Zian already present, both Bright Moon Sword and Pure Z were slightly stunned, and quickly realized that compared to these elder brothers and sisters, they were much slower. Bright Moon Sword, 2 years younger than Li Hao, is now 26 but looks only about 18 or 19. With bright eyes, white teeth, and a tender complexion, he bears a somewhat feminine appearance, making it difficult to distinguish his gender. His gaze pure, he still appeared as when he first met Li Hao in the Taoist palace, with a hint of timidity and shyness, and said, "Bright Moon Sword greets Brother Hoshin. We're all peers, no need for formalities." Li Hao smiled and gestured for him to take a seat at the table. Bright Moon Sword's face flushed slightly as he said, "My master said that although you're not his disciple, he wants us to treat you as we would him." Li Hao was startled, slightly helpless. He said, "You've been here for 10 years and still remember your master's words. A master for a day is a father for life, I dare not forget." Bright Moon Sword's cheeks turned serious as he spoke. Li Hao, hearing this, laughed and said, "Well said, that deserves a drink." As the cup of wine was offered, Bright Moon Sword's face turned nervous again. "Master also said that drinking harms the body, I don't drink alcohol." Quote. Li Hao, dumbfounded, burst into laughter, not forcing him, and said, "Let's toast with tea instead." Bright Moon Sword breathed a sigh of relief, nodded, and raised his teacup to clink with Li Hao. As more people arrived, the courtyard became even livelier. However, not long after the arrival of Bright Moon Sword and Pure Z, another visitor appeared. Li Hao's divine thought swept out, realizing it was still an acquaintance. He couldn't help but laugh, asking the attendants to quickly invite them in. This time, the visitors were from the Sword Ancestor Holy Land, Lin Qingyu along with her grandfather Lin Shanhai, and various alchemists like Shi Huajin. Seeing the many people in Li Hao's courtyard, Lin Qingyu and the others were taken aback. Zhang Zian and others also turned with some surprise, noticing these were faces not from their original crossing through the Immortal Gate, obviously people Li Hao had met in the Land of All Saints. "Heard you were here, so we came to check on you." Lin Qingyu saw the young man at the table, looked intently and said softly, "Was your journey here smooth? With the Sword Master personally escorting, we didn't encounter any issues, any demons we met on the road were cleared away by one stroke of the Sword Master." Lin Qingyu said. "The Sword Master came too." Li Hao was somewhat surprised. It wasn't the Sword Saint who came. Could it be that he stayed to safeguard the Holy Land? Thinking of seeing this fishing companion again, Li Hao also felt quite delighted. "These are your friends." Lin Qingyu looked towards Zhang Zian, Ji, Bright Moon Sword, and others, sensing they were all extraordinarily talented heavenly prides, and thinking of Li Hao having so many friends besides her eyes fluttered slightly, and she nibbled her lower lip. "Yes." Li Hao nodded, inviting Lin Qingyu, old Mr. Lin Shanhai and others to sit down, and the originally spacious courtyard suddenly seemed a bit crowded. Soon after, a message came from outside the gate. Li Hao looked and was surprised to find Lin Shuai, Kai Guang, and others had also arrived. Li Hao slightly raised his eyebrows. He had no dealings with Lin Shuai, but without grudges, he could accept their visit, though Kai Guang's arrival was a bit unexpected. Seeing Li Hao's crowded courtyard, Lin Shuai, Kai Guang, and others were clearly stunned. They had thought Li Hao, having offended the Buddha sect, might be shunned by others and be in a deserted state, but contrary to their expectations, it was very lively. "Brother Hoshin, I am Lin Shuai, also from the Kanglin realm, we could be considered half fellow townspeople." Lin Shuai bowed, appearing genteel and extremely modest. Li Hao returned the gesture, upon seeing the heavenly prides from the Saint dynasty behind him, also invited them to sit. Kai Guang looked at Li Hao, his expression complex. During the battle of the Divine Dynasty, He had concealed his strength and conceded the first place to Li Hao, thinking it was his own concession, but later realized that even if he had competed seriously, he would have been no match for him. Despite Li Hao defeating him, he was utterly convinced and held no hostility towards Li Hao. This visit was actually intended to give Li Hao a warning. The twin Buddha child has been reincarnated. I thought you wouldn't dare to come, yet here you are. I heard the twin Buddha child has inherited the saint path from a previous life, and his strength is even more terrifying than before. You should be careful if you encounter him. Kai Guang warned. This was secret information told by his master. Indeed, Li Hao didn't expect the other person to come with good intentions, and seeing this, didn't show a cold face but nodded. After Kai Guang finished speaking, he glanced again at the people at Li Hao's table, his expression complex. Given Li Hao's current standing, with two major holy lands holding hostility towards him, it was surprising to see so many daring to approach, not fearing getting burned themselves. I take my leave. Kai Guang finished speaking, did not linger, and turned to leave. Care to stay for a drink? Seeing him leave alone, Li Hao suddenly spoke out, the flavor of this wine is quite good. Kai Guang's figure paused slightly, his expression easing considerably, knowing that the past grudges were now completely written off. He stopped in his tracks and said, then let's have a taste. Li Hao gave a slight smile and invited him to take a seat. The commotion here was noticed by other saint heirs in the nearby courtyards. Lin Baichuan, who had been cultivating in the courtyard for a while, came to find Li Hao, wanting to invite him for a walk. Upon arrival, however, he saw Li Hao's courtyard full of guests. He was somewhat stunned, his eyes wide in disbelief. These saint heirs and saintesses, who usually favored tranquility and were focused on their cultivation, had very few friends. Yet, Li Hao's courtyard was as bustling as a vegetable market. From a distance in the void, two figures stood side by side. Feng Boping looked towards Li Hao's courtyard, observing the extraordinary liveliness, and seeing the young man in the middle of the gathering with a smile on his face, drinking like a prodigal, chatting and laughing freely, a hint of a smile flashed in his eyes. It seems he's quite popular, commented Lai Sky Saint, who also saw the scene. Feng Boping replied with a smile, he was like this in the mortal world. Such a disposition indeed makes one likable, remarked Lai Sky Saint softly. She had seen countless people and could tell at a glance that Li Hao's nature was quite amiable, unlike other aloof heavenly prides who were hard to approach. Feng Boping's smile faded slightly, as if he thought of something, and he simply nodded. Time flies. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye, and everywhere in the heavenly origin realm was bustling, with the liveliest place still being Tianyuan Saint Mountain. All the houses here were filled, and distinguished guests from various realms had arrived. Some unruly and willful individuals caused some minor disturbances, but these were quickly settled. Over the past 3 days, many people discussed who would be the champion of the Pride of Heaven battle, with the highest voices being for several disciples of the Supreme Saint Gate, and Li Hao. Leaving one's mark on the all heavens battlefield, it's a genuine achievement. Although the heavenly steel can't measure skill completely accurately, its measurement is still a significant reference for talent and carries a lot of weight. If we go by the heavenly steel, then Haoshan should be the top of this batch, right? The heavenly steel is just an indicator, not absolute, otherwise, why bother competing? Just leave a handprint on the heavenly steel. That's right, the heavenly steel only represents certain upper limits. Combat is not one-sided, and even the mindset at the time of competition can have an impact. These heavenly prides have a mindset not easily disturbed like those of the common folk. Praising him is useless. Haoshan might not even show up, remember, he was too arrogant and offended both the Buddha realm and our void holy land. Right now, he could be hiding somewhere, tail tucked between his legs. Where else could it be? Probably sneaking around in that thieving void holy land. Little Thousand World, I think it would also be fitting to call it Old Thousand Realm. Don't mention it, it was originally called Old Thousand Realm, but then Thief Saint felt that Old Thousand insulted the dignity of thieves, so he changed it to Little Thousand World. Inside the Tianyuan sacred land, all the realms were discussing. Master, has Haoshan arrived? In the Law Sect sacred land, Wu Tian asked his master, one of the legalist saints, known as the Saint of 10,000 Nations Laws, and also as Law Saint. He has already arrived. Are you very interested in him? The Law Saint looked as if stars were suspended in his eyes, seemingly containing thousands of brilliant lights, and he said with an indifferent smile. Wu Tian recalled his observation at the All Heavens battlefield, where the other party suppressed the Green Deer King with a gesture. That power had ignited a strong desire to compete within him. Yes, I really want to see how formidable he is, leaving a red mark on the battlefield, Wu Tian said frankly. On this trip, you'll have the chance to encounter him, said the Law Saint with a smile, as if he followed certain laws of heaven and foresaw the future. Wu Tian's eyes brightened. His master was extremely skilled in divination and prediction, and his words were usually very accurate with rare errors. Elsewhere in the Law sect, after a long seclusion, it seems that some unruly newcomers have popped up outside. A figure stood tall and upright, dressed in white clothing, purifying himself with burning incense, seeming well comported with an aura of serenity, and although his eyes were rather cold and sharp, he exuded rationality and a strong sense of calm. Indeed, it's said that he challenged saints while only in the Tao Law realm, and neither the Buddha realm nor the Void Holy Land pursued him. They are quite magnanimous, possessing the compassion of saints, said the serving maid obediently, with a hint of indignation in her eyes. Challenging the saint path's rules is seeking self-destruction. The Buddha realm as well, allowing a junior to challenge without stern punishment. The law does not indulge sentiments, such tolerance is equivalent to condoning evil. It's time for a council. The young man in white said coldly, not pleased with either party upon hearing of the event. As a disciple of the Holy Master of Law, his master cultivated the heavenly Tao rules. All things, including saints, must follow his master's rules, and now someone was breaking them. Challenging saints is a violation of the saint path. Saints not punishing this severely is also not following the saint path's rules. The world is but a chessboard, all things the pieces, which should follow the rules of chess Tao to determine victory or defeat. If rules are not observed, what meaning is there in victory or defeat? In front of the young man in white, in front of the board where incense burned, there was a chessboard, and his slender fingers picked up the pieces and set them down. His chess Tao was transcendent, yet he could only play against himself. Because it was exceedingly difficult to find someone capable of playing against him. Where is the master? The young man in white suddenly asked, as he moved a piece. If his master knew of this matter, he would certainly not stand by. The Holy Master of Law went to comprehend the principles of the heavenly Tao. If the Saint Heir participates in this Pride of Heaven battle, the Holy Master of Law will probably return in time, the maid said, her head lowered. The young man's expression eased slightly upon hearing this. With his master being occupied, it was no wonder there was no indulgence. The master has reached the level of supreme saint, studying the heavenly Tao as scripture. These saints do not know that the law established by my master is the heavenly Tao rules, to which all things comply. Going against it will only lead to self-destruction. Spring, autumn, winter, summer, the seasons must rotate in order, how can they be disrupted at will? His eyes were cold and sharp as he picked up a piece again, heavily placing it on the board. If I ever encounter this person, I will certainly let him know that one in the Tao Law realm must follow the rules of the Tao Law realm. In another secret cave mansion in the Tianyuan sacred land. Deep in the cave mansion, there is a stone wall with a young man sitting in front of it, awakening from his meditation. Go, the time is almost right, your opponent this time is not to be underestimated, you might personally experience the legendary sixth extreme realm. The white-haired old man calmly said in front of the stone wall. Sitting there in the dark cave, he seemed like a stark white beam of light, surrounded by starry galaxies, brilliant and misty, as if he wasn't part of the mortal world. The young man was briefly stunned and couldn't help saying, is it that Haoshan, but Wu Tian of the Fahia, and Chu Tianlu, the direct disciple of the Holy Master of Law, should not be underestimated either. The white-haired elder slightly shook his head, not saying more. Seeing this, the young man got up and respectfully bowed before retiring. In the blink of an eye, the supreme genius battle had finally begun. With the boundary stones illuminating, spread across the entire heavenly origin realm, the clouds above suddenly changed, reflecting the scene atop the Tianyuan sacred mountain. Countless people had finished their breakfast early, eagerly looking forward to the most grand and bustling event across all heavens. A once-in-a-century event, many people would struggle to witness it even once in their lives. It's starting, look, that's Wu Tian from the Fahia. That's Chu Tianlu from the Fahia, I heard he's the direct disciple of the Holy Master of Law, likely to inherit the mantle of the Supreme Saint. That's Xiao Tianyu from the Source Ancestor Sacred Land. That's the Green Deer King from the Mixed Heaven Sacred Land, I heard that he was previously subjugated under Haoshan's buttocks as a mount in the All Heavens battlefield, not sure if it's true or false. Shish, it seems to be true. His expression changed, he heard it. In the crowd, some people who mentioned the dark history of the Green Deer King suddenly felt the piercing gaze of the Green Deer King, causing them to sweat profusely and dare not talk further. On Tianyuan Mountain, the battlefield is at the peak of the mountain, and the geniuses from all realms are arranged from the mountainside courtyard, following the saint path steps to the waiting area. As each saint heir ascended the steps, countless gazes converged there. Among them, the saint heirs under the Supreme Saint Gate walked out to loud cheers, obviously recognized by many. Merely having the title of a disciple of the Supreme Saint was enough to terrify. That is the Haoyu Saint son from the Sword Ancestor Sacred Land. It's our brother Lin from our sacred land. In the crowd, the Haoyu Saint son and people like Lin Shuai also ascended the Saint Path steps, but apart from some from the Kanglin realm recognizing them, other realms didn't know much about them, causing little stir. To become renowned across all heavens, one must have done extremely sensational deeds, but with only a few hundred years of cultivation, how could they have many chances to become widely known? This supreme genius battle was indeed their grand stage to become famous. That's Kai Guang. Who is Kai Guang? It doesn't matter if you don't know him, but soon you will remember him, he is very strong. In the crowd, dignitaries and princely heirs from various realms gathered to watch the battle, all from prominent and powerful families, even members of the Divine Dynasty's royal family were common here, easily grabbed by the handful. As figures climbed the steps one by one, many spectators watched intently. Eventually, fewer figures appeared. Where is Hooshin? Why don't I see him? Could it be that he really backed out, not daring to participate in the competition? Nonsense, I heard he came. Maybe he's just moving slowly. Now that the Buddhist has arrived, does he still dare to show up? Outside the Saint Path steps, onlookers gathered. If not for the extensive prohibitions here that prevented their divine thought from sweeping around, they would have long tried to probe with their divine thought down to the foot of the mountain. As everyone eagerly awaited, a figure slowly ascended the steps. He looked somewhat sleepy, rubbing his eyes as he walked. Having stayed up late last night pondering the embryonic form of the Saint Path, Li Hao woke up late. Although he could go a month without sleep at his current level, sleeping was a pleasure. Why should he abandon such enjoyment for the sake of cultivation? It's quite lively. As Li Hao reached the top of the stairs, he saw countless figures gathered outside, all staring intently at him now. Hooshin. He actually came. He's really unafraid of death, provoking both the Buddhist and the Void Holy Land and still daring to compete. Could it be that he really thinks he can take first place? He must be aiming for first place. After all, the lure of the incense fire is great, the path to becoming a saint, who can resist it? Many did not recognize Li Hao, but as some who knew him cried out in astonishment, it quickly became known that this youth who appeared to have just woken up was none other than Hooshin, famous throughout all heavens. Amidst the sudden surge of astonished calls and a discussion that intensified tenfold, the saint heirs who had walked before also turned their attention towards him. The name of Hooshin had recently become as thunderous as ever to them, even more so than those personally transmitted by supreme saints. Is that him? Is he Hooshin? Many competing saint heirs and saintesses scrutinized the youth with a serious gleam in their eyes. HMPH, indeed I find his character unappealing. In the waiting area, Chu Tianlu, clad in white, glanced over and saw the youth smiling at the spectators and then walked towards this side. It was their first meeting, but he felt a profound aversion against the aura the other emitted. Li Hao felt numerous gazes fixed on him, but he was accustomed to it. He looked up, his glance swept the waiting area, primarily checking if Lin Qingyu and other acquaintances had arrived or had overslept like him. Seeing that they had all arrived, he felt relieved and soon looked towards the distant, hidden yet formidable figures of saints. This battle had amassed a surprising number of saints on Tianyuan Mountain, almost dozens. While most maintained a hidden and extremely inconspicuous presence, Li Hao, with his nascent understanding of the embryonic form of the Saint Path, still sensed them. His expression was solemn. It seems this grand event indeed held significance to all heavens. After all, the purpose of this supreme genius battle seemed to be to stimulate the geniuses of all heavens to compete and cultivate, and then to bring forth those monstrous beings from the sixth extreme realm. Now, he had arrived. Upon reaching the waiting area, Li Hao felt a cold gaze falling on him. Looking up, it was the twin Buddha child, staring coldly at him. Li Hao met his gaze, and as the twin Buddha child saw Li Hao looking at him, a slight cold smile leaked from his lips. Previously unable to kill Li Hao and having learned that the real Li Hao had arrived here, he knew he had been tricked. The sword strike he had witnessed was probably a result of Li Sky Saint's covert help. The heart demon which he initially thought he was dispersing, from then on, was evoked even more intensely, his hatred deepened, becoming even harder to control. Li Hao's expression remained calm, sensing the change in the aura of the twin Buddha child, which had previously been a blend of righteous and evil, a fusion of Buddhas and demons. Now, however, the Buddha light was retracted, with a heavier demonic nature and a hint of madness. It seemed as if a certain path had been taken to its extreme, breaking the previous balance. In response, Li Hao took note, but did not pay too much attention. Even if the other party inherited the Saint Dao power from a previous life, the capacity they could utilize was ultimately limited to their Dao Law realm cultivation and physique. In the 33 realms of all heavens, each realm had 10 spots, including Li Hao, making a total of 330 participants selected from billions, all top heavenly prides of their respective realms. At this moment, the waiting area seats were nearly filled, consisting of stone platforms floating in the air, extremely eye-catching. As Li Hao made his way, aside from the twin Buddha child, many gazes fell upon him, all subtly probing, while others were more overt, even with a hint of provocation.
Li Hao simply swept over them, noticing some cold eyes. Though the faces were unfamiliar, they seemed to harbor some enmity towards him. He did not pay them any mind. With great fame, it was inevitable to attract troubles. Ascending to a stone platform, he settled down comfortably, gave a visual greeting to familiar faces like Lin Qingyue and Ji, and then took in the scene of this battleground. The peak of Tianyuan Saint Mountain was immensely vast, and despite being the summit, it appeared boundless. The sky was filled with brilliant colors, and the heaven and earth energy was so dense it seemed like viscous seawater. Now, all heaven's saints were descending here in their true forms, concealing their auras. Their saintly powers met in the shadows, subtly creating a fantastical celestial scene. Dragons, phoenixes, and other auspicious shadows evolved and floated through the void, with Taoism charm like floating clouds and mists emitting unusual hues, drifting in the sky. Among them, some saints who were openly invited did not hide their presence. Their Taoist charm congealed around them. Some resembled golden-armored warriors, surrounded by countless shadows. Others had a divine ruler above their heads, seemingly able to measure heaven and earth. Many grand scenes made one feel refreshed and exhilarated, with blood boiling with excitement. Li Hao's gaze moved, noticing that Buddha Venerate had also arrived, not concealing his presence, seemingly invited as well. His position was highlighted by the golden light dazzling around the lotus platform, occupying a significant seat amidst these heavenly and earthly anomalies. The heaven and earth treasures awarded to the champion of the Pride of Heaven battle were provided by the Buddhist sect, hence the invitation from the Source Ancestor's sacred land. In addition, Void Saint had not concealed his aura. Where he stood, the surrounding anomalies seemed to dissipate, becoming blurred, as if he stood amidst a void, detached from the mundane world. As Li Hao looked their way, both Buddha Venerate and Void Saint also looked toward him, but their gazes did not seem to focus on Li Hao but rather on the waiting area as a whole, not concentrated. However, Li Hao could feel the unmistakable killing intent in their eyes, a killing intent only he could see and feel. Seeing Void Saint, a killing intent surfaced in Li Hao's eyes. He knew that if this were not the Source Ancestor's sacred land, the other would not hesitate to strike at him. Their enmity set, there was no turning back. Li Hao's face cold, he withdrew his gaze and turned to look at other saints. The most conspicuous among them was an elderly man in a white robe, seated in the center. His stature was imposing, like a towering Dharma aspect, and although his robe was white, it seemed as fine as silkworm thread, swelling with the wind, evoking the sensation of a venerable immortal. Li Hao knew that this was the Source Ancestor, the oldest saint among the land of all saints. Even among the supreme saints, he held an extremely high position. Not far from him were 5 or 6 saints, each with an aura far surpassing that of other saints. Li Hao knew these were the supreme saints from the upper 3 realms' sacred lands. Apart from them, Li Hao also saw an acquaintance. It was the Swordmaster. His presence was not concealed either, seated in the void with what appeared to be endless sword shadows swaying around him, flickering in and out of existence. His expression was indifferent, giving off an aura of inaccessibility. As Li Hao looked over, the Swordmaster seemed to be looking at Li Hao as well and showed a slight smile. Li Hao couldn't help but smile too, nodding his head in acknowledgement. Besides these saints, there were many semi-saints around. Li Hao scanned the area, and to his surprise, saw a whole circle of them surrounding the inner side closest to the battlefield. Truly, semi-saints are as common as dogs, but Li Hao knew this gathering was of all heavens, and there were probably still many who hadn't come for this event. Among these semi-saints, Li Hao also saw some old acquaintances, Yao Ancestor, Zan Tan, and others. When their gazes met, smiles were exchanged. Beneath the saints, at the center where everyone gathered, was a vast battlefield, yet within it, climates like storms and snow converged, with lightning occasionally flashing as seemingly a dangerous forbidden area. Soon after, the rest of the saint heirs and saintesses gradually arrived. Out of 330 seats, 7 spots were left empty. Those who did not come had their semi-saints from their sects approach Source Ancestor, nervously explaining the reasons. Some were in critical moments of their cultivation and were not disturbed. Although the Pride of Heaven battle was critical, they feared they could not compete for the top 10, so their sect chose to let them continue their seclusion, not wanting to miss out on both fronts. Others couldn't attend due to some accident. Li Hao's eyes flickered. It seemed that besides him, there was plenty of strife among the other sacred lands. Where there are gains, there is strife. Li Hao sighed inwardly. Even saints can't escape this fact. Mankind rushes about in pursuit, seeking nothing more than fame. Grandmasters establish sects and receive incense fire for a century. Saints preach and establish teachings, leaving a name for thousands of generations, in endless cycles. However, he seemed to be no exception. He also came here for fame, and behind fame lies profit. As the divine sunlight shone upon the corona, the time arrived, and the Source Ancestor spoke, announcing the official commencement of the Supreme Genius battle. At this point, the entire Saint Mountain vibrated, and the previous discussions and cheers, all momentarily quieted down. Afterward, the Source Ancestor softly expounded the rules. Firstly came the top 100 seats. After advancing to the top 100, the battles would intensify. The selection rule for the top 100 seats was extremely straightforward and brutal. Those confident could take the stage to accept challenges, and those who could defeat 3 opponents, or face no challengers, would advance to the top 100. Each person only had 1 chance to challenge, and victors assumed their opponent's place, needing to win against 2 more to advance. This mode of selection, without a doubt, would be incredibly rapid, leaving many heavenly prides who had come here astonished, with a sense of discomfort in their hearts. They had overcome formidable competitors from minor worlds to become the paramount heavenly prides there, and yet, upon arrival here, they were treated as mere grains of sand in a relentless screening process. If one among the top 100 were to lose, I'm afraid no one would remember them. Having crossed thousands of mountains and vast voids to arrive here, they were merely inconspicuous among the throng of heavenly prides. Compared to some who looked complex, many more had a gleam of intense confidence in their eyes, feeling that this method was excellent and perfectly suited their disposition as heavenly prides. One should cut the chatter short and settle it directly through combat. Of the strong and the weak would be distinguished naturally. Besides, it's only the top 100. Those who lack the ambition to sprint for the top 10 waste their time coming here. With the Source Ancestor finishing the rules, he announced the commencement, with another saint from the Source Ancestor sacred land presiding over it. Outside the battlefield, a massive bone-reflecting mirror floated, and those taking the stage needed to be reflected in the mirror to prevent any deceit. "Who wishes to come forward first?" asked the saint from the Source Ancestor sacred land with a smile. The crowd below loosened up, many unable to restrain themselves, but a figure suddenly flashed, using the power of returning ruin instantaneous movement to appear directly in front of the bone-reflecting mirror. Immediately, the bone-reflecting mirror displayed his age and lifespan. 68 years old. Such an age was considered young among the heavenly prides. Once the bone-reflecting mirror verified his credentials, he stepped onto the stage with a dignified posture, his face like sculpted jade, looking handsome and extraordinary. Noble family sacred land, Bai Yuan, requests guidance from all heavens. As his clear and confident words spread, a wave of discussion and exclamations erupted from the crowd. Noble family sacred land, a sacred land of the purple dye realm, in the upper 3 realms, with a supreme saint in residence, this Bai Yuan was likely a disciple of the supreme saint Gate. While not widely known across all heavens, he had already demonstrated his edge in the upper 3 realms, so those from the upper 3 realms who came here to watch were excited, cheering and hailing him loudly. Those who had previously wanted to be the first to take the stage paused for a moment, then their expressions shifted to solemnity. Even if some didn't recognize Bai Yuan, They understood the significance of the noble family's sacred land. A disciple of the Supreme Saint Gate, these 4 words alone could cause an uproar like thunder. In an instant, the crowd outside became silent, exchanging glances, some in contemplation, yet no one made a move. Others from the upper 3 realms, though wishing to clash with him, knew it was only for the top 100 spots, and not the time to confront him. Otherwise, they would unduly reveal their trump cards prematurely, an unwise and embarrassing move during the battle for the top 100. After a brief silence, no one stepped up to challenge him. With that bold proclamation of requests guidance from all heavens, it seemed to momentarily quell the entire place. Such a display made many disciples from the noble family ecstatic and cheering, letting out excited howls. Bai Yuan, Saint Heir, is mighty, domineering. This is our noble family's Saint Heir. No one from all heavens dares to take the stage. Many noble family disciples were thrilled to the extreme. But these words were too late. Had they been said earlier, it might have provoked others who could not bear to see such arrogance challenged. Bai Yuan, upon hearing the saint from the source ancestor's sacred land announce his advancement, had a smile tugging at the corner of his mouth. His gaze swept over several figures in the crowd, as if to say, "I'm waiting for you." Then, his eyes landed on Li Hao with a hint of frivolity, harboring the same desire to suppress this keeper of the heavenly steel blood words. Regrettably, the latter had not taken the stage. With a whoosh, Bai Yuan turned and stepped down, returning to the waiting area. But with such a dominant opening performance, he was certainly remembered by all the influential figures from the heavenly origin realm who had come to watch. Li Hao saw the other's frivolous gaze but didn't mind, as he had no intention to challenge at this stage. With Bai Yuan leaving the stage, immediately a second figure used instant teleportation to reach the bone-reflecting mirror, seizing the opportunity to perform second. The bone-reflecting mirror revealed the age, 78 years old. But he appeared young and confident, stepping onto the stage and spoke indifferently. Yin-Yang Sacred Land, Lin Zhou, asks for your guidance. My cultivation is not strong, don't waste this opportunity. Though his words sounded modest, they were tinted with arrogance and provocation. Hearing this, someone from the waiting area instantly became uneasy. A figure teleported out, underwent the bone-reflecting mirror test, and seeing he was within 100 years old, stepped onto the stage. My cultivation is quite short, I just wish to sneak into the top 100 to have a look, so let's pick an easy target, he casually said, but it was clear to everyone, it was aimed at Lin Zhou. However, making such a statement carried its own risks. Lin Zhou, hearing the remark, curved his lips and responded, then come and have a try. Quickly, with the array consolidating, phenomena such as storms, snow, and other anomalies appeared on the battlefield, with lightning surging around. They had to fight each other while dodging these law attacks. Bang! As the battle erupted, Lin Zhou suddenly summoned a sun and moon divine wheel, imbued with the yin and yang extreme doctrine. The challenger, bursting forth with extreme realm power, revealed layers of the extreme realm, and feeling the terrifying aura contained within the sun and moon divine wheel, directly unleashed the heaven and earth law manifestation. The towering Dharma aspect emerged, and with it cast a terrifying bolt of lightning, tearing towards the sun and moon divine wheel. But as the sun and moon divine wheel alternated and rubbed against each other, it seemed to slice open the void. Lin Zhou still wore a faint smile on his face, but a flash of brilliance in his eyes revealed that the divine wheel was about to erupt, suddenly closing together and emitting a destructive aura akin to the embryonic form of the Saint Path. Bang! The pervasive lightning was abruptly torn apart, and the storms and thunder that swept around randomly were also dissipated. The storm of ice, snow, and thunder is to prevent dull, drawn-out warfare, ensuring quick selection in the 100-strong battle, with these storms growing stronger over time. But at this moment, the battle had only just broken out, and its lethality was still ordinary, causing no interference to the two fighters. Behind the shattered lightning, the merged sun and moon divine wheel suddenly transformed into a dazzling golden red divine light, streaking across with sparks of fire left in its trail. With a bang, it directly tore apart the opponent's Dharma aspect, splitting it in two. The challenger spat out a mouthful of blood, the Dharma aspect dissipated, watching the opponent in shock. Displaying the 5 extremes realm, he was defeated in just 2 rounds. And yet, the opponent seemed to have used only the extreme realm power of the heaven and earth vein. So strong, this is the disciple of the Supreme Saint Gate, indeed they have the right to be arrogant. They are clearly being modest, not arrogant. With your level of awareness, you'd lose your way in the little thousand world, and not even your parents would find you. But that guy is also impressive. 5 Extremes realm, that's top-tier heavenly pride, and yet he was effortlessly defeated by a disciple of the Supreme Saint. You're not looking closely. That person revealed a semi-saint's techniques. How many in the Daola realm can stand shoulder to shoulder with a semi-saint? Outside the battlefield, the atmosphere was bubbling with excitement, and discussions were lively. Lin Zhou put away the sun and moon divine wheel, looked at the opponent coughing up blood, and calmly smiled. It seems you're not that discerning after all, picking the wrong target. If you want to make it into the top 100, you'll need more practice. After speaking, he turned around and scanned the crowd, saying, "Who else would like to enlighten me?" In the midst of speaking, his gaze swept over the crowd, glanced briefly at Li Hao, and the corner of his mouth revealed an amused smile. Li Hao slightly raised his eyebrow, noticing these folks seemed to take quite an interest in him. However, he paid no attention to them. The embryonic form of the saint path of the opponent, with the fusion of yin and yang, generated a destructive force born from the yin and yang Tao, one of the Dharma aspects of the saint path. But it was different from his own saint path. For now, he is only in the nascent stage of his saint path's embryonic form, yet to truly ponder the vague true meaning of the saint path in his heart. If I hastily cultivate it, I could step into the semi-saint realm with the embryonic form of the path for all beings, but that path isn't my true aspiration. Li Hao's eyes flickered as he pondered over his own true meaning of the saint path. Seeing Li Hao's non-response, Lin Zhou chuckled lightly, waiting nonchalantly. But this time, no one else stepped forward to challenge. As Lin Zhou advanced smoothly, the next contestant followed suit. One after another took the stage. The first 4 or 5 were all under Supreme Saint Gate, and then the chances were seized by members of other Holy Lands. Soon, as people from the Holy Lands in the Central 9 realms took to the stage, challenges were immediately made, and the platform erupted into fierce battles. Li Hao watched quietly, noting that Lin Shuhai and Kai Guang among others had not yet made a move. Since there was only one chance to challenge, missing it meant they could only defend, and failing in defense meant elimination. While they harbored ambitions to break into the top 10, now seeing the disciples from Supreme Saint Gate seemingly possessing semi-saint techniques, their ambition waned considerably, feeling the pressure and valuing the challenge even more. As battles continued, the atmosphere on the scene heated up intensely. Dozens of clashes concluded. Later participants no longer rushed to compete, giving thoughtful consideration instead, some even preferring to wait and observe a bit longer. Soon, Li Hao watched as Kai Guang and Ji entered the fray one after another to defend. Their reputations were not prominent, not widely known among all heavens, and quickly other fighters from minor worlds took the stage to challenge them. However, after the fierce battles, they all demonstrated immense strength. Kai Guang's Flame Dao divine skills had reached the state of entering Dao, effortlessly scorching his adversaries, making his name resound throughout all heavens. Ji showed the 5 Extremes realm. Although he did not use any spectacular moves, his combat flowed like clouds in running water, with exceptional experience in battle, causing many to take notice. Not long after, the wielder of the bright moon sword took to the stage for defense. When his age was reflected on the bone-reflecting mirror, the entire venue was stirred. Merely 26 years old, to secure a spot from a minor world at such an age and come to battle was somewhat astonishing. Hearing cheers from the audience, the face of Bright Moon Sword blushed even more, like a bright red apple, but once he took the stage and drew his sword, the blush faded, replaced with seriousness. This time, participating in the Battle of All Heavens, this must be the youngest participant yet. Many people were filled with anticipation, yet many doubts also arose, suspecting that the opponent had obtained a slot in the small world by some underhanded means. Otherwise, how could a mere 26-year-old not only cultivate to the Daola realm but also become one of its top powerhouses? This battle was under the spotlight, and immediately someone stepped up to challenge. However, the challenger came from a lower-tier small world Holy Land, and those saint heirs from upper-tier small world Holy Lands disdained to take such advantage. Even if they won, it wouldn't be glorious. 26 years old, too green. Come back after another 10 years of cultivation. It's a pity that 100 years later, you will be 126 years old and miss the next Pride of Heaven battle, truly born at an inopportune time. A young man leapt onto the battle platform, announced his lineage, and immediately a fierce battle erupted. Li Hao's eyes showed hope, as he naturally hoped that the Bright Moon Sword would win, being from the same Dayu divine dynasty. As the battle continued, Bright Moon's sword was soon forced to unveil the strength of the Four Extremes realm. Like Bian Rushui, he had shortcomings from the mortal world, failing to condense the heaven and earth law manifestation of the extreme realm. In the mortal world, the only one who had condensed the heaven and earth law manifestation present was Li Hao. Even Ji Mysterious God was using the soul continuation of the Ji family ancestor, that fallen saint, as the inheritance will. Saint inheritance soul, which could be condensed 270 times, but compared to 360 times in condensing an extreme realm, was still a step behind. But Saint inheritance soul, unlike enlightenment soul, can emulate saints and comprehend heaven and earth. If one's mindfulness and cultivation is sufficient later on, it's possible to condense the soul again, achieving heaven and earth law manifestation. Ji Mysterious God thus advanced from Saint inheritance soul to heaven and earth law manifestation, reaching the Five Extremes realm. Both Bright Moon Sword and Bian Rushui had enlightenment souls from the Tao comprehension realm, destined to hardly advance. Only through rebirth and cultivation could they hope to glimpse this extreme realm. Soon, under the opponent's display of heaven and earth law manifestation, Bright Moon Sword found himself in peril. Many were surprised, wondering why he was not using his Dharma aspect to fight, guessing he was hiding his strength, but indeed he had none. Li Hao slightly furrowed his brows, sensing that the situation was leading toward a possible defeat, falling outside the top 100. But for Bright Moon Sword to have come this far was already monstrously impressive, just ultimately with two shallow foundations, being only 26 years old. Moreover, he had spent 14 years cultivating in the mortal world and only 12 years in the land of all saints. The level he had achieved was already exceedingly rare and not easy. In the perilous moment, Bright Moon Sword suddenly burst forth, with sword light surging like a tide, from the pure ultimate sword intent. Astonishingly, traces of Tao emerged. That trace of Tao made his sword move exceedingly ingenious, instantly breaking through the opponent's sealing moves and Dharma aspect, his sword piercing through that Dharma aspect. Subsequently, Bright Moon Sword fiercely continued his assault, his sword light flowing uninterrupted, turning the tables from peril to advantage, enduring for moments, eventually piercing through the opponent's chest with a sword, spilling fresh blood. This battle, Bright Moon Sword barely triumphed. Seeing this 26-year-old youth, winning on this battle platform, displaying the Four Extremes realm and swordsmanship close to entering Tao, everyone was astonished. The All Heavens saints present with hidden auras also couldn't help but direct their gazes towards the saints of the primordial Holy Land, revealing a hint of envy. The opponent has indeed accepted a good disciple. Even if he does not enter the top 100 this battle, in the future world, he will certainly have a place. After this battle, Bright Moon Sword admittedly became famous in a single fight. Although his combat performance was visibly not as good as the heavenly pride from the upper realm Holy Lands, he still stunned countless individuals. After all, he was so young, only 26 years old. Worthy of being junior brother Bright Moon Sword, so incredible. He is our most promising future saint in the primordial Holy Land. Indeed, and moreover, junior brother Bright Moon Sword possesses both a Tao heart and Taoist body, a rare body type with prospects for sacrificial Tao becoming a saint. Let me tell you a secret quietly. Junior brother Bright Moon Sword comes from the mortal world and has only cultivated in our Holy Land for 12 years. Many disciples of the primordial Holy Land, feeling the shock of others, proudly shared more astonishing news. Knowing that this youth came from the mortal world, many were stunned, immediately recognizing his terrifying potential, leaving them dumbstruck. As they watched and cheered, in the waiting area, some saint heirs from the mid-realm Holy Lands had their thoughts stirred. Some immediately stepped onto the battle platform, unwilling to miss this stable opportunity to enter the top 100. At this moment, Bright Moon Sword was greatly depleted and had exposed many secret sword moves. If he had to fight again, his opponents would be prepared, unless he still had some hidden cards. Soon, as the second challenger took the stage, directly unveiling the Five Extremes realm, he aggressively attacked. Bright Moon Sword had not had time to recover. He had used up his unwithering strength in the previous battle, now recovering with the divine power state, but the recovery speed was clearly not as fast as the unwithering strength, and soon he was defeated. Although his swordsmanship and Four Extremes realm made it likely he could break into the top 100, it was obviously seen by many as a flaw, an easy gain. As Bright Moon Sword was defeated, many expressed regret. If he at the age of 26 could have entered the top 100 of all heavens, it would have truly been a legendary tale, becoming his glory for a millennium hereafter. However, despite his defeat, Bright Moon's sword still left a deep impression on countless people, even overshadowing the victor. After Bright Moon's sword left the stage, more people continuously stepped up to guard the battle. Not long after, Lin Qingyue also went up to the stage. Dressed in light green clothes, she appeared elegant and serene, exuding a feeling of being detached from the worldly dust, like a tranquil lotus in a forest. As Lin Qingyue took the stage, many disciples from the Sword Ancestor Holy Land who had come to watch the battle were vigorously cheering and shouting in support. Her expression serene, once she stood on the platform, she first looked towards Li Hao. Seeing Li Hao reveal a smile and encouragement towards her, her calm eyes also slowly manifested a touch of tenderness. This battle, she was determined to fight for the top 100. Before setting out, she had spoken with the Sword Saint, asking if securing a spot in the top 100 would lighten the punishment for her mentor's mistake. The Sword Saint had agreed. While Lin Qingyue and Li Hao exchanged glances, in the crowd, Bian Rushui was also intently watching this former adversary. Women's thoughts are subtle. She immediately noticed Lin Qingyue's gaze and followed it to see Lin Qingyue and Li Hao looking at each other. Although there were no words spoken, there seemed to be a special kind of feeling being conveyed through their eyes. Bian Rushui's expression involuntarily shifted slightly. Now that she knew Li Hao was her betrothed, the brother Hao who had practiced swordsmanship with her in the courtyard since they were young, but now, the doting gaze that once belonged only to her seemed to have turned to someone else. Suddenly, she felt an indescribable sensation, as if her heart had been lightly pricked, causing her discomfort. At this moment, shortly after Lin Qingyue took the stage, someone chose to challenge her. Lin Qingyue was not well known, and many were eager to try, planning to wait and see. If an opportunity arose, they would challenge second, hoping to gain an advantage. Swoosh! A sword cold as frost appeared in her hand. Lin Qingyue knew that to dissuade others from challenging her, she must fight quickly and decisively to win. Otherwise, if her fatigue and details were revealed, she would be caught in a war of attrition, fighting the maximum of 3 battles, and no one could guarantee they wouldn't lose. As the array congealed and the fight commenced, she immediately unleashed her strongest sword Dao. Nihility Sword Dao. All things return to nihility, everything becomes nothingness. The ultimate softness is dispersion, and when dispersion reaches its extreme, it becomes nothingness. Like in the vast emptiness of the void, where everything is non-existent, even if you're fierce and sharp, what can you cleave, what can you wound? The 3-foot green blade in her hand suddenly vanished, turning into the sword intent of nothingness. In an instant, a ray of light swept across her opponent's neck, leaving behind a mark of the sword. Then, the sword edge reappeared. The challenging youth's complexion changed abruptly as he touched his throat. He had just felt the breath of death approaching, but in the next moment, it disappeared. Feeling the wound on his throat, he realized instantly that he had lost. Sword Dao. In the waiting area, the eyes of many Saint heirs shone as they fixed their gaze on the woman. Her reputation was not prominent, but she turned out to be a formidable character with deeply hidden strengths. Her swordsmanship had entered Dao. This woman must be the leading figure within the Sword Ancestor Holy Land. Not only has her swordsmanship entered Dao, but it's also an extremely formidable sword Dao. This sword Dao, I can't fathom it, can't see through it. A few people had solemn expressions, making a note of this woman and her name. Inside the Sword Ancestor Holy Land, Hao Yue Saint Sun was stunned, his pupils constricting slightly. This was his first time seeing Lin Qingyue unleash the Nihility Sword Dao. Although the array barrier prevented him from feeling it personally, he inexplicably had the illusion that her sword Dao was no less superior to his Sun and Moon sword Dao, perhaps even more so. The figure in elegant green clothes that he had once cut off in his heart seemed to emerge again. The elegance of her easy defeat of the enemy and her peerless beauty suddenly made his heart flutter. His complexion changing slightly, he realized that if he truly let her into his heart, it would affect his sword drawing. At once, he quickly withdrew his gaze and shifted his thoughts elsewhere. On the other side, Bian Rushui was somewhat distracted. The other had previously defeated her within the Sword Ancestor Holy Land, but after her sudden insight, she believed she could win if they fought again. However, after observing this battle, she no longer had that confidence. Could it be that the opponent had also advanced so quickly, perhaps having a sudden insight too? Bian Rushui's eyes were complex as she saw the other party look towards a certain spot after the Victoria. Observing the young man's smile, her expression changed. A thought flashed through her mind but was quickly denied by her. It was impossible. Even if Li Hao's swordsmanship had entered Dao, showing tremendous talent in the Kanglan realm, it was merely his own monstrous capabilities. They couldn't possibly be like in her childhood, where he guided her. In her childhood, under Li Hao's guidance, her swordsmanship progressed rapidly, but that was just a basic level of swordsmanship, incomparable to the present. Despite her continuous denial, Bian Rushui's complexion was still somewhat pale, and a sudden feeling emerged in her heart, as if she really had lost something. The Dao entrance-level swordsmanship displayed by Lin Qingyue was casually executed, easily defeating her opponent, instantly dispelling the scrutiny and thoughts of many, with no one continuing to challenge her. They all remembered this woman, knowing she was a formidable enemy in the Supreme Genius battle. Many contenders for the top 100 spots also took note of her, memorizing her appearance. Shortly after Lin Qingyu's battle, Kai Guang, Hao Yue Saint's son, Lin Shuhai, and others also took the stage to defend their position. But because their reputations were not prominent, they were all challenged. Moreover, with many supreme disciples from the upper realms not being challenged, the number of spots for the top 100 was dwindling. If they didn't challenge soon, they would miss their chance. Kai Guang displayed his Flame Dao divine skills, easily suppressing his challenger and gaining fame in just one battle, with no one else choosing to challenge him afterwards. Lin Shuhai, too, showed off the Emperor's Book of the Literature Dao. The battle was magnificent and formidable, leaving a deep impression. Hao Yue Saint's son also advanced. His sun and moon divine eyes attracted the attention of many. As these acquaintances entered the fray one after another, Li Hao felt it was time for him to make a move as well. At this point, more than 70 spots for advancing to the top 100 had been filled. In addition, some Supreme Saint disciples had yet to take the field. As Li Hao stood up, immediately numerous gazes converged upon him. In terms of fame in all heavens, Li Hao was in no way inferior to those direct disciples of Supreme Saints. Seeing that he was about to enter the competition, the crowd outside suddenly burst into an uproar, many looking forward with anticipation. Is that Heoshin finally going on stage? I wonder, with his name on the heavenly steel blood words, just how strong can he be? The heavenly steel only measures part of it, though he is powerful, this appearance is likely not to show much. Indeed, I heard he ranked first in the Kanglan realm quota battle. Who would challenge him? The woman earlier with the Dao entrance-level swordsmanship was also from Kanglan realm. Many were discussing, hoping someone would challenge Li Hao, but common sense told them it was unlikely anyone would be foolish enough to do so, given his reputation and rumors. He was a top hot contender for the first place in the Pride of Heaven battle. Who would be foolish enough to provoke him in the top 100 battles? With all the eyes in the venue on him, Li Hao walked towards the battlefield. The massive bone-reflecting mirror shone down, displaying his age. 28 years old. He had escaped in the void for 10 years and stayed in the land of all saints for nearly 2. Seeing the age displayed, the previously lively scene suddenly seemed as if muted, descending into a temporary silence. The gazes of many saints also concentrated here, with astonishment surfacing in their eyes. In the waiting area, the face of the twin Buddha child turned gloomy. He had long known Li Hao's age, but also knew something even more terrifying. 28 years old? Did I see that wrong, or did the bone-reflecting mirror malfunction? Measuring too many people, has it worn out? As they snapped back to reality, the venue immediately exploded into a noisy debate. Not only the nobles and families who came to watch the battle, but also the imperial individuals, and the saints and saintesses from the All Heavens sacred land in the waiting area were all stunned, disbelief painted on their faces. They all knew this young man who made his name across all heavens, extraordinarily talented. But at this moment, the glaring, 28 years old, thoroughly made them sense just how terrifying his talents were, even doubting their eyes, questioning if their cognition was mistaken. 28 years old, how is that possible? To cultivate to such strength, merely 28 years, how could that be enough? Previously, the 26-year-old Bright Moon Sword had already amazed everyone. Now Li Hao's age, just 2 years older than Bright Moon Sword, but the gap in their strengths wasn't something that could be bridged in 2 years. 28. Within the crowd, Bai Yuan from the famed sacred lands, who had already advanced, his face slightly shifted, shedding his frivolity, gazing intensely at the young man in the center. On the other side, Chu Tinlu's face also changed, staring deeply at him, with furrowed brows. In the yin-yang sacred land, Lin Zhou's face also turned unsightly. Previously, he thought he would measure up against him to see just how capable those who had their names left in blood were, but the opponent was only 28 years old. He had been cultivating for days, not even half his age. Even if he won, there was nothing to be proud of. Looking at that silhouette, at this moment, the people of the heavenly origin realm were all stunned. At the mere age of 28, renowned across all heavens, leaving the highest mark on the heavenly steel. At the mere age of 28, securing the first place in the minor world quota battle, offending two great saints. Li Hao's deeds were already no secret, long since spread across all heavens. Wait, he's only 28 years old, but I heard earlier that he was chased by a void saint and had fled for 10 years, so the actual time he has spent on cultivation is 18, as someone exclaimed in shock. Many more were left dazed. He's not a disciple of a supreme saint. Above in the high sky, the Sword Master sat casually behind the people from Sword Ancestor Sacred Land, now realizing that Li Hao truly wasn't a disciple of a supreme saint, but his talents were rather exaggerated. His expression quirky, thinking back to how the other frequently visited him for fishing, and was hardly seen practicing. Could it be that in this world, breaking through in cultivation was as simple as eating and drinking? Even so, the speed of breaking through realms would be overwhelmingly fast, enough to burst a. His lips curled into a smile, involuntarily glancing towards Buddha Venerate and Void Saint, his eyes slightly narrowing. If the other party survives this calamity, perhaps the next 1,000 years will belong to his era. It has to be known that only a supreme saint has the chance to dominate an era's incense fire. Not just the Swordmaster saw such a future, other saints also realized this. The speed of cultivation was terribly frightening. From Universal Force to Dao La Realm, the 9 major realms, cultivated to this level in just 28 years, quite exaggerated indeed. Not to mention the time being chased by a void saint couldn't have been spent on cultivation. Once Li Hao stood on the stage, the entire heavenly origin realm was already full of various shocked exclamations. Although he hadn't made a move, the revelation of his age had already shocked and imprinted on countless people. Inside the Source Ancestor Sacred Land, the saint in charge was also slightly stunned for a moment, but quickly, he collected his demeanor, scanning the shocked faces in the waiting area, and said, "Who wishes to challenge?" There was a brief silence, with no response. Just as he was about to declare Li Hao's advancement, suddenly a voice rang out. "I will." As the words fell, a young man in a purple robe stood up, his eyes carrying a cold intent. He was engulfed in purple aura, exuding a dignified presence, from the Purple Dai Realm's Yin-Yang Sacred Land, a fellow disciple of Lin Zhou. Similarly, he was a direct disciple of a supreme saint, with an extremely loud reputation. At this moment, he didn't use returning ruin instantaneous movement to jump onto the battlefield platform but slowly stepped through the void, walking towards the battlefield. The bone-reflecting mirror above reflected his age, 72 years old. This age, among the heavenly prides, was still considered young. It's Yan Qingquan from Yin-Yang Sacred Land. It's him. He is a reincarnated saint, with hopes of competing for the top 3 positions this time. And now he's taking action, going to confront Haoshan? This is the top 100 promotion battle. They've come to face each other this soon. Can I even watch this competition right now? That's too exaggerated. Could he be trying to curb Haoshan's sharp edge? Many people were discussing, and the atmosphere at the scene immediately boiled over with countless people excited. They originally thought that with Haoshan's reputation, no one would challenge him at this time, but not only did someone challenge him, it was Yan Qingquan, a supreme saint's direct disciple and heavenly pride. Outside the arena, Chu Tinlu's brows furrowed. Although he also disliked Li Hao and planned to teach him a full lesson in later battles, that did not mean he would trouble him now. This was the top 100 promotion. It was not necessary for them to reveal their strengths here. Yan Qingquan was clearly breaking the rules, and he disliked anyone breaking the rules the most. In the arena, Li Hao heard the challenge and looked towards the young man but saw coldness in his eyes and a look of disdain, even clear hostility. Li Hao was puzzled. Amidst the noisy cheers outside, he recognized the other's identity but could not recall any contact with him. "Let me experience first the capabilities that earned you a bloodword reputation." Yan Qingquan landed on the stage and said indifferently, his eyes slightly narrowing. His challenge to Li Hao was not just out of curiosity about the other's strength of the bloodword reputation, but because of a sudden and interesting plan to block this all-heavens famed youth from entering the top 100 battle. If one couldn't even enter the top 100, it would be a huge joke. And he was willing to take the lead in this first battle. Li Hao, hearing the other's words, said nothing. Reputation was a burden, something he claimed while in the mortal world, and now he was truly experiencing it. As the array condensed, Li Hao stood with his hands behind his back, waiting in silence for the other to make a move. Seeing Li Hao's leisurely demeanor, a much colder look flashed in Yan Qingquan's eyes. A 28-year-old heavenly pride, with good reason for pride, but he was irked by it. I've heard you have reached the 8th extreme realm, let me witness it. Yan Qingquan's entire body's aura suddenly erupted, with the geo-pulse of heaven and earth manifesting behind him, gathering breath, even his hair flying about, and he said with piercing eyes. Li Hao remained silent. To witness his Dao domain, the other had to show sufficient prowess and earn the right. Yan Qingquan seemed to realize Li Hao's thoughts, anger flashed in his eyes, suddenly revealing his extreme realm, heaven and earth law manifestation appeared, and at the same time, he unleashed his powerful moves directly, with 2 war knives appearing in the palms of his hands. With the appearance of these 2 war knives, the atmosphere immediately changed, shrouded by Taoist charm. Li Hao's eyes slightly tightened. On the opponent's twin knives were Taoist charms, indicating 2 types of knife techniques, both of which had reached entering Tao. Such strength is no wonder the cheers outside were so intense. Indeed, he was the strongest Tao Law realm opponent he had encountered, even more so than those twin Buddha children. Indeed, you have qualified. Li Hao spoke, and immediately displayed his eternal Tao domain. The 360-layer Tao domain bloomed like a lotus, suddenly uniting, and in an instant, countless visions merged overlapping, forming a timeless and undecaying Tao domain. This Tao domain conformed to the ultimate truth of heaven and earth, absorbing power from the void, carrying a terrifying breath. With the Tao domain sweeping across, it immediately enveloped the opponent. It's the 8th extreme realm, the eternal Tao domain. Can there really be such an exaggerated Tao domain? I seem to have just seen the shadow of a 360-layer Tao domain. Yes, according to Lark Tower, one needs to cultivate a 360-layer Tao domain, with each layer overlapping to condense the eternal Tao domain. This is a Tao domain that only a saint can master, and that guy actually cultivated it. He's only 28 years old, a 360-layer Tao domain. How did he cultivate it? Does he cultivate 10 layers of Tao domain every year? And does this not mean he must comprehend a cultivation technique every month, and practice it to the exceptional level that can be considered entering Tao? Forget about the splits, don't forget he has to cultivate other extreme realms. The crowd whispered in amazement, many of whom were seeing the eternal Tao domain for the first time and were visibly shaken. At this moment, the eternal Tao domain appeared on the stage. Yan Qingquan's eyes shot out bright light. His twin knives swung, embodying 2 completely opposite forces, both containing Taoist charm, already entering Tao. These 2 Tao entrance-level knife techniques swung out terrifying blades of light, like thunderfire and dark waves, fiercely cutting towards Li Hao's Tao domain. Inside the eternal Tao domain, countless sword shadows suddenly surged. The sword shadows touched the blades of light, exploding with deafening noise. The sword shadows dissipated, and the knife light that had penetrated into the Tao domain also vanished. Yan Qingquan's eyes became even brighter, as he roared, watching the Tao domain about to envelop the entire battlefield, covering his body too. He also upheld a Tao domain. The 96-layer Tao domain overlapped and under some cultivation method, woven into a yin-yang Tao domain. The Tao domain transformed from fraction to whole, suddenly bursting out with a terrifying aura, but the moment it touched the eternal Tao domain, it suddenly collapsed like ice and snow melting. Yan Qingquan was taken aback. Though he expected the eternal Tao domain to be terrifying, he didn't anticipate it to be this horrifying. His own Tao domain couldn't even hold for a moment. Fortunately, he reacted very quickly. The twin knives suddenly merged, and at the same time, a third Taoist charm emerged. A terrifying black thunderfire born from within the knife's glow. Lightning is extreme yang, dark waves extreme yin, now transformed into a dark black thunderfire illusion, containing terrible tearing forces. Seeing the emergence of the black thunderfire, many people in the waiting area showed shock in their eyes. The twin Buddha child, Bai Yuan, Lin Zhou and others all had their expressions turned solemn suddenly. If it were just the dual Tao entrance-level knife techniques of the swords, it truly matched Yan Qingquan's reputation, but at this moment, this third Tao entrance-level blade light was rather horrifying. Yin and Yang extreme destruction. Yan Qingquan suddenly let out a low roar, his eyes flashing with intense light. No one has pushed him to use his true abilities for a long time. The two types of saber techniques were merely a facade of his actual killing move. He had originally planned to reveal this move in the final battle, but Li Hao's strength in the eternal Dao domain exceeded his expectations, forcing him to erupt earlier. Bang! The blade's light, containing a terrifying destructive aura, instantly broke through Li Hao's eternal Dao domain and carved a path of pitch-black thunderous light inside. Yan Qingquan broke through along the path, intending to traverse Li Hao's eternal Dao domain and defeat him. The 8th extreme realm is just this much. He let out a sneer, slicing his saber through the air. The black thunderfire was unstoppable, as if the indestructible eternal Dao domain was merely a piece of cloth, and under the sharp scissors sprint, it was about to be cut in two. Seeing this scene, Hao Yue Saint Sun, Kai Guang, and others couldn't help but change their expressions. They knew that a direct disciple of the Supreme Saint would be strong, but they didn't expect him to be this powerful. With the power of the eternal Dao domain, Li Hao easily suppressed the twin-born Buddha child, but now, his Dao domain had been breached by the opponent. 3 Dao entrance-level saber techniques, such talent is indeed likely to achieve the sacrificial Dao. Many saints were intently watching, recognizing that Yan Qingquan was indeed worthy of a disciple that satisfied the Supreme Saint, impressing them with his stunning performance. Watching the black thunder fire advancing, Li Hao's expression remained calm. The opponent's performance did indeed surprise him and was remarkable, but still not enough. In the Daola realm, as he expected, there was indeed no rival to face. Bang! Suddenly, the eternal Dao domain violently trembled, and the sword domain inside abruptly revealed its true nature, transforming into terrifying sword chi, which instantly clashed with the black thunderfire. The might of the 360 Dao domains was truly displayed at this moment. Previously it was a mere casual deployment, but now the real power of the Dao domain was being used to suppress. The void seemed to tremble, and the entire battlefield shook violently. The ground cracked open, and all those phenomena of laws such as storm, ice, snow, and thunder were instantly annihilated within the Dao domain, leaving no trace. Within this Dao domain, only Li Hao held absolute dominion. The black thunder fire rapidly contracted and, in the blink of an eye, extinguished. The terrifying destructive power contained in the yin and yang extreme doctrine was also annihilated by the onslaught of countless sword shadows. And after the destruction of the blade light, Yan Qingquan also lost the path to pass through, his pupils slightly contracting, widening in realization. Bang! His body suddenly froze in midair, all 48,000 pores on his body seemed to constrict, each of the 206 bones felt a terrifying crush. This was the laws of the 360 layered Dao domains stacked together, their intensity beyond his imagination. At this moment, he felt like being in the 3 immortal realms, but subjected to the Dao domain of the grand Dao of Peace realm. Irresistible, his body, frozen in midair within the Dao domain, suddenly spat out blood, and immediately, blood jetted out from all the pores on his body. Soon after, the Dao domain converged, throwing his body outward, crashing against the array. The array trembled, and Yan Qingquan fell to the ground. Outside the arena, there was a sudden hush. Many people stared in shock with widened eyes, unable to believe that Yan Qingquan, who mastered 3 Dao entrance-level saber techniques and was the head of the Yin-Yang Sacred Land, actually lost. Hao Yue Saint Sun and Kai Guang, among others, also widened their eyes, thinking that Li Hao would be in danger and had to reveal other techniques. They did not expect that just by using this Dao domain, he had suppressed the opponent. The terror of the 8th extreme realm was beyond their imagination. So it seems that during the clash in the Kanglan realm, Li Hao hadn't used his true strength at all? At this thought, the crowd couldn't help but gasp. In the crowd, Lin Qingyue was briefly stunned, then a smile appeared on her lips. She hadn't been worried before because she knew how terrifying Li Hao's sword Dao was. Even without the eternal Dao domain, Li Hao's sword was not something Yan Qingquan could withstand. It's just that she didn't expect him not to even draw his sword. At this time, Yan Qingquan had already quickly gotten up from the ground, but his body seemed to be shattered, swaying as if about to collapse. He rapidly deployed the unwithering strength, his body quickly healing. His complexion was ugly, looking at the youth with a rather complex gaze. He had actually lost, and it was a miserable defeat. If the other party had murderous intent, if this wasn't a competition, he might already be dead. The 8th extreme realm is indeed impressive, Yan Qingquan said after a long silence, finally speaking softly, now truly convinced by that youth's blood word inscribed on the heavenly steel.
Without saying more, He turned and left the stage.
Following Yan Qingquan's defeat, cheers erupted from outside the arena, with innumerable discussions rising from every corner of the heavenly origin realm. They had all heard of Haoshan's great reputation, but they hadn't expected him to be so terrifying indeed. Lin Zhou, seeing this scene, narrowed his eyes slightly. He had wanted to join Yan Qingquan to stop this youth from reaching the top 100 battles, but had not anticipated that Yan Qingquan would lose so miserably. However, he could tell that Yan Qingquan hadn't used his full strength. His embryonic power of the Saint Path had not been revealed. It seemed, however, that the opponent had no intention of really competing here. Next, is there anyone else who wishes to challenge? The Saint of the Source Ancestor's sacred land also cast an appreciative glance at Li Hao, then loudly proclaimed. His voice, like a saint's resonance, echoed throughout the venue. In the silence, a figure suddenly leapt onto the battlefield. Mixed Heaven's sacred land, Tian Wuji. The young man announcing his sect, coldly looked at Li Hao. Witnessing another challenger, the crowd was taken aback, not expecting another direct disciple of a supreme saint to challenge Haoshan. To think, based on the combat just shown, both would undoubtedly make it into the top 10, let alone advancing into the top 100. What's going on? This Mixed Heaven's sacred land, why challenge Haoshan? Yes, he definitely qualifies to enter the top 100. Are they trying to block his advancement here, preventing him from moving up in ranks? Haoshan, whose name reigns supreme on the heavenly steel, if he could be defeated, it would truly elevate all heaven's reputation. They must be aiming to establish their fame by stepping on him. The crowd below discussed, speculating various possibilities. Some even mentioned that Green Deer King is also from Mixed Heaven's sacred land, possibly seeking revenge through them. Li Hao originally thought the battle would have ended by now, and likewise felt surprised as he stared intently at his opponent, sensing an underlying targeting. Green Deer King was inferior, his humiliation is deserved, but I'm curious to see, you who are supreme on the heavenly steel, what if you can't even make it into the top 100, wouldn't that be interesting? Tian Wujin, with a beauty mark near his eye and a charm tinged with wickedness, revealed a frivolous cold smile, and transmitted his voice to Li Hao. Li Hao immediately understood that his prominence had incited some to suppress him. Interesting. Li Hao smiled, but his eyes grew colder. He had just exchanged moves with Yan Qingquan, thinking it merely a rival attracted by his reputation, just a friendly contest. But since it was intentional targeting, his moves would no longer be light. Seeing the cold intent in Li Hao's eyes, Tian Wujin burst out laughing, finding more pleasure when others felt displeased. Come on, I too wish to learn about this 8th extreme realm. Tian Wujin laughed heartily, yet his body suddenly burst forth with a terrifying presence. Streams of extreme realm power displayed, his hair turned golden as he entered the divine power state, heaven and earth vein condensed, Dharma aspect appeared. Having witnessed the power of Li Hao's Dao domain before, he knew that without showing his real skills, it would just be an embarrassment to himself. As 5 extreme realms emerged, Tian Wujin merged into the Dharma aspect. His presence surged and it made everyone feel an oppressive terror as if a saint was manifesting overhead. A nascent saint path. At this moment, Tian Wujin unleashed his true power, the nascent form of the saint path. With the vague aura of the saint path appearing, his new saint path is the extreme strength saint path. Mixed Heaven's sacred land is among the sacred lands with rare body refinement secret manuals. The saint path laid out by Mixed Heaven Saint is also of the power Great Tao. Right now, Tian Wujin is cultivating the same path of power. Physical body strength may exhaust, but heaven and earth Dharma aspect has no bounds. Tian Wujin's hair wildly fluttering, he roared. Let you see what is supreme divine power, what is the power that breaks all laws. Boom, roaring, he propelled his Dharma aspect and suddenly threw a punch directly at Li Hao. This Dharma aspect was enormous, and the gales it uplifted extinguished the battlefield's storm and lightning laws, carrying the force of falling stars. Rumors say the Mixed Heaven Saint could lift up an entire minor world. Tian Wujin is one of the 3 top heavenly prides of the Mixed Heaven sacred land. His presence could be called a minor Mixed Heaven. Some people exclaimed quietly, their faces turning to shock. Li Hao slightly raised his head to watch the whistling Dharma aspect's fist, but a strange expression appeared in his eyes. It was the first time he heard someone talk about the power that breaks all laws in front of him. Given that he is at the 9th stage of the physical body Tao, should any additions be made, his first choice would be enhancing the physical body Tao, becoming a saint. If that's so, let me try as well. Li Hao no longer relied on the eternal Tao domain to suppress it but suddenly retracted the Tao domain, and immediately behind him, a towering heaven and earth law manifestation appeared. That Dharma aspect, like a deity, resembled Li Hao but was entirely in glowing red gold, exuding an ancient and primal aura of heaven and earth. At the same time, the heaven and earth vein emerged behind the Dharma aspect. Simultaneously, Li Hao's entire body turned red gold as he entered the divine power state. However, having cultivated to the power transmission ultimate realm, his physical body strength reached 10 million caddies, and under the tenfold surge provided by the divine power state, it reached the pinnacle, a force of 100 million. This physical body strength also allowed him to absorb more heaven and earth power, filling it within the Dharma aspect. Come! Li Hao roared, and his Dharma aspect, along with his own fist, swung towards the Dharma aspect of heaven worry-free. The two towering Dharma aspects stood on the battlefield, and their huge, mountainous fists collided, making countless people feel as if they turned deaf for a moment, unable to hear any sound. But moments later, a rolling sound like 100,000 thunders vibrated out. Following that, enormous footsteps resonated off the ground, only to see heaven worry-free's Dharma aspect staggering backward continuously, and the fist he swung out seemed to disintegrate, with 3 of its fingers scattering. How is that possible? In the Dharma aspect, heaven worry-free's eyes bulged, disbelieving. The terrifying vibrational force transmitted by that Dharma aspect made his scalp tingle, feeling utterly shocked. In a mere clash of raw power, he was actually losing? At this moment, however, Li Hao's eyes revealed a boiling excitement, having not displayed such satisfaction in a long time. You are right, the heaven and earth law manifestation can withstand more force, but it's not inexhaustible, you just haven't touched the limit. Li Hao's eyes glimmered brightly, suddenly stepping forward and fiercely swinging his fist. But I have touched it, having cultivated to the power transmission ultimate realm. Though the heaven and earth law manifestation could bear more power, it was closely related to his physical body. Equivalent to 100 times his physical body. When the physical body reaches the Janol realm, it means the heaven and earth law manifestation would also reach its extreme. This punch, within the blink of an eye, extinguished the reinforced blizzard and other laws born anew on the battlefield, then it roared towards heaven worry-free's Dharma aspect, smashing fiercely. Like a towering deity unleashing divine fury, aiming to split heaven and earth. Heaven worry-free, watching that roaring fist, his pupils contracted, and he roared violently, his power erupting to its limits, blood seeping from his eyes as he bellowed madly. Extreme strength Saint Path, my power is infinite. Raging, with the rudimentary bless of the Saint Path, his power burst forth to its extremes. At the same time, he also performed a Tao entrance-level fist skill, to break fist with fist. Bang! Li Hao also took a step forward, and a fist skill responded. Half-step invincible fist. Although Li Hao's fist skill was only at the 6th stage and this fist skill had not entered Tao, it ultimately added much deadly power. The ground trembled, the battlefield shattered, and immediately afterward, a sound like 100,000 thunders exploding resonated. Heaven worry-free's heaven and earth law manifestation, starting from the fists, disintegrated, suffering from a force exceeding its capacity, directly tearing apart his Dharma aspect. Tian Wujie was blasted out of his Dharma aspect and struck the array, falling down like a hanging painting. If this had been before, Li Hao would have stopped and not pursued any further, a courtesy typically accorded in a spar. However, since the other party had deliberately targeted him to humiliate and expel him from the top 100, he would return the disgrace in kind. Boom! Without throwing another punch, Li Hao suddenly stepped forward, his Dharma aspect extending a finger like a towering peak bearing down, pressing towards his opponent's flesh. Tian Wujie climbed up from the ground, his face full of shock, still reeling from the demise of his own Dharma aspect, only to see Li Hao's finger pressing down upon him, with the lofty attitude of squashing an ant. He immediately felt the other's arrogance and humiliation, his eyes reddened as he roared and raised his fist to strike back. Sky desolation breaking sky fist. He attempted to roar, but the piercing wind under that pressing finger blew back like ocean waves into his mouth, drowning out his voice. With a loud thud, the enormous finger of the heaven and earth law manifestation descended, burying Tian Wujie's fist and body, crushing him onto the battle platform. The ground shook violently and then cracked, the tremors spreading to the outside of the arena, causing the entire Saint Mountain to tremble slightly. This scene was deeply etched into the eyes of the crowd. For several seconds, Li Hao's Dharma aspect's finger dissipated, and he retracted his Dharma aspect, drifting down from the air, appearing clean and effortless. In contrast, there was a deep pit on the other side, with Tian Wujie lying in it, his robe's luminosity shattered, covered in blood. His fist skill was strong, but it couldn't bridge the gap between his Dharma aspect and Li Hao's, who had reached the final realm in body refinement, making his Dharma aspect even more terrifying.
Such a quick defeat. Tian Wuji from the Mixed Heaven Sacred Land, someone who could vie for the top 3, actually lost, and it wasn't even to Hoshin's eternal Dao Damena, it was to the Dharma aspect.
Tian Wujie cultivates the extreme force Dao and has brought body refinement to its peak. Below the saints, his strength is said to be invincible, yet he lost in a contest of strength? Hoshin's strength is clearly superior. He might also be a strong body refinement cultivator. The eternal Dao domain isn't his only method. Many were shocked. They hadn't expected the battle to unfold this way. They had hoped to see which was stronger between the eternal Dao domain and the extreme force Dao. But Hoshin broke Dharma with Dharma, force with force, and his final finger crushed Tian Wujie, leaving him immobile. In the upper 3 realms, Tian Wujie was also considered a renowned heavenly pride, even more so than Green Deer King, with hopes to compete for the top 3, but now he had lost so miserably. Li Hao looked at his opponent with cold indifference, not saying much. To be silent about the defeated is the greatest contempt. Tian Wujie climbed up from the ground. He too was a highly regarded heavenly pride, but now he had suffered such a wretched defeat. Obviously, the opponent hadn't used his Dao domain, which was tantamount to fighting with one hand tied behind his back. And still, he lost. Your reputation, I acknowledge. Tian Wujie's face was ugly as he refrained from further harsh words. Being defeated, harsh words would only make him look more pathetic. With that, he turned and flew down from the platform. In the waiting area, Green Deer King from the Mixed Heaven Sacred Land was not shocked but had a complex expression. He knew that was not the youth's true method. That youth's terror was far beyond anyone's imagination. A monster in human skin. Hiding under that shell was a power that could shock all heavens. His gaze turned towards Chu Tinlu and Xiao Tianyu from the Source Ancestor Sacred Land. Perhaps only these few had the chance to force out his true face. Meanwhile, with Li Hao's second victory, cheers erupted everywhere, and through the boundary stones, the entire heavenly origin realm was astir. To witness such a fierce clash in the 100-strong battle was well worth the journey. Is there anyone else who wishes to measure up? Li Hao stood on the platform with his hands behind his back, his eyes coldly sweeping the waiting area. Many heavenly prides, seeing that youth's lofty and piercing gaze, felt as if they were being pricked on the back, and dared not meet his eyes. Even without anger, his stature was awe-inspiring. The young man's tall figure stood there like a divine being overlooking the universe, exuding an aura that seemed almost too intense to behold. In the waiting area, those who had previously discussed with Yan Qingquan and Tian Wujie about teaching the young man a lesson were now silent, avoiding his gaze. If it were merely the eternal Dao domain, they would have wanted to test it, but with Li Hao's Dharma aspect also so formidable, even if they were to take the stage again, they would likely only force the Dharma and Dao unification. With these two powers at play simultaneously, they would probably be pushed to their limits and might not even win. They were here to fight for fame, and there was no need to act rashly just because they disapproved of him. Moreover, the power displayed by Li Hao at this moment was enough to match his reputation. After a brief silence, no one stepped forward, and the saint from the Source Ancestor Sacred Land immediately announced Li Hao's advancement. They had originally planned to join forces to suppress Li Hao with a war of attrition, but Li Hao won too easily, and the third match ended without a fight. Tian Wujie and Yan Qingquan didn't blame the person for being cowardly, as it had already lost its meaning. Unless they really brought out their ultimate trump cards, they would have a slim chance of victory. But that wasn't the time to use them. As Li Hao advanced, the cheers throughout the venue were like thunder, and many perceived that this challenge seemed to have a motive to undermine Li Hao's prestige. However, it turned out to highlight his brilliance, making his reputation even more resounding. Seeing no one else coming forward, Li Hao raised his eyebrows slightly and didn't stay long. He swooped off the battle platform and returned to his seat in the waiting area. Lin Qingyue threw Li Hao a congratulatory smile, and Li Hao responded with a slight smile. Bian Rushui noticed the eye contact between the two and unconsciously furrowed her eyebrows, her delicate hand tightening slightly. The Haoyue Saint Sun also noticed this and his expression changed slightly, looking rather unpleasant. As Li Hao stepped down, the top 100 battles continued, and the rest who hadn't fought yet gradually made their moves. Earlier, some of the Supreme Saint disciples who had been delaying their battles finally took the stage to defend after Li Hao stepped down. Many people noticed that these individuals had not defended earlier, seemingly waiting for something. They now realized they had been waiting for Li Hao, harboring the intention to challenge him. However, with Li Hao's 2 battles concluded, they had all abandoned such thoughts. Of course, their change of mind was not entirely due to admitting inferiority. It was more about realizing that winning wouldn't be easy, and there was no need to go all out at this stage of the tournament. With the appearance of the Supreme Saint direct disciples, the arena once again fell into a lull with no one challenging. Soon after, Yan Qingquan and Tian Wuji also took the stage to defend, and having witnessed their power, other contenders for the top 100 from various holy lands chose not to act. Li Hao was also not interested in challenging them, as one had to win all 3 battles to exclude them from the top 100, and even if he won, blocking just one match wouldn't make much sense. Seeing Li Hao not taking the stage to challenge, both Yan Qingquan and Tian Wuji secretly sighed in relief. If Li Hao were to challenge again, they would likely suffer another defeat, and although it wouldn't affect their advancement, losing to the same person twice would be somewhat embarrassing. It's too bad Haoshin didn't challenge them. If he had, he could have won again. It seems that Haoshin isn't as arrogant as the rumors suggest. He has a heart capable of patience. Indeed, if it were me, I'd definitely seek revenge. Seeing Li Hao not taking the stage to challenge, many people were surprised, and their impression of Li Hao changed significantly. Soon after, the top 100 battles were concluded. Although a few people were absent, out of over 300 contenders, only 100 advanced. Those heavenly prides who had labored in their own little worlds and sprinted all the way to this supreme platform of the all heavens, faded like passers-by through fleeting clouds, leaving no trace and barely remembered by anyone. The Source Ancestor Sacred Land announced the top 100 list and immediately released the subsequent rules. The competition is to be held in 3 days, giving the top 100 heavenly prides time to recuperate. Not everyone, after all, had won as effortlessly as Li Hao and the Supreme Saint disciples. Some had used certain secret techniques during the top 100 battles, which took a great toll on their bodies, necessitating time to recover. In 3 days, it will be the battle for the top 10, which is bound to be even more intense. Definitely, this top 100 battle was merely an appetizer. There were some impressive fights, but the ones involving Haoshin, Mixed Heaven's Sacred Land, and Yin-Yang Sacred Land's Yan Qingquan overshadowed the others. Indeed, only that confrontation truly dazzled me, making my scalp tingle. The top-tier heavenly prides are indeed much stronger than the rest. Their Tao domains and laws, Dharma aspects, and skills are incomparable to other heavenly prides. Just the Tao entrance-level techniques alone included 3 kinds, which is terrifying. What's even more frightening is that they still lost. The top 100 battle finale left countless people reminiscing, and the subsequent discussions became even more heated, with everyone looking forward to the battle for the top 10. Previously, many Supreme Saint disciples defended without challengers, which was disappointing to many, but understandable as they themselves, if competing, wouldn't recklessly challenge such formidable opponents. Atop Saint Mountain, the crowd dispersed, and their saints in the background also returned to the Saint Dojo arranged by the Source Ancestor Sacred Land to rest. These saints personally attended to watch the younger generation's competition. While watching was secondary, their primary purpose was to ensure the safety of their most exceptional disciples. Otherwise, should someone covertly harm the most formidable disciples, investigating the incident afterward would be futile. During the brief 3-day rest period, the entire heavenly origin realm was as lively and bustling as though celebrating a festival, while Li Hao returned to his small courtyard. No visitors came to see him during these 3 days, allowing him to continue his daily cultivation quietly. He absorbed the law power, integrating it into his body while contemplating the Saint Tao seed, seeking to truly perceive the essence of his inner core. Many are fools in this world, yet few truly perceive their own hearts. In his meditation, time flew swiftly. Although he had not glimpsed the essence of the Saint Tao after 3 days, his body experienced some transformations as the laws condensed and Taoist charm gathered. His bones underwent a metamorphosis, evolving from divine bones to Tao bones. Tao power is indelible, meaning that his bones could not be instantly destroyed. Unless one slowly wore away the Tao power within his bones with Saint Tao power, allowing it to gradually disperse, they could not be shattered directly with thunderous force. This difference enhanced Li Hao's survival ability by yet another level. The 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Again, countless people swarmed back to the top of Saint Mountain, taking their places early in their respective seating areas. Li Hao, along with other loose cultivators and top 100 contenders from various realms, also arrived at the waiting area. Upon seeing Li Hao arrive, many still looked over at him, their gazes solemn. The previous top 100 battle was subject to voluntary participation, however, the battle for the top 10 was not up to them to arrange. With only 10 spots available, collisions were inevitable. Apart from Li Hao, there were other Supreme Saint disciples, all of whom the others wished to avoid, but challenges were random, purely depending on luck. As Li Hao and the other competitors arrived, the saints from all realms also began to converge their aura, descending upon this place. And the saints invited by the Source Ancestor Sacred Land revealed their aura, with wonders aplenty, seated between heaven and earth, each dominating a side, the whole sky seeming split into regions, each with its distinct spectacle. Li Hao glanced towards the Buddha Venerate and the Void Saint, and saw they were looking down indifferently, appearing unmoved by his presence. Li Hao slightly frowned, a feeling of unease stirring within him. Seeing the 2 heaven and earth treasures contributed by the opponent, as well as the incense fire of becoming a saint just within reach, it was odd for the opponent to sit so securely. However, this was the heavenly origin realm. Under the watchful eyes of Supreme Saints, the opponent should not dare to rashly attack him. Moreover, with Feng guarding him, any attack could be blocked, and with his current strength, he would not be instantly killed by a saint. Any attempt on his life would require considerable effort. Shaking his head, Li Hao withdrew his thoughts and didn't ponder further. At this moment, as the boundary stones began to light up, the top 10 selection battle of the top 100 contenders officially began. As the tokens of the top 100 contenders like Li Hao gathered amidst the raging storm, their initial round opponents were quickly matched and appeared in the sky. Upon seeing his first opponent, Li Hao's eyes slightly raised. It was none other than Bai Yuan, the first prominent saint son from the top 100 battles. His previous phrase, "I seek the teachings of all heavens," was enough to show his strength. Bai Yuan also noticed that his opponent was none other than Li Hao, and while momentarily taken aback, a smile soon appeared on his lips as he looked towards Li Hao. But after checking the opponent's token, Li Hao glanced towards familiar faces like Lin Qingyue to see their opponents in battle situations, hoping they would go further and reach greater heights. Bai Yuan, seeing that Li Hao didn't pay him any attention, raised his eyebrows slightly, unfazed, as he had chosen not to take advantage during Li Hao's previous defensive battle. Even though the power displayed by the eternal Tao domain and the Dharma form was formidable, it did not dampen his fighting spirit. Instead, it felt invigorating. At the same time, many people were searching for matchup information of hot contenders like Li Hao. Upon seeing that Li Hao was actually pitted against Bai Yuan, a notable saint's son, exclamations were heard. Both candidates were hot favorites for the crown and had unexpectedly clashed early. Compared to Bai Yuan and Li Hao, the luck of other Supreme Saint direct disciples was much better. They didn't encounter other disciples of Supreme Saints but faced those of other holy lands, making their initial advancement much easier. The only on-par confrontation was between Tian Wuji and Yan Qingquan, who were matched against each other, becoming opponents. But in comparison to the battle between Li Hao and Bai Yuan, it garnered considerably less attention. Such poor luck for Hao, he was already targeted in his previous defensive battle, disliked by those Supreme Saint disciples, and now he's facing one yet again. Meeting Bai Yuan right from the first battle, a name of great repute in the sacred ground, a match for Chu Tinlu himself. I heard that the Green Deer King once challenged Bai Yuan but was defeated in just 3 moves. Hao's luck is dreadful. Other Supreme Saint direct disciples would at least face someone from the Central 9 realms, yet he consistently encounters Supreme Saint direct disciples. This is his 3rd battle, and it seems he's always pitted against them. Many people were discussing, shaking their heads at Li Hao's misfortune, but their excitement was palpable as they talked. After all, they were here to witness the battles, and watching such thrilling fights was exactly what they wanted. Lin Qingyue, Hao Yue Saint's son, Kai Guang, and others looked towards Li Hao, only to see that he remained calm and seemingly without any concern. A slight worry flashed across Lin Qingyu's eyes, but seeing Li Hao's composure, she reassured herself. She had been in contact with Li Hao for so long and had never seen him flustered. The only time he truly changed color was in the presence of a Buddhist saint. Looks like it's time for us to distinguish who the better man is. Elsewhere, Tian Wuji looked towards Yan Qingchuan with fighting intent in his eyes. Their temporary alliance the day before was just a spontaneous decision among their circle, and in today's battle, they will naturally fight with all their strength. Yan Qingchuan appeared indifferent, slightly nodding, but his gaze was fixed on the youth, a gleam of light emerging in his eyes. He knew that Bai Yuan was not to be underestimated, and wondered whether he could force the youth to display his full Dao domain Dharma form. As the initial battles began, a saint from the Source Ancestor Sacred Land announced the first players, among whom Li Hao recognized one, Clear Wine. Upon taking the stage, he glanced at Li Hao, showing an expression of helplessness, and then focused seriously on his opponent. His opponent was Hao Yue Saint's son. As the opening fight of the top 100 battles, this battle without a doubt drew much attention and anticipation, and Hao Yue Saint's son stopped dwelling on thoughts and focused as he took the stage. With the array congealing, recognizing neither party, Hao Yue Saint's son didn't feel like talking, whereas Clear Wine seemed somewhat ambitious, declaring, within 3 moves, I will end the fight." On hearing these words, Hao Yue Saint's son was momentarily taken aback with laughter. He didn't want to boast, but the other took it upon himself to do so. "Then let's wait and see," he said with a cold laugh, and in the meantime, his extreme realm suddenly unleashed, his true strength not having been called forth during the top 100 advancement battles. With the 5 extremes realm revealed, he drew his sword, the sword edge gleaming brightly, and a brilliant golden-silver radiance emerged in his eyes, reflecting each other.